So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? Oh dear, that is not how we're going to start this. How are you today? There we go. Thank you so much. And first of all, before we start anything, I'd like you all to just give a really nice, energetic round of applause, please. Because that is how I like all our speakers to be greeted on stage. It gives them confidence, it gives them energy, and it makes them feel good about themselves. So that's what we want to hear. My name is Emma Brain, and I'll be your host for the next 3 days. And I'm delighted to welcome you all here to Dubai 22's edition of the Marketing 2.0 conference. We had a fantastic time in our spring edition, and we are here back again. And this time with more engaging sessions and more networking opportunities, so you can take your brand to that next level. And this, our winter edition, has a well thought and carefully picked agenda that will compile the strategies and successes of secrets of the world's top brands as you actively participate in discussions and debates around buzzworthy topics. And of course, do a lot of networking, and we want to see cooperation and collaboration, because that's what it's all about. We are extremely lucky to have the support of our gold sponsor. A big thank you to Samina Chowdhury, top producing luxury real estate agent and partner at Keller Williams Lucido Agency. So thank you very much to them. If we could give them a nice round of applause, that's fantastic. Otherwise, we would not be here. And it's time to get into our sessions. But before that, I'd like to remind you all you can catch up on the Marketing 2.0 conferences happenings on our socials. That's Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and LinkedIn. And the hashtag we'd like you to use, if you please, is hashtag marketing2CONF. So let's get today's learning processes underway with the first session right here now. And before I start, just a couple of little housekeeping things, if that's okay. I am a stickler for time. There is a timer on the comfort screen. Please keep a note of it. Otherwise, don't make me be like the Oscars music and come on and play you off, because that would not be a good thing. I like to get to where I want to go on time. We are using handheld microphones, so just be mindful of where you need to hold them in front of your face. About 3 inches away from your face is normally good, but most of all, have fun, have lively, energetic discussions. Now, in the aftermath of the pandemic, the world of sales has seen significant changes. Where should a salesperson look for leads in the age of new technology and unforeseen events? Well, we kick off with a fireside chat called Post-Pandemic Prospecting, A Brave New World, which is going to answer some of those questions. And first up, I'd like to welcome our wonderful moderator, Dr. Srikumar Varakepat. He's the founder and CEO of Business Yogi Results Coaching. Dr. Srikumar, if you'd like to come up, nice big round of applause. Thank you so much. And joining him are our speakers, Steve Dunn, who is the Technical Experience Director of Abstract Visible, and Anna Tachenko, CEO of Strategize. Please welcome them all to the stage.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Okay.
Good morning.
So this is about post-pandemic prospecting, a brand new way. And I think you're all excited about listening to this, right? Isn't it? Yeah. Oh, very good. Right. So before starting, you know the importance of prospecting, right? I want to tell you, take a minute. Take a minute. And I want you to listen from prospecting is not marketing. I'll tell you later more about this.
Do you agree with that, Anna?
Before...
We're going to disagree with you.
Don't interrupt, moderator.
Before getting into that, let me introduce Steve, I have to read, actually. Let me, yeah. Steve Dunn, founder and technical experience director at Abstract Visible in Dubai. Steve has designed award-winning operating systems at some of the largest marketing and media agencies in the world. His work is recognized as visionary by Gartner and gold accredited by Adweek UK. And he helps consultancies and agencies win business and improve efficiency by leveraging technology. So he is bridging the gap between you and your customers, to put it very short, right? That's great. And he's having 15 years of experience in this. Okay, I'll ask more about him with Steve itself. Let me move to Anna, the CEO of the strategic marketing agency, Strategize in Dubai. She's having 9 international and local awards, including the top 50 marketing and advertising leaders award, the best DMCC promoter award 3 years straight, and the best marketing campaign award from the world's #1 free zone DMCC. Her expertise span over 15 years in digital marketing, PR, e-commerce, video production, business consulting, and she helps SMEs and startups to grow your business, strategic marketing consulting, right? Excellent. So, for a good start, may I know how many of you are into B2B? How many of you are into B2C? So how many of you are into B2B? Okay, around 30–40% of them. Yeah. So rest of all, with respect to B2C? Okay. Nobody in between, right? B2B to BC, B2B to BC. Right. So, where is the timer? I can't see. So this actually gives me, ask you, Steve. I know you are having enough of experience from the world of technology, using technology. Like, we are good, everybody knows technology, and we use technology, especially now. But how many of you are leveraging technology? I really like the term leveraging technology by Steve, and I really want to know more about from your experience and how do you start your business of this?
I'll talk about how I started my business and the need that I'm serving. Then I'll pass over to Anna to explain what she does and why she does what she does. And then we'll get into the topic of the chat, which is post-pandemic prospecting. Anna will talk into trends around that. I'm a little bit more on the operational side, so we'll get into the leveraging of technology, but it leads with the customer experience, and that's the shifting of behavior that we've seen across the world and something specific to the region. So, super high level. Thank you for the introduction. My name's Steve. I do technical experience consulting, so I bridge the gap between marketing and IT in the ever more increasing complex world of modern marketing. Over to you, Anna.
No, I started my business only 2.5 years back, but I have over 15 years experience in marketing, completely different spheres. And the reason why I did it, because I saw how competitive actually the marketing business is, and how huge is the niche for SMEs here in the UAE. Most of the marketing agencies never want to work with SMEs. They are running only after big ticket clients and the governmental projects in here. And the competition there is high, but actually even advertising agencies don't analyze the market. 90% of the market are SMEs. So I dived into that niche, and since then, 2.5 years, we are thriving, everything's fine, and we don't have many competitors on the market with what we do till now. So that's what I'm into.
I really appreciate when we were discussing, she said the moment she started, do the business, what actually attracted was the serving the world of SMEs and startups, isn't it? Right. So what you see, so with these years of experience, and what do you see the difference pre-pandemic and post-pandemic with respect to prospecting?
Before pandemic, obviously, agencies, companies generally, they had the understanding of their customer profile, more or less. They already more or less established in the markets, everything was fine because the customer profile usually doesn't change very often within the generation, unless some big social, economical, political, whatever, changes happen to the markets. So they roll, as it goes. So they just do maybe some corrections in their strategies once in 2-3 years. This is the best case scenario, But even advertising agencies, how many clients we have, work we have, and our advertising, we do the last one, like on the weekends, at night, like this. But the problem is that most of agencies, they didn't readjust, and most of companies, they didn't readjust after the pandemic. What happened? They were like, oh yeah, pandemic will pass. Everything will be fine again, we'll come back to the same situation. But it changed not just drastically, but it changed completely, and they are not adjusted.
And that's the distinction for the UAE market, in fact. Consumer confidence in economic bounce back was higher in the UAE almost than anywhere else in the world. In fact, I need to ask the question because we don't know enough about our audience beyond B2B, B2C, so making an assumption that we're in the UAE and the market is here, but I've already met people that have flown in from India. So to help with a show of hands, a 50-50 split, could you please raise your hand if most of your customers are in the UAE? Great, so that's a minority. Could you please raise your hand if most of your customers are in India? Could you please raise your hand if most of your customers are in Europe? And could you please raise your hand if most of your customers are in North America? Okay. That's going to steer our conversation.
Yes, Steve, but I can't agree with you, This, I'm not basing my, the best benefit of my company is I'm not basing my words on just my expertise. Expertise is just a PR, okay? I'm basing it on data. I'm always basing everything I say on data. So this is accumulated data for the whole world, And this is the social changes in the behavior of consumers around the whole world. And during the last 2 years, we did so many projects and used this data about the change of the consumer behavior, towards different brands. And it worked for different regions. For Taiwan, for Kazakhstan, for Russia, for Canada, by the way.
So when you say customer behavior, what do you see as their expectation?
These days, customers want everything and at once. This is the thing, if to put it very shortly, okay? Previously, maybe they wanted, only high-end customers wanted everything in one place, But nowadays, they have very high expectations for the money saving, first of all, because many businesses, many people lost their jobs during pandemic, and this is not about that they restored their income after that. The pandemic lasted long enough, their struggles were quite long enough to make them acquire new habits, saving habits. Considering whether they need certain products or services, really need them or don't. And it's extra, you know. So first of all, the main, like as per statistic, I think around more than 57% of consumers, they are saying they need value for money. And first of all, like money savings, that's why everyone, like the companies now, everywhere you can see they are like giving deals, like the whole year round, not just Christmas deals, but this is also wrong strategy for the companies. This is not correct to do that. They are just getting hysterical, so. Value for money, then they want good digital experience. This is must have, like around, I think 60-something%, I'm sorry, I don't remember full numbers, of respondents said that they will switch from a brand because of poor user experience. They want it to be user-friendly. They don't care that websites, like, you know, their favorites, maybe brands, even some small niche brands, they didn't have proper websites before the pandemic. They don't care now. They want it to be proper. They want to save their time and money. They want to buy everything online, as much online as possible. This is for UAE, for any country mostly. And what was else? Good customer service, delivery options, like so that they get everything in one place. And first most important also, there was personalization.
Exactly.
Like personalization of any experience, customization even of products, packaging, assembly, whatever, you know, possible. Like I want like this,
Right.
this plus this in one bag, you know, like, and it's wrapped for me. And they don't care. If you don't give it, they will go to another.
Absolutely. Yeah. So that says the, you know, importance of technology. See, without technology,
specifically user experience and personalization.
Exactly.
I think we need to drill
Yeah.
more into these topics. I'm running with the assumption that most people who've come here today understand the global trends of the impact of the global pandemic. Consumers are more wary of their spend. Consumers are spending more time online, therefore expectations are increasing due to something called, in my world, liquid customer expectations. So digital experiences are compared cross-category. So your Airbnbs, your Ubers, your Amazons, they're setting the trend for all digital customer experiences, which raises the bar. And then the personalization effort that comes off the back of that, I think many people here today with limited resources, as everybody has, would like to know where they should be spending their budget for next year. And I'd like to drill into those two topics for clarity of the conversation around, okay, 50% increased spend online. What can we do to improve user experience? Where should we be focusing? Should we be focusing on strategy? Should we be focusing on templating? Should we be focusing on dynamic content? And that comes into the personalization effort, as if to say, okay, personalization sits across all of this, but should I be looking to personalize more in my communications effort, talking into CRM, talking into first-party data? Should I be looking to find my solution for the cookie now? I've already started. I'm not quite sure about my solution. How can I bind third-party to first-party to improve my personalization efforts? I'm driving to a point here, which is we as speakers have a responsibility to help you. And if we haven't, we've failed. And we'll give enough time to questions at the end. But we've done a bunch of preparation. Anna, you have so much knowledge on strategy. Talk about your specialism. Talk about the projects you've been working on and the problems that you've been solving for your clients. Because what you're doing day to day, the people in the room today will be able to then attach to their business problems. And we can really get today moving.
I think you forgot you're not a moderator, right?
Exactly.
Why don't we start from your projects, huh?
We can start from mine. Okay.
Yeah.
So personalization in marketing and also user experience. A case study. 4 years
But
ago.
stay 1 second. Sorry to interrupt. See, experience as a matter, it was there. UX, it was there even before the pandemic also. But how about personalization? Yes, definitely UX is required for personalization, giving that personal experience. But how do you see this pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, the usage of technology, user experience, and personalization, putting all three together?
Personalization is a means to drive customer lifetime value. This is about repeat purchase. Your more valuable customers are the customers that you already have. And there was a massive loyalty reset in the pandemic. In the UAE alone, 95% of customers switched brands, switched preference. This means to say that loyalty doesn't exist here. And the UAE is an outlier there. The numbers are less in other parts of the world, but certainly the trend is there. So personalization is not necessarily the end goal. The end goal is customer lifetime value, which is the customers that I already have, I want to keep, and I want them to be spending more money with me.
Yeah, but they are switching brands not just in the UAE. You read the statistics only about UAE? For USA, I'm sorry for being sarcastic.
Yeah, I mean, talking to, I don't know the North American market, so talking to the North American market.
So yeah, for this USA, the situation is the same. Users, they were initially started searching for new brands and switching brands, and there was huge reduction in brand loyalty during pandemic because not just because of shortage of money, but because brands did not very good job during that time. There was a big shortage of stocks. Their customer behavior, customer service was at such low point. The delivery times were bad. Even they were not calming down their customers, and then not pampering them, nothing. So even so much audience was lost by very big brands, like huge brands. You know how many retail spaces were closed after that. Because people first of all switched to online. Secondly, they reverted to smaller brands. But this is good, So all these SMEs, they started growing, small businesses. Plus, in the US, there is a huge support. There was during the pandemic, the huge support of local business started, small local business, so that they survive. They don't shut down, because they have to feed their families. So this is not just local change, this is a global change. Yes, in some countries this is more, it is less, like Vivid, but it is there.
So, and one question. So when you're saying, what I'm saying is, earlier if you look at a suspect, a lead, and a prospect, now what you're saying, and the current trend is, starting itself we need to look at somebody as a prospect. So using all these things, customer behavior, when you said personalization, all the user experience and all that, you're making them as a prospect from the beginning or not?
This ties to Anna's point. She's absolutely correct around long-term strategy. So the big shift, at least strategically, which is getting from point A to point B, which prospecting is the tip of the spear.
Correct.
Having that all company strategy meeting or heads of strategy meeting once every couple of years to set some KPIs, and then hope that your key departments across customer experience, data and insight, technology, operations do what they need to do to get there. When that end destination changes, sort of use this analogy of a four-wheel drive with those four departments moving towards an end goal, which it did overnight for many brands during the pandemic, then how does your organization adapt? And I think that's a really important question. And part of my response to that is looking at strategy as less of a fixed deliverable, certainly less around acquisition, as I mentioned, more on customer lifetime value and retention. But having more of a cultural mindset of always on strategy and experimentation. I mean, Amazon, for example, they deployed their code base every 8 seconds. That's an example of the investments that they've made in experimentation. So every 8 seconds, your unique ID can land on Amazon, and you can be presented a different layout and a different combination of products. I mean, Amazon is setting the bar in terms of personalization, but it's certainly something we can learn on. So how companies have adapted or need to be adapting to the impact of the pandemic is that the end goal might well change again. And how can we as an organization, across customer experience, across data and insight, across technology, across operations, guided by good process as well, be in tune with our company's prospecting model to change when we need to change.
Right. So, given by that, what is the significance, importance with respect to marketing strategies as a marketer, and how it is important in the post-pandemic prospecting time. And
How is what important exactly?
how significant it is, how, when you talk about how in depth we need to go into the strategizing, or what do you see it? How do you see it?
This is my business about, and it's like, actually, the reason why I was so much concerned and constantly I'm speaking about the importance of market analysis and this proper strategy in hand just before you even just apply for the company formation license, in any country, before you even like put one penny, for your business, because people literally don't understand where they're going, businesses. Like, that 90%, as per the CB Insights statistics, 90% of startups fail. This is now, I think 2 years back it was around 70 or something, now it's 90%. 37 of them fail, out of them, they fail because of very bad product market fit. And 22% of them failed because of lack of the proper marketing strategy. This is a huge number. And when I was starting business, I couldn't believe, really, these big guys with big money, they don't understand what is strategic approach. No, they don't. So that's why the way I created my just market analysis and strategy, they are not just standard like Deloitte does, or any other company does. They are based completely on everything what clients need to launch their successful brands, business. So it's not just about marketing, it's about the strategy for everything. If they need, I can see they have very poor sales system, they don't understand the processes in sales, so I'm giving them advices for that, I see they have an awful website, but they're like, oh my gosh, we have just done it. Okay, but I don't care, I explain why this is not working and why this will not happen. So every time when I'm onboarding a new client, I spend several hours explaining the importance of analytics and strategy. And we never onboard a client without a market analysis and a strategy. This is my principle. If they come just for social media, there are so many social media companies,
Yep.
Why? Because I would not be working with a client who has I want unicorns, everywhere. I want kittens on my social media page. We all love kittens, but if it's not, in the line with your strategy, never. Because I need to also, not this is my point of view, never. I need to show the data to prove, to explain to the client, look, this is data. Data is gender neutral. Data is not nationality biased, It's not country biased, right?
Yeah.
So he can't tell me anything he may not like me, but he can't disagree with data, And he sees the data, he sees what their customers are looking for, what are the trends, what real competitors are doing on the market, He's like, okay, this is eye-opening.
So when personalization, when she's saying, she's actually practicing it also to her own clients.
Every
that's her success.
Client, yes.
I see that.
And then we fully then I have the full onboarding meeting with the client after the market research is done. And I try to get all the reasons why they want to do business, how they want to do business, how far they want to grow. Because
Yes.
I can create a wonderful strategy.
Absolutely.
But if it's not in line with their inner wishes
Yeah.
and budget, they will be like, oh, it's so amazing, thank you so much, let me put it aside, And they will never do it. So, but if it's aligned, you give them their dream business, they're like, oh, yeah, let's do it.
So if I say
children, literally, they're so happy. And such clients, they like this, I practice also, this makes them stay with me for years, After getting this, they're like, okay, we don't want to go anywhere, because she knows the business, our business, better even than we do.
Right.
Would you say part of your job is cultural transformation, in the sense that this is to my point about always on prospecting. You're talking about it that one step deeper, and okay, I'm walking into a client's business and I'm coaching them in the importance of their data and analytics,
Yeah,
their,
let's say
their
so,
customer
you know, I
data.
have
And then
such-
you talked about the business priorities beyond
such
that.
big, you know, wish for businesses to understand the importance of marketing more. It will be easier to sell to them then, you know. But when you, that's why I talked to, last time when I was on this conference, MedCon, I talked to so many agencies. There were so many agencies there. I talked to them and I asked them question, what is your average lifespan of a client? They told me like on average, this was like around 6 to 7 months, you know, and then yeah, we have big clients who are staying with us for a long time. So like, why such a short time? And they were like, we don't know, but most of them, they said, because clients don't understand the value of marketing, they can't wait for this long time, you know, they want fast results. And when they don't see miracle happening, you know, this, you know, marketing miracle thing, you know, we all saw it so many times, you know. And they are like, okay, who is the first fired marketer, you know, like, we need to cut expenses, marketer, you know, like. So in this situation, I understood, so I shouldn't be fighting with this. You shouldn't, if you have, you know, the situation, you shouldn't be fighting it. You can work with it, use it. And I understood it's better for me to educate them. How I should create the product which will educate them. So that's why I'm not writing such reports which are difficult for them to comprehend. I'm not putting all these marketing terms inside, you know, like I put like just a bit of them, small explanations, very simple, big pictures, you know, a lot of, not too much of text, a lot of beautiful pictures of relevant products, you know, and they are like, they are like children opening the playbook, you know, like, oh, it's so nice, so interesting. And then I explain them, like in the consultations, very detailed until they will understand who they are, where they are at the market now, how it will be for them, you know, in future, what will happen if they will do this, if they will do that, you know, if they will do this. And it's like even their craziest ideas, I'm not afraid never to say no or say yeah, you know, if it's proven. And then we build the strategy. That's why here comes the whole personalization. And yeah, like, then they don't ask questions. When you explain to them like this, they are not running after me, where are my results after 2 months? They understand the process. They're just waiting patiently and they are happy. You know, and if they ask something or they want to argue with you, like for example, no, we will not do that because I don't like it. I want, again, for example, these horses to be there, you know, I don't know. Open the just analysis and look at it. Open the strategy, look at it. And that's it, the argument is finished.
Right.
So this is really helping to convert them for agencies.
There's a few topics at play here, and in the interest of clarity, I'm kind of going to look to list them out in some level of sequence, and then we'll talk into it. When I work with my clients, the first thing I want to understand is what their individual performance goals are. We work with other humans, and these humans have jobs, and these jobs are inside businesses. So they work with me to further their personal goals, and it sounds egotistical, but it is, and it's more prevalent here in the UAE, I believe, than certainly in Scandinavia, where I used to work, polar opposite. And what's difficult about acquisition-driven quarterly performance metrics is that's an old-school marketing KPI. That's a campaign-driven, big bang impact, billboards above the line performance that doesn't drive customer lifetime value, doesn't drive repeat purchase. This is the point now around data, and
very interesting point. Yeah.
The other example is working with clients who, as individuals in their companies, are not given a quarterly sales KPI, but are given a hopefully yearly CLV percentage uplift goal. And this is the shift that I've experienced, and I think it's a global trend where marketing is excuse me for simplifying, but it's less sales driven and it's more science driven.
Yeah.
And that requires a completely different type of mindset.
Can I ask you to repeat that? Less sales
Less
driven
sales
and-
driven, more science driven. It's incremental. Personalization is incremental. It's
Yeah.
optimizations, it's experimentations, it's testing and learning.
Right.
And to my Amazon example, Amazon didn't become big overnight, right? And our friend Jeff was poor for many years. But I imagine this is what sits underneath your clients' frictions in adopting a data and analytics first mindset, which is modern prospecting.
Right.
And then if that's a struggle, it's most likely connected to how those individuals are judged by their performance within their companies. So the conversation needs to go one step higher. Say, can you convince your boss, your shareholders, your board members to change the way by which your performance is judged at work towards percentage uplift in CRV and away from
Yeah,
from
but,
sales
but like
targets.
what I was telling, it was not just like, you know, to speak about my company, but it was to explain that you need to understand your customer behavior very, very well and segment the customer base as much as possible, you know, and especially for SMEs, if you don't have a lot of budget, first of all, they never have money. No, it's not like this. They never have money for marketing, okay, unless you explain them the value. And then they have it.
Not
Okay.
only explaining them, you are actually proving it to
What-
them.
it's
Yeah,
face
and then
to
they
face
have
and
it,
giving
you
the
know?
demonstration of it, right?
Yes, and the thing is, you know, that after pandemic, many companies and even agencies, they never reconsidered and updated the analysis of their consumers, you know. First of all, obviously, you can't be fully analyzing just the data of your customers during the pandemic and say, okay, it will be, you know, for eternity. No, this was a very stressful situation, so it changed, it still readjusted after pandemic. But you need to, now the situation is stabilizing, okay, more or less. You need to again do the customer profile, check the market, you know, so many new trends appeared there, so many product substitutes, companies, like services substitutes. People changed not just from big brands, they changed to substitutes. They gave up on something and started using something else, you know. So you need to check whether they really need your services. Maybe they need some other of your services. Maybe you need to repackage your services. Like even for myself, you know, constantly analyzing the market. Now I'm sitting and looking at my analysis structure, strategy structure, and then like, okay, we are readjusting it. And we are working for repackaging it, you know, because I can see different trends now. Like among my customers, you know, I constantly question them at each stage. Are you happy? What do you like? You know, what do you want? What would you like to do? You know, if they don't want to tell me, they will tell my assistant, you know, like, you know, chit chat, you know, coffee, all this, you know. Everyone wants to nag, you know, about something. So get that information from your clients. Then analyze the markets, the trends. And if previously I was recommending to do it for my clients like once per year, you do the initial market analysis and the strategy, and then you do the update once per year. But now, till now, the situation will stabilize. You know, the situation with the war and everything, it has almost global impact now, and long term. It doesn't have like huge, but long term, and it's changing many situations in the market. So. Because of relocation of people, you know, relocation of funds and everything. So.
Yeah,
You may ask.
I think all this
So
what
you
has
need
been
to readjust, yeah.
what I've been discussing, I think I'm listening from these are the new prospecting trends. All that what has been discussing since in the beginning. And anything else you need to add on to that, Steve?
Yeah, loads. First party data. You've got to own your data. Many of you might be sat here with, do I invest in social? Do I invest in CRM? CRM is the answer. There is a emerging trend of CRM social, and that's the binding of first and third party data. And that's to take a step back. First party data is the data that customers willingly give you. So on a digital property, you have a sign-up form, they give you your email address, you start some email flows, and you can, by law, you own the rights to that customer's clicking in email. And there are emerging solutions to the disappearance of the cookie. I don't have a recommendation for one. I worked on one for WPP during my time there. Essentially, it's a tracking code similar to GA that you put into your website, and then you can send tracking data from your website or app to your CRM system and bind first and third party data. And you can also do that with social. So the future of prospecting for me is combining those three buckets of data. There's two buckets of third party data. I mean, you could argue whether or not social is one of them, but social and browsing data to your declared first party data set to be able to personalize at scale, if that is your ambition. The other side of this is channel optimization, but that's a completely different discussion.
I fully agree with you. This is very important that any company is like using data-driven approach, and they customize and hyper-personalize everything, you know, what's possible, you know, but obviously aligned with some strategy. You know, it's time to do the strategy. It's already not enough to sit and to tell, like, where do your customers coming from? Oh, they're coming 90% from referrals. No. During pandemic, each second freelancer opened the company. Come on, you know? Like when I was setting up the company, I was like, yes, also setting up during pandemic, but due other reasons. I was planning to do so already for a year. Just pandemic came and facilitated it all, you know? But during the time when I was setting up, I remember around 10 companies were set up by like friends of friends, you know, for marketing only. And after 2 years, I met one big marketer also in Dubai. We just went for coffee. And he said, my gosh, I'm so proud of you. You're so cool. I said, why? You know, like we're working. He said, no, you survived. I know so many marketers who already shut down. You know? So it means, you know, I mean, you have to think about that the competition is there. You know, don't just sit, you know, fight for your clients.
But what about, you know, what I want is also, then it is not important, or what is your take on this? Because when you say, you know, the focus on customer behavior, customer experience, yeah, I also want something as a seller, right? I am looking for something, I want something. How do you bridge this gap?
What do you want, Srikumar?
No.
I need to know what you want.
As a seller, whatever I want,
No,
I'm
you know,
looking
if
for
you
a
are
particular
like,
customer.
oh, I want something. We have something for you. So first of all, analyze the keywords. You know, if he's saying I want something, then you have something for him, you know. So what do you mean by the many technical tools,
That's
you know, like,
so
so my question is what you want?
Right. Bridging the gap.
Keywords analysis, at least Google Trends, some basic things, you know, like basic, like Google Trends analysis, you know, keyword analysis, and then segmentation very well, you know, like then Google Shopping, YouTube Trends, check your current, obviously, like fully agree with Steve, you have to do your performance analysis. Your customer, you need to have CRM. You need to lead profiles of your customers. You know, like your salespeople have to put down the details about their families, children, grandma birthday, you know, everything. You need to send them gift cards, you know, for this grandma birthday. They will be very happy. You can't imagine how happy they are after pandemic to receive some gifts. During pandemic, everything stopped, and after pandemic, many brands didn't resume, you know, sending gifts, giving, you know, some bags, some stationery, you know. They didn't resume because they are like, oh, cost cutting. And actually, they are losing clients because of these small things, you know. Like you...
Yeah, it's mindful of time, and I think it's important we draw some conclusions, and even if we're brave, to have some things that people can chew on and discuss for the next 3 days. So the pandemic has affected business, so budgets might well be smaller next year than they were this year, or certainly a few years ago. And I would really encourage you to focus on understanding who your high value customers are. Not just who your customers are, but who your high value customers are. Who are those top 5% of spenders?
That's what I want.
What are their needs? And then do an audit of the organization. It might be simple, it might be complex, but what are our high margin offerings? And try and bridge that gap to your question earlier. And okay, that's a risk of oversimplifying. It's part of my job to help with the complexity of modern marketing. But if budgets are tight, do what you can to understand your high value customers, what their needs are, look at your service and product offering, where are the margins, and then how can we then bring in our customer experience strategist, data analyst, business analyst, say between the three of them, these are the people that we want to sell to, this is what we want to sell to them, give us a strategy. And then we will design a way to operationalize and check in with our technology stack and see if we need to make any improvements there, check in with our processes, they should be agile, if they're not, move in that direction now, to make sure that that all ladders up to selling the things that our business makes most money on to the people that buy from us most.
So what would be your, just in 1 or 2 lines, what would be your advice to those who are prospecting? Everybody is prospecting, isn't it? What is your advice to those who are prospecting?
Starts at the top. I mentioned it earlier. What people running the business, what are your KPIs as an individual? Are they sales-driven, acquisition-driven, /acquisition-driven, or are they incremental customer lifetime value-driven? If they're the first, then find a way to shift them to the latter. If you don't, you'll always find yourself limited and banging the drum of experimentation, personalization, optimization in a culture that simply doesn't suit that. And then you have to ask yourself, am I in the right company? That's where I would start. Everything falls downhill from there.
Right. Yes, Anne?
From my side, I think the main message was already clear about do analytics. Like do analysis, do analysis and do the strategy. But this is one thing, adjust to the reality, just accept it as it is. You have to go with the flow, you have to be fast moving, you have to change, But with this change, you still have to be consistent. It can't be that you have different strategy every month or even every half a year, like you can do readjustments, but you have to have consistency. Nobody will remember you. You will not stand out of the crowd. People will not remember what you are special about. When I ask agencies, like, what are you doing, guys? They're like, we're a 360-degree agency. This is something, somebody invented this phrase, like maybe 15 years back, and people still now use it. We propose bespoke solutions, This is not something unique, okay? You have to stand out, think about what you do the best. Really, what you do, you do everything, but what you do the best. People should know that, they're a cool agency, they do everything, but they are perfect in SEO, for example, or Google Ads, They're specialized for that. If you're saying we are good in everything, you are not good in anything.
How many of you are doing that? Sorry to interrupt. What she said just now. How many of you really doing that close to your heart?
Nobody will say, come on. Everybody does it in this that matter. This is not about this is better, good, but just readjust and be proactive and be very much consistent. And most important, work on the client, not acquisition only, but on retention. Because of highly competitive market, the customer behavior that they like to switch brands and try this and here and there, They don't have that much loyalty already to brands as before. They will not buy from BBDO just because this is BBDO anymore. If they will not give you good service, they will like, I will go to a small agency, and they don't care. So retain them as much as possible. Build loyalty programs and work with this.
There's one addition to my model earlier around high value customers, high margin products. Brief your BA, digital analyst, customer experience strategist to design around that, and that's privacy. So what are the bounds of possibility for collecting first and third party data? in the region of those high value customers. And we need to nod towards that. We are 5 minutes away from time, so I think we should
And 20 minutes.
open this up to.
Any questions?
So my last question before that.
You have
We
another.
We have,
Yeah.
We need
I
to
think that
ask
says
them a
4 minutes.
question, you know,
It's a
if
bit
they
hard to
really have
see.
a question, yeah.
Yeah.
4 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Let's sum
It's
up.
definitely question time.
Let's
That's
sum
why
up.
I'm skulking around, making hand signals at you. Do you have any questions from the audience? There's a microphone here, so if you'd like to come up and ask your question into the mic there, introduce your lovely self. Tell us your name and where you're from, and then ask your question.
And we are from United States and India. And my question is more specific on the prospecting cycle of it. So there are two approaches, right? One is a spray and pray when you drive your marketing strategy, and second one is maintaining a niche of attracting a customer. Right from defining the buyer persona to executing the marketing strategies out there. For example, global FMCG brand, they just they are driving their marketing initiatives only on the YouTube as one of their main channels out there. So what is your preference, maintaining a niche in terms of buyer persona and getting to the channels, or spray and pray?
What industry are you in?
It is global. So from your perspective, what is the most preferred way? What have you done post-pandemic from a prospecting side of it? Was it spray and pray or maintaining a niche of your brand actually in terms of acquiring the customer?
So two approaches: spray and pray marketing, which is hit and hope, less targeted.
I would. Okay.
Versus niching down and targeting less customers intentionally with a specific market offering.
That depends on the niche.
Depends on the business. I mean, you mentioned
Depends on the business.
FMCG. Not too many people are loyal to their chocolate bars, so spray and pray if you're selling chocolate bars. But I think I'd answered this earlier about who are your high value customers and what are your high margin products. And if you can answer those two questions, then you'll, sorry to relay your
literally
question back to you, but you will find your answer.
Anyone else? Any other questions? Would you like to? This is so we get to see you guys. So you form a line in front of the microphone. It's fine.
Hi, I have a question for Steve specifically. So,
Lift the microphone up a bit.
yeah, I have a question for Steve specifically. So, Steve, I work with this agency called Ting. I head operations at Ting, and one of the KRAs for me is driving digital transformation for us, right? In terms of how we can use technology to become better, become more productive, so that we are able to give the clients a better experience, if you will. One of the fundamental challenges that I've faced is there are certain, at least in India, in the marketing landscape, there are certain manual ways in terms of how we've been doing work, right? In terms of, say for example, for CRM, we'll be maintaining Google Sheets, correct? In terms of communication, we'll be relying on WhatsApp. In terms of making reports, we'll be downloading Excel sheets from different platforms and then making reports or spending a lot of time. Now, are there technological solutions that help you kind of solve these challenges? Yes. But it comes down to one simple question, which is it's a mindset shift for people, right? So recently we've deployed Slack as a platform for communication internally. But what we're asking people to do is to change their mindset in terms of stop thinking about WhatsApp when you want to communicate with someone work-wise internally, but move on to Slack. So that challenge, that adoption challenge, right? How do you go about solving that? The standard response I've heard from different software solutions or platforms or people is you do demos, you roll it out phase-wise, etc. But at the end of the day, when it's about changing the mindset, right, in terms of your experience, what can we do better to ensure that whatever software we are getting on board, the adoption is a lot more healthy?
So there's a few questions under there. How do we stop doing less manual work? How can we stop marketing in channels where we can't control the data? And how can we change within our organization to other ways of communicating? Is that right?
No, actually, I'll try and re-articulate it. So there's a manual way of doing things in terms of whatever people do in an agency, right? There are software solutions that transform the way you work. So the manual intervention kind of reduces. But for people to adopt these software solutions on a day-to-day basis, it's a mindset shift for them, right? Because they've been used to doing things in a certain way for the last 4-5 years. To drive that mindset shift, right? What are the steps that we can take?
Okay, so this is an organizational change that you're looking to make. You need to do some internal marketing. So you need to communicate what the pain point is of doing it today's way, and then amplify that with examples.
So that's what I refer to. I mean, these standard things, if you will, right? Like, for example, internal communication, doing multiple demos, phase-wise rollout, right? Rollout in batches, etc. We've taken those steps, but we are seeing
Motivate.
So why don't people want to change if you've taken those steps?
that is what, honestly, right now we are in the process of trying to find that out. But I was wondering, if in your experience, if there's anything else you feel we can do apart from these things.
If they're not wanting to change, then they don't understand the problem well enough, or the intensity of the problem well enough, which is communicate what the pain point is for working this way with Slack versus Teams, or whatever the changes you want to make, but don't talk about the solution. Just focus on what's not working. You would need to slow down, and that might mean involving whoever's holding you to account for making this change needs to just back off a bit, because you need to do an education piece to explain to those that you want to change their mindset of exactly why what they're doing doesn't working. And just continue to focus on that until they can then tell back to you. It's a bit of a fundamental question, but explain back to me what I've just explained to you. The people in your organization can then start asking for the change.
I can feel
at that point, they own the movement and they're not being dictated to.
I can feel you never had a situation where your developer was like literally yelling at you because he doesn't want to track his time in the CRM. He's like, why should I do it? Why? And then like for 10 minutes, why? I don't like tracking time. I shouldn't be going there. And he's very nourished and nagging. This is, I think, what he's saying about, because people don't want to change. Younger generation, they don't want to use this. The only thing, you just need to give them time. First of all, they need to have, for sure, the reason to use it. And this reason shouldn't be just for you, like as a company, because obviously this makes your life easier, but the system should be in such a way done that it makes easier for them. For me, it's like if they didn't do the tracking and didn't pay them salary. That's it.
Are you looking to convince...
They are motivated.
Sorry to use a hierarchical question,
Guys,
but...
I was just going to say, because we're well over time.
For the sake of clarity, are you looking to convince people above you or below you to make this change? Below, then use emotions. If it's above you, use numbers.
That's already...
Perhaps we can have this chat during a networking break. That would be awesome. But thank you. Really quickly. Is it really quick? If it's really quick.
Good morning. My name is Pramod. I run a digital marketing agency, and I thought I would define it as 360-degree, but I'll keep myself away from that. My question is very simple. You have been talking about high-value customers during this discussion quite a few number of times. And there's another school of thought which says you got to play on your strength. And not everyone needs to be the company which manufactures the Mercedes and the Audis and the BMWs. So if a company's strength is managing customers which are low-value customers, but we can strive to have more numbers, how do you look at this school of thought vis-a-vis what you just mentioned, that the way you can grow is by having focus more on high-value customers?
Value is not spend. So if you have more people spending less, the cumulative answer is that they are of higher value than less people spending more. So my point still is valid, I believe, because...
Absolutely.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're saying we need to focus on our strength, but our strength is not necessarily people who are spending the most money with us, but there's more of them. So you're considering the cumulative value of the segment as your metric, not how much dollar these people are actually spending with us.
Okay.
As individuals.
So it's not just the number of, it's not the amount that a customer would be spending. It's rather total number of revenue that you're able to generate as a whole? Is that what you're saying?
From that segment, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Great. Thank you so much. And I think we'll say huge round of applause for our panelists, please. What a great discussion. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. You can leave the microphones there. It's
Thank
fine.
you.
Thanks,
Thank-
everyone.
Thank you so much.
Have a great 3 days.
And we've got, okay, I'll take them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry, I'll do the tech thing. You can just bring them all over to me. It's fine.
The mics?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thanks. Thank you so much. And it's my absolute pleasure to bring up our next speaker. And we are moving on to our next session that will help you find the A-list. And now I can't see, guys. You've dimmed the lights on me. Be nice to read. Thanks. I can't see in the dark, unfortunately. Moving on to our next session that's going to help you find an A-list of sales mavericks for your company and your clients. Please welcome up to the stage our first keynote speaker of the event, Lauren Tickner. She is the founder and CEO of Impact School, and she's going to be discussing the codes to building a multi-million-dollar sales team. Please welcome Lauren to the stage.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. So who here is the founder of a company or an agency? Okay, so there's a lot of founders in here. So as a founder, if you stopped doing sales for your business, my question to you would be, what would happen? Would you be still bringing in revenue? And would you be still bringing in new clients? Because today what I want to talk about is the codes to building a multi-million-dollar sales team. So I'm the founder and CEO of a company, a consulting agency, and my company I'm very grateful to be in a position whereby sales are consistently happening without me needing to be there. So does this sound familiar? So maybe when you have spoken to leads in the past and you pass them through to your sales team, they say, oh, well, I want to speak to you. I want to speak to the owner. And then maybe in the past, you've tried to bring on some salespeople and they say, well, it's just so much easier for you to sell because you're the owner of the company. Does that sound familiar? So I want to talk about today, how I came up with this concept. And it really is about building a powerhouse sales team. And this may look familiar for some of you guys, your ad account being shut down on Facebook. So I had to try everything to bring in sales without having marketing, because this is a marketing conference, right? So you're going to know exactly how to get all the leads in the world. So what are we going to do with all those leads now you have them? So I literally tried everything. I tried organic content. I tried outsourcing my sales. I tried outsourcing my marketing to tons of different agencies. But nothing was working at the beginning until I jumped back in, okay? Until I jumped in and did it all myself. And this is a few years ago now, but as soon as I tried to get other people to do it, no one could do the sales as well as I could. And so this was a huge problem for me because I thought, I'm never going to be able to actually take a proper vacation because while I was traveling, I was still having to work 16 hours a day. And that wasn't the life that I wanted to live. So I hired and fired more than 250 sales and marketing people over the past few years. And then finally, I cracked the codes. Okay, and so the strategy that worked for me is what I'm going to share with you here today. But the strategy that I used was all of my marketing. For me, that was organic content. I just found that the ads and such that I was trying to do, it wasn't working. So I had organic content and I added salespeople to my marketing. And this is what worked really nicely. So for example, the content that you're posting, people that are liking the content, having a salesperson, an outbound sales rep, reaching out to those people and starting the conversation to then book a sales call onto their own calendar. We found that that was much more effective than having virtual assistants there setting calls for closers. We found it way better to bring an actual salesperson in to then have these conversations, set the call on their own calendar. Simultaneously, all of the opt-in forms that you have when it comes to different funnels that you're running to drive traffic, right? Any ads that you're running to like a free training or an ebook or a free report, then instead of just grabbing people's emails addresses, also adding a very simple phone number opt-in so that then that can then be passed through, we were just speaking about CRMs, right? On the CRM to an outbound sales rep who then phones up those leads who don't go ahead and book in sales calls for themselves. And we found this a really, really great way to ensure that this is like a safety net, right? So for anyone where the marketing isn't pushing them along, the salesperson then comes in as a human and has that intimate touch, which then allows you to actually scale a level of intimacy, which allows you to stand out from the competition. So I wanted to just give a bit of a background regarding the strategy that I have been using over the last 2 to 3 years that's been really, really effective, despite all the changes that are going on in the world, before I move into the codes to building a multi-million-dollar sales team, okay? So here's just a quick example from a tweet that I posted on my own Twitter. So, well, my team posted that, but then look, you can see here that 397 people at the time of the screenshot had actually responded to the tweet. So then we just set up a really simple automation so that anyone that replies to the tweet saying me, they then get a DM, right? They have to be following for this to work. They then get a DM and then they get the freebie, okay? That could be it. They go to the funnel, they maybe watch the video themselves, and they maybe sign up for a sales call all by themselves. But you know, I know that that's probably about like 2% of people, right, based upon the numbers, and I don't want that number. That's too low for me. So instead, we have a team who then have a conversation, right? So they have it's not following a script. We have a very simple framework. The framework is win, okay? What is it? What is the person's goal or struggle? The I is investigate. So just find out a little bit more about the goal or the struggle that they had mentioned. And then the N is numbers to turn it into a reality. So it makes them really feel the problem. Okay, so that's just a very simple framework that we would go through. But before we even get there, we would ask some open-ended questions to get the prospect to open up. So now that I've been through that, the codes for the sales team really allowed me to ensure that I could acquire and retain top talent. Again, a virtual assistant, a VA based out in the Philippines, that is not top talent when it comes to bringing in revenue for your business, okay? I'm really talking about quality salespeople who want to be making hundreds and thousands per year. Simultaneously, it's going to allow you to, at the very least, double the amount of sales calls that you are getting every single week, every single day, every single month. And on top of that, it will allow you to keep your sales calendar full. So does that sound good? That sounds like something that you want? Okay, brilliant, cool. So for the logical people, right, who might not be convinced and might still think, but no one can do sales as good as me, okay? Let's do some numbers, right? So let's just say you had 3 sales specialists on your team. Maybe right now, for you, that seems a lot. But let's say 24 months has gone by. Again, we're being really conservative here. 24 months goes by. 2 years from now, you have 3 sales specialists. And let's just say they're hitting pretty low performance every day, and they're only booking 5 sales calls per day for themselves. Remember, this doesn't include inbound calls that would already be getting set onto your calendar, okay? So 5 per day. That's 15 more sales calls every day. Does that sound nice? Sounds good, right? Okay, so let's say you have 15 calls, and then there's 5 days a week. That's 75 calls additionally every single week to allow you to actually grow your business. So let's say you have a 40% close rate, okay? As a business owner, I know you probably close like 80, 90% because it's you, right? But when it's your sales team, these are leads that wouldn't otherwise have a conversation with you because you wouldn't have time to speak to all these people. So 40% close rate, that's 28.5 deals a week, okay? And then from there, let's say, for simplicity's sake, you're selling some lead generation package, an agency offer for 10K US dollars. That would be $285,000, and let's say you collect 30% of that upfront, okay? That's 85.5K additionally every week. So 1.14 million US dollars less monthly revenue without the sales team codes. So who's convinced that this is something that might be a nice idea for you to add to your business, right? So I want to ask you, how much do you feel like you're leaving on the table without having a quality sales team in your business? So I want to first go over the codes for a successful salesperson. So conviction, obsession, dedication, ethical, and salesperson. So first things first, conviction, okay? Your sales team need to truly believe in what it is that you do as a company. I can't tell you how many people I've had to let go because they just didn't fully believe in what we were doing. They were more obsessed with, like, let's say it was fitness, right? And they would have been better at a company that's all about fitness, right? If the people on your team don't truly believe in what it is that you do, when they are on a call or an interview with a potential client, they are not going to do everything that it takes to ensure that that person gets the support that they need. And sometimes, as a business owner, this means that you need to make strategic decisions to maybe even add more value to what you're doing. Because sometimes top talent, if what you're doing isn't a top offering, top talent aren't going to want to work for that, because they need to know that what you do really is going to do what it says, okay? So they have to be convicted. So a quick little tip that we do for every person who is on our sales team before we even get into any of the training is we talk them through between 5 to 8 case studies of clients of ours, so that after they've been through those case studies, they can start telling us back as to why they love what we do at Impact School, so that then we know for sure that they're really bought in for everything that we do, okay? The second thing is obsession. So when you're a salesperson who's just being handed, leads coming to you, just booked on your calendar, it's really easy, you might just take as many calls every single day because tomorrow your calendar's gonna be booked again. But when you're also an outbound salesperson in the beginning, I like to see outbound salespeople start from the bottom and put in all the hustle to book their own calendar and to close their own deals, because I know then they're gonna do whatever it takes. So as a business owner, I can't tell you how many times I myself have stayed up for hours and hours and hours. Let's say I'm having a few different conversations with potential clients. You'll go to dinners, you'll go here, you'll fly around the world maybe to do all this stuff. I want to see salespeople that are willing to do that too. So obsession is a character trait that we screen for in the interview process, because we know that if they are obsessed, they are going to always ensure that they're never gonna leave leads on the table or just burn through leads, because that's a dangerous place to be when you're spending money in your marketing or spending time on your organic marketing to bring in those leads, right? So the next thing is dedication, right? So I don't want a salesperson who is working for other companies. I want someone that is fully committed to my company, and I want to ensure that they are going to be with me for the long run. When you're spending so much time on training someone, it's a real shame if they just come to you just because they want to make a bit of quick cash and then they're going to leave. So this is something that we really, really look for people who are dedicated to their job and who really love what they do, right? It's a personality trait. So one of the big red flags when someone comes to me and they say in the interview process, oh yeah, like next year I'm thinking about going traveling for the year and taking a year off. That's not something that I want. I want someone that is ideally going to be with me for years, and ethical. Okay, when you train people correctly on sales and they know how to sell, it's just like marketing, right? When you're a good marketer, you can use it for good or you can use it for evil. So you want to ensure that the salespeople are extremely, extremely ethical. So again, in the interview process, when you're hiring these people, ask them questions that are going to get them to reveal their true ethics and their true morals, so that you can see if this is someone that is in alignment with your values. And finally, a salesperson. So maybe it's just the business that I'm in, but if anyone else here has an agency or a consulting company, oftentimes people who know about what you do, who eventually want to have their own business. I'm in business consulting, right? So people come to us and they're like, yeah, I want to come work for you as a salesperson for a few years, learn exactly what you do, and then I want my own business. And I'm like, well, that's exactly why we have a program showing people how to do that, okay? So it really comes down to ensuring that the people who come onto your sales team are actually salespeople. So not people that have been working in real estate in Dubai for the last 5 years and now want to give this a bit of a dabble. I'm talking salespeople who have experience in your industry, in your niche, and again, who have conviction in what it is that you do. So if anyone here, does anyone here do social media stuff for like their own personal brand? Yes, so this is where you have to be really careful, because you're gonna have some super fans who wanna come work on your sales team just to get close to you. So for me personally, for example, I'm not even involved in the hiring process for my sales team, just because people get the wrong end of the stick and they think, oh, well, I can come and talk to Lauren, this is so exciting, right? And so again, it's just setting those boundaries for yourself and making sure that these are indeed salespeople. So now that we've been through the codes for a successful salesperson, let's talk about how to actually combine this all together into a successful sales team so that you can have confidence that this group of people are able to consistently bring in new revenue to your business without everything falling back on you, okay? So first of all, competitive compensation, onboarding, daily training and accountability, engagement, and a system. All right, so I'll take these through one by one again, like I just did. So competitive compensation. So for a good salesperson who is, again, really committed, really obsessed, really dedicated, ethical, and an actual salesperson, they are going to want to be making a lot of money. Most really great salespeople, they have very big goals, and I like that, because the more money that they make for themselves, the more money they make for my company, so that's great. So we pay on commission only. This has been what we have found to be the best. I was actually talking to one of my clients the other day, and she said how she was paying some huge base salary to one of her salespeople, and then his performance just totally tanked, right? Before, he was on commission only, he was hustling, he was doing a great job, and then when he swapped to this when she swapped to this way of paying, it just didn't work anymore. So just as an example here, so for our outbound and for our inbound sales specialists, the difference is the outbound are the ones that will dial up people that opt into funnels, and they're the ones that are DMing on social media. Inbound are our more qualified and senior salespeople who get calls booked directly onto their calendar when our prospects just book by themselves, right, from an email blast or whatever. So we aim for them to be making, when they're hitting minimum KPIs, they're going to be hitting $9,000 every single month, right? That's like totally bare minimum, and that's if they collect 100K. Not just like in contractual value, but individual salespeople collecting 100K, right? So just to give you some type of clarity about what is actually competitive, again, this is in my industry, so if you are in, you know, a totally different industry, like investment banking or something, maybe it's gonna be higher, right? Just as an example. So just look at what else is going on in your industry and aim to pay at least 1.5x the average. Because then you're going to get the best people, and that's what you want, right? This is sales. This is money coming into your business. We want the best. Whoops. So the second thing would be onboarding. So making sure that you actually onboard your salespeople. So I don't know if anyone in the past has ever just hired a salesperson and then just chucked a list of leads at them, but my very first job, when I worked at an influencer marketing agency, they did this to me, and I didn't even know that I was going to be a salesperson, right? I just thought I was going to be an account manager. And so this was one of the weirdest things that ever happened, and it made me realize why onboarding is so important. So it's quite unclear, but we literally break it down day by day. So day one is all about the prospect, it's all about the case studies. Day two is all about how we work as a team. Day three is really all about like specifics to do with sales, the system that we use, our frameworks that we've come up with over the years that we know convert successfully into clients, right? So having a really clear onboarding process, for anyone that's wondering, we just use Notion. I love Notion, it's great. Not paid to say that, just FYI, but it's awesome. Yeah, we do everything there, and then we can have them, you know, comment and give us their feedback and any questions all in one place. It just means that we aren't constantly messaging back and forth on Slack or WhatsApp, because that is chaotic as heck. Next after that is daily training and accountability. So we have a sales coach on our team who is specifically supporting our sales team in improving their performance. So this isn't a sales manager. Sales manager is the person who's looking at all the numbers and tracking all of that. The sales coach is doing daily training. So sales calls, reviewing them, giving feedback to the sales team. Again, in the beginning, this will be you as the business owner doing all of this. But this pays absolute dividends, because if it means that they're going to bring in one extra sale per week for your business, then that's a lot of additional revenue. So I would say this is one of the best possible uses of your time. I personally still spend a good amount of time doing this myself in my business, because I know that when I ensure that people are trained really, really well, then again, they're going to be bringing in more. And then just morning and evening huddles. This is just a 5-minute call whereby everyone just goes through, you know, in the morning, we just go through a client testimonial, get everyone pumped for the day. My team is over 11 different time zones, so for some people it's actually not the morning, but it's okay. It still kind of keeps everything top of mind for them. And then every salesperson mentions a lead that they need help with, so that then the sales coach can actually help with that. end of day huddle is simple. We just talk about, you know, total revenue, cash collected, number of people that they told the price of the specific package, number of people that we made an offer to, and number of calls that they had that day. These are just the numbers that they're reporting. But the biggest one that I'm looking for is the cash collected. And then also the number of calls, because then I can see if they had like 5 sales calls that day and they didn't collect any cash, like there's definitely something going wrong there, so that person needs coaching. Okay. Next up is engagement. So I originally put that photo there when I was speaking at an event in the US. Obviously we're in Dubai, so it's kind of less cool. But you know, we run these cycles of different ways in which they can win prizes on the sales team. So we usually do this in like a 4 to 6 week cycle. So whoever can collect the most cash within the next 5 weeks is going to win a trip to Dubai for them and their partner. Just as an example, okay? As a sales team, if we hit this much in cash collected, everyone is going to get a trip to, I don't know, South Africa, as an example. So we run these different competitions to keep the sales team engaged. Even if you only have a small sales team of like 2 or 3 people, this is so powerful, because again, like if they're collecting for your company an additional $200K US, and then you pay $5K to take them to South Africa, like that's nothing, right? That's amazing for you. And they're gonna talk about that, they're gonna love your company even more, and they're going to want to perform for you. I used to be really hesitant to do these types of things because I thought, but I need them working every hour of the day. But actually this is some of the best way to bring in huge amounts of extra revenue for your business and ensure that all the marketing that you're doing is actually effective, because leads aren't just sat there going cold. That's one of the worst things that can happen, right? Next up, obviously, you need a system. So you need a system that you know is converting consistently leads into clients. So again, I was in the trenches, like in my Instagram DMs for years figuring this out, okay? So you have to figure out what works best for your business and what works best for your prospects, because arguably, you know your prospects better than anybody else does. So what can you, like, how do you need to talk to people? Like very fine things, like small little tweaks, such as the tonality that you use, right? Sending like small little messages rather than big chunks of texts. These are all things that need to be in your system that then you provide to your sales team that they then give you feedback on consistently, because they're the ones in the trenches, right? So we have one for interview process and DM process. And then next after that is getting everyone on your team trained in sales. So a $50K USD paid in full package, this was from one of my client success team, right? This was from a retention offering. So this wasn't even someone who is doing sales every single day. And the reason I bring this up is because sometimes in our companies, we can think so specifically like, okay, sales, marketing, client success. However, I like to ensure that everyone in my business is trained on sales, because let's say they are randomly shopping in the supermarket and they get talking to somebody and the person is a dream client of yours. Well, I don't want that to then just go to waste. I want whoever it is on my team to then be like, oh, no way. Well, actually, that's exactly what we do for business, and then get the conversation going, and that person could become a client, or then they can easily upsell people or retain them into bigger packages in your business. So just as a recap, there are 2 codes for ensuring that you have a sales team that can make millions and millions without you needing to do all the sales as the founder and CEO. So you want them to have conviction in what it is that you do. You want them to be obsessed, dedicated, ethical, and actually a salesperson, okay? And then when it comes to your sales team, competitive compensation. Make sure that they can make a lot of money at your company. But in order for them to be able to do that, you can't just chuck them in the deep end randomly, right? You need to onboard them so that then they can be set up for success. You need to give them daily training, daily accountability, making sure that they are staying engaged by running short-term competitions, 4 to 6 week intervals, and then giving them a system that will allow them to be successful. So we have a few minutes left here at the end, so if anybody has any questions about that, yeah, I'd be happy to answer them, and thank you so much. So here we can connect on social, and yeah, I'd love to answer. Yeah.
I'm Venki, and I run a digital marketing agency myself. And I heard of a lot of what you spoke right now. It makes a lot of sense. But the challenge really is marketing, especially digital marketing, isn't like, selling a product, right? there's a lot more thinking that goes into that, and that's really where I was wondering how much of strategy does your sales team actually, have, and how do they go back and close a client?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things there. The first thing, whenever I hear a question like this, and we have a lot of marketing agencies and sales agencies as clients of ours, right? The biggest thing, the first change that we usually make is that marketing agencies typically do far too many things. So they'll have web design, and they'll have social media, and they'll have PPC, and then they'll have social media ads, and all these different offers, and I get it, right? Because I also, a few years ago, I had a lead gen agency myself before I fused everything all together into one company, right? And you need to, the way that I see the industry shifting right now, especially in agency consulting, is that it's all shifting together as one. Right, so let's say you decide that you want to just double down on like Facebook ads, right, or YouTube ads as an example, TikTok, whatever. Then you obviously at the same time need to give some consulting to the client, right? Because if you're just going to run ads and they have a terrible offer, then they're never going to get results. So to your point, one of the ways in which you can ensure a sales team is successful is simplifying things, right? And then the way that we did it, so I like to survey my clients. Surveying your clients is one of the most powerful things. And if you ask them this question, you can say, okay, if you had to pick just one thing that we do at my company that you just wouldn't want to get rid of, what would it be? And then you want to correlate the answers with your favorite clients, clients that pay on time, clients that send the most referrals, clients that also or have been with you for the longest and spent the most money with you. Look at what they're saying, right? So to your point, I really think it comes down to just ensuring that you have a more simplified offering.
Sure, understood. But does that mean that you package stuff better and sort of like compartmentalize it rather than going into giving like an integrated solution to a client, or how does that work?
So I'm
for you personally, not
so I'm a huge. We only really have one offering that we sell on the front end, and then we have one on the back end, right? So literally, it's super simple. I used to have loads of different stuff. Obviously, I had an agency, courses, coaching, consulting, everything. But we've just found that we can get better results like that. And then as you're scaling beyond just you, because you know everything in your head, right? You know immediately, okay, they need this, and then you can package it up. But that takes a lot of time, right? You build a proposal, it's so much back and forth. We normally take one call and close them, and they most of the time pay in full, right? And this is like tens and tens of thousands of US dollar, just for some context. But that's purely because it's just totally simplified.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Fair. Makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah, cool.
Yep, bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Any more? Would you like to come up to the microphone, please? Thank you so much.
Hey, Lauren, thank you so much for the keynote. Very helpful. So you mentioned lots of codes for a successful salesperson. So I find it kind of overwhelming to kind of look for that person.
Yeah.
Has like the characters that you mentioned, like the conviction, obsession, ethical, and most importantly, a salesperson. So can you give us like a pointers, or where do you usually look for people who kind of fits in, or fits into these codes that you mentioned?
Some of the best people that we have found has been honestly from Facebook groups. So training academies of like salespeople. So I've had someone from my team go in and join those groups, because if I join, my social media is all like branded up, right? Whereas if my team joins, so someone who's focused on hiring, they join and then they just reach out to people with the offering. Same thing goes when it comes to, you can also use LinkedIn, and you can filter people down by sales rep, but I would always ensure that the person that you're hiring has experience in your industry from the past, and that they've been successful with it. So one of the things that we do whenever we're hiring salespeople is we have them send us 3 sales call recordings where they've closed the person's paid in full, right? So let's say you're selling, what do you sell?
We do pitch deck design for real estate.
Okay, so like, let's say, what is it design?
Pitch deck.
Pitch deck design.
Yeah,
okay,
decks.
Cool. Got it.
Raise millions.
Fine. So for example, like, I mean, real estate, that's great. So if you are ensuring that you're finding people that have a background and a history in real estate, high ticket sales, right? Then you want to get them to send through some of the calls that they've done, the recordings, and how they presented themselves. So, I mean, I was even looking at one a few weeks ago, and the guy was like 5 minutes late for the call. And in the beginning, he's literally like, oh, I'm so sorry I'm late. I was just on another call. That's really not good, because like you should make the prospect always feel special. Right? And so immediately, I didn't even listen to the rest because he's not working at my company, right? So to your point, those are probably the best places. you'll find there's a lot of great sales talent from real estate who are also marketers and can understand the whole world of pitch decks and such from the US. It's a huge market there. So it also comes down to understanding where is there big groups of people in your industry who are doing this. I know real estate is huge in the US when it comes to really great sales talent. I've got a couple on my team. And so I would go and then find sales training academies whereby people have been, trained by that company.
All right, thank you so much. And quickly, how long does the usual hiring process take?
Good question. I wouldn't rush it. I would say, the biggest thing that I'd be looking for is are they replying to me quickly? And then always with salespeople, one quick tip is we never, ever, ever reply to them in the beginning because we want to see them follow up with us. Right? So usually you might want to wait 2 days, see if they follow up within that time, and then from there continue it. But if they don't follow up, they're not going to follow up with your leads.
Thanks for the tip.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Interesting take. I like that.
Yeah.
Any more questions from our audience members? Hi. Yeah. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Amish, and I work for a B2B company in the marketing department.
Okay.
So in most of the cases, marketing has a different KPI and sales has a different KPI, right? So my question is very simple. How do you bridge that gap between the marketing KPIs and sales KPIs to make sure that you are not leaving your money on the table?
To be honest, I mainly look at sales KPIs rather than marketing KPIs, if I'm just being totally frank, because at the end of the day, you could have the best, the lowest cost per click, the lowest everything, but then if it's not converting into cash collected, it doesn't really matter. So I found typically end to end that the worst marketing KPI tends to become the paid in full client. Right? So if I'm honest, I'm actually personally in my business, we aren't really looking at this. But then what we do look at is we look at conversions from a VSL into a sales call. That's the biggest thing we look at because then we know, because our sales team, we're very on top of ensuring that good salespeople stay on the sales team. So if we're chucking more and more leads into a training or a free ebook or a free download, if we're chucking more leads in there and then that's not converting anymore, for us, then we need to improve, whatever's going on the sales team, right? So if I'm honest, we don't really go super nitty gritty when it comes to that. And I have to say, I think most people overcomplicate things, right? I've just focused on what I feel like I can control the best, which is salespeople closing deals and ensuring that we deliver great results for clients. So maybe that's not the answer you wanted, but for me and for my team, that's allowed us to consistently increase our revenue month on month.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Lauren, thank you so much.
Thank you.
What a fantastic presentation. Absolute pleasure. Thank you. And we've got another panel session up next, and it's a big one. And our panel discussion is going to be on choosing a niche for your marketing firm, the top 5 industries to focus on in 2023. Please welcome up moderator Neha Jain. She's the CEO of Startup Flux. Neha, please welcome Neha to the stage. And our panelist, Nikhil Pampatwar, Head of Research and Intelligence Verified Market Research. And please welcome our next panelist, Samina Chowdhury, Partner and Luxury Home Marketing Agent at Keller Williams Lucido Agency. Also, we have Daria Yadazenia, Business Development Sales and Marketing VP at Frame Group. We have Aman Kazi, CEO of Verified Market Research. And we also have Adish Ambor, CEO and founder of Timsots. And those are our panelists. Please give them all a nice big welcome to the stage. I know there's lots of you. And okay, and we have one more to come, but he's a little bit late. But Neha, I will hand over to you, and let me give you all your microphones as well. Just bear with me 1 second.
This is
Hello.
Hello and good morning, everyone. I am Neha Verma Jain, and I'm the CEO of VA Technology Labs, which is also known as Startup Flux. Basically, we are a digital marketing and IT development company based out of India. We have some great minds here and really excited to be here. This is my first time I'm moderating this panel and pretty excited for this topic. I would love the panel to introduce themselves and what exactly they are experts in their niche. So I'll start with Nikhil.
Thanks, Neha. So I'm Nikhil Pampadwa. I head the research and consulting vertical at Verified Market Research. We are a B2B marketing and consulting firm. We help our clients identify the best potential business that they can harness in future.
So hi everyone, I am Adish and I am the founder of TeamSource. It's a digital marketing agency from India. We basically build a strategies and do the competitor analysis and build a strategy for the clients. We are not the niche barriers, so we work almost on all the niches, and that's it. Thank you.
My name is Daria Yaderna. I'm a VP of Business Development, Sales and Marketing of Frame Group, and we specialize in niche markets. We started with fashion, luxury, and beauty and lifestyle brands. Now we do quite a few niches, some of them super specific, like hunting, for example. So we do kind of focus on consumer-driven market research and strategies for our clients in very specific niches. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Aman Kazi, CEO of Verified Market Research, a B2B marketing and research company. We work on emerging and niche market research reports and consulting for clients across 14 different verticals. Yeah.
I'm Samina Chaudhry. I'm here from Maryland, USA, and I'm a real estate agent that market to a niche community in the US.
Thank you so much, panel. Just to start with the first question, and it's directed to everyone. Is it good for a marketing firm to position themselves to serve only one industry? Samina, do you?
When I first started, I've been a real estate agent for almost 2 decades now. And when I first started, I researched how many agents are just in my state. There are 12,000 agents. And I wanted to then see that, out of 12,000 agents, why would people select me as their agent to find them a home? What makes me stand out in the community or in the crowd? So what I then brainstormed was that, what makes me unique? I'm a first-generation immigrant to the US. And if you see, most US people come from diverse culture, and at some point, they're either first generation or second generation. I have been through the process. I understand the process because I've experienced it myself. So my one line, which I created, and that works for me, is that I take people's culture and heritage and tap it into and help them find a home that they don't have to compromise on that culture and heritage. It fits into today's American homes. So because for immigrants who are first generation, they are coming to the US with a dream to make it big, and they have sacrificed a lot. They've left their family and friends behind, literally uprooted themselves to a new land. And they still have instilled inside them the culture and the heritage. And I'm just telling them that you don't need to compromise that. I'll fit it into today's American home. And people feel very comfortable with that.
Nikhil, do you have some comments on that?
Yes, certainly. I mean, there's a niche that everybody is trying to find in their day-to-day life and the business. And talking about that, there are possibilities where people try to excel and make sure that they're reaching the right targeted audience. And I come from a B2B marketing and consulting firm, so packaging industry is something that we generally deal with. And there are a lot of niches that we've identified, something like intelligent packaging. So intelligent packaging is basically connected packaging that that is being observed, and there's a continuous feedback loop nowadays. Most of the players and operating in the industry are looking for to have a continuous feedback loop from their customers to understand how the product is performing. They want to collect data at every single point. So yes, I would say that's something that goes hand in hand, and the niches that we are planning to observe is again in line.
Thank you.
Yes, if I might jump in. That was really inspiring. Now I'm thinking if I ever move to America, I already have my real estate agent. But really, I mean, if we talk marketing, marketing is all about the niches. Marketing is about being consumer-centric, feeling empathy for our customers, understanding them better. So you cannot do that if you don't really understand the niche. We can talk all the tools that we have, but it's all about ultimate application. So when we started in fashion and beauty, there were quite a few consulting companies in the market that did more or less the same market research, but they were mostly focused on oil, gas, transportation, on the hardware, solid industries, and we did fashion. Everybody's like, why would you want to do fashion back in 2007? And in my country, in Russia, where we started, was not even like a big thing at all because we're an oil and gas country. But ultimately, we could deliver to our consumers something that other companies could not. We did understand fashion consumers. We did understand how they behave, what they wanted, etc. And then we further on moved to understand that we need to have separate departments for separate industries, and they need to be really super consumer-centric. One of our latest projects, and I mentioned it, is about selling hunting tours to trophy hunters all around the world. How do you sell a trophy hunting tour if you don't understand what a hunter is? It's a completely different thing. So you have to have somebody who is a hunter, who understands what it is. You have to explore the territory. You have to be there for your client. And I think America right now is all about authenticity in terms of marketing, because customers right now, what they demand is that we are super authentic to them. So we don't manipulate them, rather than we try to deliver the true value. So you have to stand in their shoes to deliver the true value. So that's why right now I think everybody is about niches. Even big consulting companies and big marketing companies, they also think about niches. We are a little bit at privilege here because we started as a niche company. So we built brand in this area. Everybody like B2B in chemicals and real estate. Now everybody's doing the same. We just have the priority because we started there first. So we got there first.
Hi. Well, I would like to add some points over here. Still, I said we are not of niche barriers. The reason being, the market is completely uncertain. Today, before 2019, if you have seen, the hospitality industry was in a very boom. But soon after the pandemic happened, I think so OTAs has been took over by the hospitality industries. So being in the same niche won't, it might help you in the initial stage, but being in the same niche won't help you grow in much faster, because there are certain companies, startups, that are becoming unicorns. The reason they are becoming the unicorns because there are some marketers who are ready and available to help them out. If you are not able to reach those particular clients, then definitely one or the other way, there will be a certain gap for the business, for ourselves, as well as for the clients. So that's my thing to say is, niche is not the one thing. If you are better in one marketing, the basic remains the same. Only you have to study some different, you can educate yourself, as well as you can learn different things from the different varieties of varied niches, and you can implement them.
Right. I mean, to this I completely agree, but in a lot of ways, to be honest, in every business, you need to kind of identify a certain set of like skills, a particular industry that you're extremely good at, and you can kind of leverage your expertise over there to be able to kind of gain more market traction. So for us, I'd say we initially, when we started off as just a marketing company, we were working exclusively with only technology brands, a lot of technology companies, software as a service, subscription companies as well. And from there, when we transitioned into becoming our own publisher, because while we were doing a lot of content marketing, we realized that there was this gap where we kind of needed to work with a lot of our clients, create the right sort of assets to be able to promote. And that's when we kind of created Verified Market Research, which now caters to about 13 different industries. We certainly believe that within these industries, we have our niche, we have our skill set in a certain particular industries, and that's where most of our clients come from. So I'd say even though we focus on about 13 different industries, 3 industries in particular stand out for us. So definitely, I think it is important to kind of have a niche, but at the same time, leverage your expertise as you grow to be able to cater to a larger audience. Yeah.
That's interesting, and I would like to add here, Adish, you rightly said, but how I work for my company is basically picking up a niche, for example, medical coding, healthcare, and immigration. For me, that has been the biggest clients that I work with, and I'm able to pitch in more such clients because I know my strength, I know what my team is capable of, and I've been able to get those high-value customers, and since I know my strength, I've been able to get those high-value customers and work specifically in those industries. But yes, of course, we need to leverage for other sectors as well. So yeah, great. So what are some common mistakes that marketing firms make when choosing a niche, and how can these mistakes be avoided? Like, what do you think?
I think, in my opinion, people try to copy somebody else's authenticity. You got to be authentic in your own way. What makes you authentic and unique, not copy somebody's, because then what happens is that somebody is better than you. So you have to make yourself be the authentic person, be proud of who you are, be proud of the background you come from, and tap into that niche authenticity, because that's when your natural behavior will shine.
Yeah, I completely agree. I really couldn't agree more. But I also think just a useful thing to consider when you want to enter a certain niche. If you already see that this niche is trending right now or it's booming right now, you're probably too late. If it's trending right now, there are already too many companies. There is a leader, there is a challenger, and there are so many companies that are going to be, ultimately, it's going to be about the price. Because when there are so many companies, it's trending, the market's going to get overheated, so ultimately it's just about the price. It doesn't make sense to come into the market where it's just about the price. We're marketers, we know, price competition leads us nowhere. We have to be about the value, the customer service. You give more to the client for the same money, but you don't really want to give discounts and, undervalue what you're doing. So rather look for niches that are upcoming. So, something it's not evident whether it's going to grow or not, and try and fit it into your expertise, whether you can do it or not. So 2 things, what you can do best and where you can apply yourself, and the markets that's not super saturated. I think the blue ocean, still there, quite a lot of them. So we just have to look for them rather than select something that's already somebody's thing. So you're going to be a copycat, so it's not going to be worth your while.
Adding a point over here, most marketing tendencies are like they overcommit. That is, will deliver the more than your previous marketing or previous competitors. But the thing is, the clients directly judge you, whether it's possible, whether it's feasible, because they are into the industry from past many decades over here. So they have much more experience than the marketing agencies, that what is the trend going on. So we cannot give the falsified commitments or to overcome it, or to deliver something irrelevant data that could either jeopardize both the parties.
Nikhil, do you have some comments on that?
Yes,
what
certainly.
mistakes can we avoid?
No, you cannot be jack of all trades, and that's where even when we started as a B2B consulting firm, we identified, no, we cannot be all over the place helping all the clients from different industry verticals. So that's when we even identified our specific industry verticals, and again, packaging is one of them. So we learned over the time how things function in the packaging industry, what are the upcoming trends that are are being observed. Like she mentioned that if something's trending, that's already there are a lot of companies you will be facing tough marketing from them, tough competition from them. So intelligent packaging is something that we've observed, and it's been in this packaging industry for a while, but a lot of people are not able to identify the potential for that. But while we are working with the major packaging giants, let's say Amcor, Bemis, SL Propack, they are keeping the focus in the intelligent and smart packaging, where they're trying to have the data points to be captured at every sales and the product that are being sold out. In fact, the NFC and the QR tags that are being predominantly used. So there are a couple of examples, like a leading tire manufacturing firm. They collaborated with Amcor, and they developed a tag, tire tag. So that helps them identify the live product tagging and the inventory location and the details about that. So that's how people and companies are trying to identify how they can plan their productions and overall supply chain management.
Right. Aman, do you have something on that? No? Okay. This question is for Daria. How market research and data-driven marketing should evolve in the BNI world to tailor to the needs of our customers?
Yeah, that's really a cool question about research, because we all do research here, and now everybody's talking about how fast the world is evolving and how uncertain the times are. So the main critique to all the marketers is that by the time you guys are done with your research, the consumer has already changed their attitude or changed their pattern of behavior, because it takes us some time to collect the data, process it. Then we say, okay, this is what it is, but it's the past already, present at best, but the consumers are evolving faster than we are. And again, it's very good to be in the niche. That's yet another argument to be in the niche, because when you're in the niche, you can evolve together with your customers because you feel the pulse of the market. Normally, a consulting company that's very generic will have one project in one industry over a year. So I probably had a project with a restaurant, was like 5 years ago. Now I'm having this beauty brand, but then tomorrow I'm gonna have I don't know, a hospital. So they change all the time. So you don't really feel the vibe of the market because you don't really see the clients at all times. So it's just one market research. So you cannot really compare it and see how it's evolving. So that's another thing. I think that in the data-driven market, you absolutely have to be in the niche, because then you not only have the figures, but you also have the empathy to try and understand whether these figures are still what's happening right now, and more like look into the insights of what is happening, why this is happening, and whether this is still going to be happening. I mean, look at the lockdown. During the first lockdown, our consumers shopped in a way they never did again. We had the second lockdown, the third lockdown, the fourth lockdown. Every next lockdown, completely different behavior. So you cannot really use this data anymore. So we have to be up to this challenge, understanding, okay, we're data-driven, but how is this data really evolving and what's happening in reality in that black box of the consumer's mind. So when you're inside the industry, you're sort of part of the industry. So sometimes you feel things, and when having 10 projects in the same industry at the same time, you kind of know the vibe. We know what all of your competitors are thinking. I'm not going to tell you because I have signed the NDA, but I know what they're going to do. And knowing what they're going to do will help me select, the proper way for you, sort of.
Further adding to that, we've had a very interesting client that comes from a cosmetic background, is one of the leading player in US. So they came to us with a problem that they're facing a problem in terms of boosting their sales. So we helped them work out a strategy wherein we help identify that there's a product insert that they can start pitching out for each of their products that they are selling. So that the product insert basically helped them to connect to few of the tutorials, cosmetic tutorials from the leading players in the industry. So it helped them to engage the clients more. It helped their users to get the useful tips in terms of makeups and cosmetics, and that's buzzing around. So the conversion rate and of this whole process was probably around 30-35%, and in fact it helped the customer engagement on the client's website boost from 30 seconds to almost 7 minutes. So that was a huge impact and a boost that they observed in their sales.
Thank you. Samina, this question is for you. What new can we experience in 2023 that will drive or set the trend for the business around the world? What do you think?
I would say the niche market that you have, do target marketing with that, the niche market. Target market with showing the value constantly, consistently showing value to those target market, that what you have that the others cannot provide. And an example I can give is, I work with a lot of the clientele in the US who are from the South Asian community. And American, born and raised in America, cannot tell that customer that I know your culture better than you. Only I can say that. I know how they were raised in that household. I know that, when we have parties, we call 30, 40 people, not 3 or 4 people like the typical American does. I know that we need to think about parking before we even get into the house. And then comes the part of certain communities that tap into the Feng Shui or the Vastu market. If I understand that and I know that for that client, either Feng Shui or Vastu is important for them, then I'm going to recognize every aspect of it when I'm showing the house. So that itself, marketing that value to this niche community and showing them that value will attract more customers, in my opinion.
And that's going to be the trend in 2023.
It's been working well in the sense for me that, that's how I authenticated my services. Right. That's how I target marketed those people, and they just feel more comfortable coming and saying, okay, Samina understands this. We don't need to tell her or explain why certain things we need has to be done a certain way. It's just a sense of comfort that I'm giving it to them. And you also have to understand that these target markets are used to a certain level of service that they grew up in. And then they come to the US, and that's a very different level of service from what they grew up in. But to give them that service, what they're used to, is also, unique, in my opinion, to show them. Again, constant showing value, why you are unique in your own way.
Right. Adesh,
I would like to add a point over here. Since I said that we have recently started working for the hospitality industry, in Pune, I guess we have met the owner of the Taj Vivanta. So there was a healthy discussion between us stating that prior to pandemic, we were charging XYZ amount for particular rooms. Being there more than 200 rooms, so it was hardly half filled every week. But yet we were making the profits. Soon after that, since the OTA came into the picture, and the pandemic happened, the prices dropped drastically to the 50%. Now the challenge coming over here is, though our rooms are filled, all 200 rooms are filled, but we are making the same profit. So how can we leverage a marketing strategy that can boost our revenue generation for the next year or next financial year? So that is the challenges the hospitality industry is facing right now. And the similar way we are working for the US clients, they are into payment system. They are into finance system. They manufacture the Clover POS machines, like a swipe machine. So already in US market, there are more than 10 to 15 payment gateways, payment machine developers. So their challenge was, they are the startup. Hardly they have started 3 years back in 2001 or 2019, I guess. Now their challenge is to set up their brand into the market. So for us, it is very different to understand the US market since we haven't worked for them. It's the first time that we are working for the US clients. So it becomes a challenge to understand what would be their mentality, because compared to the Indians, their thinking method is very different. So likewise, we started learning a few different steps, and we started understanding their industry particularly, where the payment gateways would be required, where the power machines would be required, and we started targeting those particular set of people who are into either restaurants, hospitality, or spas. So likewise, we started narrowing down the target audience, and yeah, we almost got them a 15% growth from past 2 quarters, I guess. So that was our experience with the US clients.
In my business, the other thing is that referral business. Okay, that is huge. I can proudly say today that 90% of my business today is referral based. People are so wowed with the service that they're like, oh, my uncle is moving, my so-and-so is moving, my friend is moving. They want them to experience the experience I gave them that is engraved in their head. That is what it, and even asking these people, because when they have freshly experienced this service that I've given, my target is to get a referral from every client before or at settlement. Okay, because it's fresh in their mind, the experience they've felt. And there's a way of even asking that referral, in my opinion, okay? So if you ask a person, do you know anyone who's looking to buy or sell a house? Do you have any friends and family? The initial thought will be either yes or no. And everybody in their brain, they have something called a reticular activator. It's like a radar, okay? So the goal is to wake up their reticular activator, okay? So instead of asking, do you know, it's who do you know? Who do you know that is looking to buy or sell in the near future, okay? Right at that moment, that person will not probably remember. But believe me, they call me a month later, they call me 2 weeks later, and they're like, remember you were asking? I found so-and-so. They are looking to buy. So you gotta wake up their reticular activator.
I agree completely that the value of the services that we provide has to be valued. And just before the fireside chat that we had, they mentioned about retaining customers. Right. I think that's what you're talking about.
And if somebody's bought a house, imagine my service, for example. Yeah. Somebody's bought a house. Why are they going to keep on calling me back? How do I retain them? So what I've done is, when you have a house, this house is like your baby, okay? You have to teach them how to take care of this house, right? So they need a plumber, they need an electrician, they need a carpenter, they need to renovate something. That's when I come into the picture again. And I tell them this, in the near future, you need to do any work, you need to fix anything, call me, I have the people for you. So I have one person who is a part of my team, and his only job is to, whenever a customer calls that I need so-and-so, his job is to go to the house, understand the project, then we have a whole Excel spreadsheet of all the contractors we work with or the vendors we work with, and get the estimate for that client. Instead of the client telling these contractors, and it's the typical contractor mentality, why didn't you show up? Why are you charging so much? When are you finishing? I have completely eliminated all those issues from them, okay? By getting this concierge service for them. I get my person into the picture, he gets the estimate, understands when the work needs to be finished, delivers it on time, we are out of the picture again. But we come in and out all the time.
Yeah.
I think a couple of things that you mentioned, for the industry that you're in, referral business is so important, and it's kind of, majority of, how you're transacting with your new clients.
Right.
Since our business is completely online, we work with I'd say most countries and most of the Fortune 5000 companies across the globe. What typically that we've seen and the trend we're kind of seeing in 23 basically is there's a lot of, so initially we were dependent very heavily on referral traffics. We would kind of promote our brand content on other marketing platforms. Ever since COVID and now in 23, we believe that our business at the moment has kind of transitioned to a point where most of our traffic is completely organic, and that's going to drive growth in the business. So if you're essentially an online business and you're looking at long-term growth, you need to be able to focus on your organic traffic, and you need to be able to kind of capitalize on content in different forms, add value to whoever is kind of coming across your content in different ways. What we essentially do is we work on a lot of projects in terms of qualitative and quantitative research, right? And we see that a lot of people, while they're researching, they're going to go on Google, they're going to go on different platforms, they're going to kind of try to absorb different sort of information that's out there. And just for us to be able to add value in the right way, where if someone is trying to understand the market, of course, at the end of the day, what we do is we kind of publish market research reports, right? This is our IP. There's a lot of extensive research that goes in, costs associated with it. We can't give out our entire report just for free on the internet. But at the same time, we need to be able to explain to whoever is kind of looking at this information that the value that they are looking for is available in our reports. The value that the sort of answers that they would kind of like in their business, the challenges that they have, are those solutions offered? Are they getting the right sort of data, forecasts, insights into competitors in a particular industry, the right forecast for the next 10 years? And so essentially what we need to kind of do moving ahead is a lot of businesses, of course, have moved online ever since COVID, right? And just kind of focus on the online presence, different ways of engaging with your potential customers. Initially we were speaking a lot about leads and CRMs, and I feel that at the end of the day, if you can get the customer to you, is when you're going to really be able to grow. And that is the shift that we're going to kind of see in 2023, where we need to now start focusing on how the customer can come to us, focus on our branding, focus on a lot on our content, focus on our online presence. Yeah.
Exactly, and then social media, for example.
Correct.
And if you do social media, the 2023 trend is, people they have very short span of attention, and you got to grab it. Somebody looking at Instagram or TikTok, they're scrolling, right? What is that one topic they're going to stop the scroll and look at it for even a few seconds? And people don't stop for 5 things you need to know. 5 things you need to avoid is what they're going to stop at. Don't do this when you're buying your first home. What not to do. Not what to do, but what not to do. So those are the action topics or the action words that actually stop the scroll and really get educating the people, making the process very easy, and giving the service they want, consistently providing value. These are the things that you need to focus on for the 2023 market.
Just quickly, something I wanted to add to what Arman said, because really this is what's happening right now. They want a customer come to us. So from the marketing firm perspective, what we're doing, and this is already happening in the B2C market, we just need to implement that to our attitude to B2B. This is consumer co-creation. Like, the consumers want to find answers in those reports that they buy from Arman. How do we ensure that they get the answers? We work with them together. We come to them and we ask them, guys, what kind of answers do you want? What do you want to know? Tell us about your business. I'm going to ask people out in the market about their businesses. I'm going to compile a report for you, so you guys are going to get the perspective of what's happening in the market. So right now we're more, and I think this is another thing as for the niche businesses, that we are more focused on solving our customers' problems. Normally, why would people criticize marketing agencies? They say, okay, you guys talk a lot, but at the end of the day, what do we do with that information? So you provide us with tons of figures, this is gonna happen this, and blah, blah, blah. What do I do with that? How do I make money out of it? So what we're trying to do now, we're trying to engage with our consumers to implement the solutions that we're suggesting. So as a marketing company, we're not about, we're gonna do your research, and this is take your research and go, good luck. We're actually gonna try and tell them, okay, this is what we're suggesting, we're gonna go and do it with you, up to the point that we charge them a result-based. So we don't really charge them for information as it is anymore, because information is available anywhere. You can find it. There's a lot of free content, really great quality free content published everywhere. So what we are doing, we're implementing what we suggest. So we go there, we're gonna be there for you. So it's the same as consumers in B2C expect today. They wanna be part of the communication. They wanna be part of the product creation. They wanna be part of the experience. So we need to do the same thing with our clients now. We need to include them in the process, in this co-creation of the value that they're going to deliver to their customers. So this is the biggest challenge of 2023, that, you know, in the world of information, the information is essentially becoming, you know, not that valuable, but we need to be really action-driven there for our customers.
Yeah, just to add to what Aman said, that's what we do, like basically creating lead magnets for our clients, which are downloadable guides, something as a pain point of the customers. And coming to the next question on that, because content is playing a bigger role here, and I think that's what the trend is going to be for 2023. So how do we generate content at scale for a highly niche specific organization? What do you guys think? What kind of content and how do we generate it?
I mean, since we're talking content, and that's essentially kind of our way of engaging with our customers and you know, having them understand what we do. So when it comes to, for example, you know, we're talking about a particular market, right? And in that market, we've kind of profiled various companies. We've provided forecast to a particular industry, where it's headed. We need to be able to kind of put out different sort of content, not just in the form of content that's kind of going to just be consumed by reading, but also visualization. That's a lot that we're kind of focusing right now. A lot of people today read a lot of content, but at the end of the day, it has to be presented in some way. It has to be made sense of, right? For example, you're gonna read a lot of content and then kind of summarize that into just a chart which explains the entire content, which would have been a few pages. So where we as a company are kind of headed is focusing on adding value in the way where we can have our clients visualize that content. So providing KPIs and data in the form of short insights, which clients can kind of utilize in their presentations for investor pitches, for just board meetings and sales pitches. So adding value in forms where you feel that content is not just in the form of qualitative content, and moving to quantitative content in the form of content marketing is something that I'm certainly going to see in the coming year.
Adish, yeah.
Yeah, I would like to add a point over here. Certainly, the content is the one thing that brings the attention, right? And nowadays, be it a customer or a client, nobody has that much of time to read out the 2 pages or 3 pages. So everything should be crisp and short. And the second thing is, mostly people would say that automation could be the best possible thing in 2023. Since and too much automation won't lead to any benefits. So that should be something like that. A person comes to the content, if he likes, definitely he obtain. The sooner he obtains, he should get a confirmation mail or something like that, like we do in the hospitality industry. So this is what the trend would be in the 2023, wherein in the short, crisp manner, the person would be nurtured as well as could be converted as either a customer or a client.
Well, I'd like to differ a bit over here, because automation won't have that sort of a personalized touch or an impact when we talk about content.
Yeah, automation is nothing but to nurture your client. The thing is, how would you nurture? For example, if he has came to your either social media platform or onto the content, the second step, what does he want to do? Whether he wants to reach out to you or how he wants to reach out to you. Then the third step comes is, what is the customized message that you're planning to send him? That is, for example, if I say, thank you for visiting the page, what is the next step? Whether you want us to contact you, whether you want to reach out to us, whether you want a personalized package, something like that. So what happens once a person understands that, yeah, this is what is I require, and he reaches out to you, definitely there's an automated system and a back AI. There are multiple tools out there for the automation. So with that, you can create a customized mailer that will be sent to that particular prospect. And sooner or later, either the team from your end or their end definitely will follow up in another 48 hours or 72 hours. That is how you create an automation in a market. But that should be customized and specifically designed to nurture the prospect.
I completely agree with that, and as a matter of fact, when it comes to content and trying to identify how custom we can make it, so we're trying to play with the affirmation things when it comes to clients. So the more affirmations that they get, okay, I know this is what I've read, and this is correct, and this is in line. So that somehow builds a thing in back of the mind that, okay, this could be a go-to company or go-to person, and that could help me help me identify or solve my problem right then and there.
See, that's what I said. While, sorry, I'm just taking out from him. Nikhil, what happens is, first, when we are working with a client closely, we have to understand what are their challenges. The second thing is, since they are into the industry, they might have a lot of questions, either from the sales team, either from the pre-sales team. What kind of a justifiable answer you're providing understands when you're working closely with them as if you're working in that company itself. So you know what are the questions could be asked by the client or the prospects. So based on that, what of a nurturing personalized mail or personalized message should be given to the client? That is where the automation lies in.
I would like to add here, Adish. I understand what you're saying. So basically, what he's talking about is account-based marketing. That's ABM that even we use. That's one of the tools that's LinkedIn. So how we do it is like for example, I said that there's a specific niche, if immigration or medical coding, if I want to target that kind of audience, I come up with an entire list of that. I download this entire list, filter out if I want to reach the heads, the CEOs, or the decision makers of those companies. And then there is this personalized flow of messages that I draft. And now those messages, of course, has to be personalized and specific to the pain points of these customers. It cannot be generic, like an immigration or hospitality or a medical customer would have different pain points. So we come up with that, and where Aman said that the guide or the content which needs to be very in a visual way or in a different format, that's what we do. That, okay, if the second message needs to go with a downloadable guide where he'll get all the information. So automation, yes, it plays a very important role, and I personally believe that, yes, that's going to be the trend in 2023. Your team, no matter you have like a 3-person sales team out there, it's going to be difficult to reach out to 100 customers, and with ABM and the automation which comes into picture, in a day I can reach out to 50 customers. And if I talk about conversion, even the reply rate of say to 7 to 8%, and where the reply rate where people are like, hey, I'm interested, or I would like to know more about your services, that, and then from that I can close at least 1% to 2% of my customers. So I think that's a good strategy for me as well. So yeah, that's going to play an important role in 23.
And I agree with you that the content more has to be visual, like video, rather than written. People are slowly, like, they prefer the visual content more. And as far as content, what they are looking for, I mean, hey, we have Google. That's the best way to find out what people are looking, what are the most popular questions they're asking, and just understand those questions, figure out the pain point, and do a quick video. It doesn't have to be more than 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, so can you discuss the role that personal passion and interest plays in choosing a niche for a marketing firm, and how this can impact the success of the business? Daria, do you want to comment on this?
Well, I was kind of still, with the previous with the previous topic, we need to always think about the context of the content consumption, because we say, okay, consumers don't want written context. Sometimes they do. If we talk about our clients, they want a written report. They want infographics, absolutely sure, but they do want the text. But what we're also working on right now, we're working a lot on audio, because video is very time consuming. Like, my contact would be the marketing director of a company or a marketing manager, brand manager. They do not have time for this. They don't have time to read all this, tons of things we're throwing on them. But audio is something that they might be willing to listen while they're commuting to work, while they're walking on the treadmill and getting updates on the recent events and things like that. So what we do, we also design some audio podcasts on hot topics that are happening in marketing in our niches. We're interviewing people that might be of interest for them, who share their marketing expertise. So it's not about me promoting me and telling them, okay, hey, I know everything about everything. It's more about me telling them, okay, you know what? There is this super upcoming brand that Louis Vuitton bought last week. So we interviewed the guy and he told us about how he came there, what was happening. Do you want to know more about Chinese luxury market? There you go. I put in front of you some person who is an expert in this and we talk. This is easy to grasp. You can be multitasking, doing whatever. So we also need to think about the context of this consumption of information. So sometimes it should be video, sometimes it's just audio. When it's video, probably should have subtitles, because again, maybe they're watching in the office, so they're not actually listening to it, they're actually reading what's written there. So it's more, about that. And speaking of automatization, I think it's not the discussion of whether we should do it or not, because we have to do that. That's the challenge of the time. But the question is, it's like, speaking of artificial intelligence, which leads to your question, that artificial intelligence in marketing is like a unicorn. Everybody's talking about it, but nobody actually saw it work. I mean, we do have predictive analytics. This works. Artificial intelligence doesn't really work right now in marketing, because this doesn't have empathy. Artificial intelligence doesn't understand that the consumer changes, that the consumer is not logical, the consumer is emotional, So one day you're gonna get this low-fat cappuccino, but then you're gonna get a brownie, and the consumer will get Big Mac and French fries and then ask for a Coke Zero, which is completely logical for the customer, but completely not understandable, but things like that, and that 1 week before Christmas, you suddenly decided not to get this everyday donut because you looked at yourself in the mirror and figured out, okay, before Christmas is the right time to, say no. So this is a big challenge for us right now, thinking about content, that it should be something useful. You spoke about the attention span. That's so true. We're competing for the attention of our customers that's already very much in deficit. They work a lot. They want to spend quality time with their family, with their friends. They want to exercise. They want to travel. They want to know what's happening in the arts and culture division. So they're already busy as it is. So if I want to squeeze my bits of information, it should be useful for them. I should give them this infographics Arman is talking about. It's like 10 seconds, I know what is happening. If I want to know more, I'm going to read. Thank you. If I don't, that's good. Audio podcast is like 10 minutes. You're driving to work. You listen, you pause it wherever you want. You can also fast forward it if you want to and listen it at 1.5 if you want. You can watch, so we have to think about more like the contexts where consumers are consuming. Our research shows that our customers, the time they have for us is 7 a.m. in the morning with my morning coffee or commuting to work. And then 5, 6 p.m. in the evening, which I'm going to the gym. So I'm warming up on the treadmill. So this is my 10 minutes of fame that I can squeeze from my consumer day. So I have to be as useful as I can in those 10 minutes. Not talking about myself. Nobody wants to hear about you. Nobody cares about you. Everybody cares about themselves. So we have to talk about them, their problems, what they're doing at work, what their customers are doing. So we have to, stand in their shoes and think, okay, this is what's bothering everybody right now. This is how I fix it. I give them some content which helps them at work. They come to this board of directors and they're smarty pants who know everything that's happening in the market, even though they didn't have time to scan through all those magazines and business media and everything. And they know what to say and they know what to comment. The new software is appearing and they know it now because they listen to me talk about this software with the guy who actually designed this software. Saving our consumers' time is the priority.
Thank you so much, Daria. And I think I will let the audience ask a few questions. Yeah.
Because we've actually run out of time. And we are over time. And I've already said I am a stickler for time. So do we have one or two really quick questions from the audience at all? This is your time. You could be late to lunch. It's up to you. Anyone want to ask anything? Come up to the microphone. If not, I've got some awards to give out, which I know you guys are really excited about. In that case, thank you so much to all our panelists. Let's give them a wonderful round of applause. That was a great session. And we've got fabulous sessions coming up this afternoon as well, which is going to be there's some very, very exciting ones as well. And I'm going to be looking forward to the 7 presentation mistakes that people make. That's always something that's very, very interesting to me. So we are going to give out our awards in just a second. We've got quite a lot to get through as well, so I want to do them quite quickly. Okay, guys, thank you so much. And please, could we welcome up to the stage to give out our Marketing 2.0 Conferences Recognition Awards, Professor Dr. Abdul Rahman Ahmed Omar. He's the CEO of Burjeel Hospital. Hello, how are you? I've done lots of your adverts, by the way. It's good. Well, I do your voiceover stuff, so there you go. Fantastic. So thank you for joining us today and helping us up with this. So we are giving out 2 different types of awards. We have the Outstanding Leadership Award and the Outstanding Organization Award. And our first awardee today goes to Eros Support Hub for the Outstanding Organization Award. We have someone from Eros Support Hub in the room. Would you like to come up to receive your award?
Everyone. I would like to thank all the people behind this event, and I really appreciate them, and thank you for the invite. I'm Annalyn Roque. I'm the founder of Eros Support Hub. We are a company that caters to real estate agents in the US. We're transaction coordinators, and we empower lives and businesses of our real estate agents in the US. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. And our next awardee is an Outstanding Leadership Award, and it goes to Adan Ali. Adan, if you'd like to come up to receive your award. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Well, first of all, thank you to the committee for choosing me for this award, and thanks to everyone back at the agency that make it all happen, and to the co-founders and the people who helped me build Masmanao in 2020. So it's all for you. Thank you.
Congratulations, Adan. Thank you so much. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Evelyn Anastasia. Evelyn, if you'd like to come up and receive your award.
So hello everyone, I'm Eve from Grow in Asia Consulting from Indonesia. So thank you for the invite to Marketing Conference 2.0. I'm very grateful to have this award with me, and I'm thankful for my team. I'm thanking my team actually because this award will not happen without the best team ever. So whenever you want to expand market in Indonesia, you can look for Grow in Asia. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eve. Fantastic stuff. And our next award is for Outstanding Organization Award, and it goes to Fred Developers. Fred Developers. I hope I've said that correctly.
Hello everyone. My name is Aditya Prakash, and I am the founder of CEO of Pure Developers, and it's honor to be get this award. And I just thank to my team and my co-founders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations. And our next award is an Outstanding Leadership Award, and it goes to Dr. Maria Frenge. Dr. Maria. And Dr. Maria's award is actually one of our influencer awards. Congratulations, Dr. Maria. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Ria Christiana. Is Ria here? Oh, you're coming from over there. Oh, hello, hi. Do you want us to come down to, we'll come down to you. Can we take the award down here? Yeah, thank you so much. Amazing. You stay there, we're coming to you. We're coming to you, it's all good. Congratulations, Ria, fantastic. Ria, did you want to say something if we bring a mic to you?
Thank you, Doctor. Hi, everyone. I really love to see you here. Like, the community make me still relevant. 8 years ago, I was diagnosed with a chronic illness with no heals but happy. And I think, like Einstein said, either you believe in miracle or not, I believe everything is miracle, and today is a moment of miraculous for me. Thanks to you all.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Ria. What a fantastic outlook. Brilliant. Fantastic.
Well done.
And our next award is our Outstanding Organization Award, which goes to Performena DMCC.
Hi, my name is Sachin, and I'm founder of Performina. We have been working in this region for 5 years, and we have been catering to different verticals in marketing, providing marketing services to different industries actually. And I really thank you, marketing conference team, and my colleagues who have made this possible actually. Thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations. Our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Sarit Lemarovic.
Well, thank you so much. I'm Sarit from Sage Marketing. We're located in Israel. Israel is calling itself the startup nation country, and we help B2B tech companies take their technology to the global market. So I couldn't do it without the Sage team members. So thank you so much for this appreciation and award. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations on your award. Thank you. And our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Steve Dunn. Did you want to say something, Steve? There's a mic there for you.
I feel like they've heard enough already. 60 seconds. I'm Steve, technical experience consultant. I work independently with agencies and brands to solve their marketing needs, so anywhere across data analytics, customer experience strategy, and technology, also operations. I'd love to meet as many of you today to discuss your challenges and have lunch together. Thank you.
Congratulations, Steve.
Great,
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much. Great panel session as well. And our next award is one of our Outstanding Organization Awards, and it goes to Virus Positive Technologies.
Thank you. My name is Gaurav. This room is full of people who are from marketing or from the sales department. So I run a company. It's a 10-year-old company, and we are a marketing compliance company. And whatever fraud challenges you are seeing for your partners, we can probably help you out in safeguarding it. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations on your award. And our next Outstanding Leadership Awards goes to Luis Carmo-Parta.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the committee for this amazing award. Empowering others and leading by example are the key for outstanding leadership. I would like to dedicate this to my very talented team and to my partners. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much and congratulations. And our next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Andrew Chow.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Andrew Chow from Singapore. I do a lot of training for a lot of marketing exec and business owners, and there's something I really always want to tell them. We are all very good in doing what we do, right? But we are not very good in telling others how good we are, and that's why marketing is important. And if you are a business owner and you want to outsource your marketing strategy, think twice. You can outsource selectively, but don't outsource the whole thing, because that will be the same as outsourcing your love life to someone else. Okay, so yeah, I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much and congratulations. And our next Outstanding Leadership Awards goes to Radhika Vivekanand.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here for the second time. Thank you, Emma. I owe this award to my team, my founder, Reshma, who has been like a huge influence on me, and my family. We have thrived through a lot of challenges in the last few years, and this stands as like a fuel for, moving forward. I hope you all have a great time here, hoping to connect with all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Marketing 2.0. A special mention to Jatin, who is not here, but has been in touch with me throughout last 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika. Always a pleasure to see you. It really is. Our next Outstanding Organization Award goes to TACC Network.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Marketing 2.0, for this recognition. It means a lot. I dedicate this award to my partners and my team, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you and congratulations. And our final Outstanding Leadership Award for this morning goes to Ashok Mohan.
Hi everyone, this is Ashok from India. I'd like to thank my team and my founders for this award, and also I'd like to thank the Committee of Marketing Conference. Happy to be here, happy to connect with everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashok. Let's give a nice big round of applause to all our award winners once again. And thank you so much, Professor Dr. Abdul from Burjeel Hospital, for coming and joining us. Thank you so much for giving those out. Now, have we had a good time this morning? Have we learnt things? Are we going to get to know each other during these 3 days? Good, that's what I want to hear. We are going to have a networking and lunch break just now. So when we come back, I want to know whether you've been talking to one another and what you learnt about each other. And before we go and have some nibblies for lunch, we'd like to ask you all to gather on the promenade outside, because every time we'd like to get a huge, big, giant photo. Now, there's a couple of other 100 people out there, so don't be intimidated by it. It's a big group photo, I'm just warning you now. But let's break for lunch, and if we can all meet out on the promenade for the photo, and I'll see you back here at about 1:30. Thank you so much. And I need you guys to kind of clap as well, so we have some background noise. That'd be great. Say when, Mr. Wizard. What is he waiting for? Okay. No, it's not live. I just want him to say action, when to go. And our next winner of the Leadership Award goes to Akshay Banawat. And if you would like to say a few words, by all means, pick up one of the microphones there. Which number is it? What number is it? All right then, good afternoon everybody. How you doing? Welcome back to Marketing 2.0. Did we have a nice lunch break? Did we have a productive lunch break? Did we make some new friends? We did lots of number swapping and getting to know one another. Excellent, that's what I like to hear. It's all good stuff. So next up, we've got an exciting fireside chat session. And our speakers are going to share some interesting and amazing viewpoints on the subject of 7 presentation mistakes that are killing your brand. So imagine you're on a stage like this, which I'm sure a lot of you do. How many of you do public speaking? How many, you all get up on stage and do this? Okay, so you've got your pitch deck, you've got your slide deck, you're doing your presentation, it's amazing, and you look at the room and nobody's paying attention to you. It's the worst thing in the world. I used to love it when I used to do team building exercise and we used to go and take everybody's phones off them. Then you'd have their undivided attention. But it's really, really hard. But don't worry, we've got these guys here to give you all the tips. So you're already sat on stage, which I like. So big hello to Kevin Sommerbang, founder and creative director at Kinetic Slides. Hi, Kevin, sat in the middle there. We've got Venkat Shangarayan, founder and CEO of Bluestream Marketing Solutions. Hi, Venkat. Make sure all your microphones on. They probably need to turn them on, just flick up. There we go.
On, yeah.
And also Nikita Prokhorov. He's the founder and CEO of Reputation House. Hi to you as well. So
thank you.
I'm going to hand over to you guys, and I'm really interested to hear what you have to say.
All right, so I'm going to start this off. I guess all of you have had lunch. How many of you are sleepy? Please raise your hands. Okay, so can we get some? Yeah. Only a few. So we should get some coffee for those who are. But other than that, I think we're going to get this right out of the way and quickly introduce ourselves. So I run a digital marketing agency in India, work with a couple of clients in the US and UAE as well. My friend here, Kevin's going to talk about him a little bit.
Yeah, so my name is Kevin Sommerbang from the Philippines. I own a presentation design agency. It's called Kinetic Slides, and we create pitch decks that raises millions for real estate deal makers in the US. Take it away.
Yes, my name is Nikita Prokhorov. I'm a co-founder of Reputation House. It is one of the largest online reputation engines in the world. We gather and we see the whole, almost all messages in internet in a real-time mode. We can delete any information out of internet, YouTube channels, videos, posts. We can delete everything for you. And that is why presentations are very crucial for me, because sometimes for people it's very strange issues. Delete information? Really? That is why I know something about presentation, and I will try to share my experience with you today.
Okay, so I'm going to take it at the top and say that, so today's discussion, if I don't know how many of you know, but it's all about the 7 biggest mistakes that you're going to make while making a presentation that can absolutely destroy your brand, right? And that's us being disruptive. So I'm going to start off by saying, what is the first big thing? What is the first biggest mistake that you would end up making? It is to sort of start out without having the end in mind, right? So if you don't know what that presentation's about, I think you need to sort of go in and understand that before you sort of go out there and start, giving a speech or, pitching. So yeah, so I'd like to sort of ask Nikita and Kevin to sort of add in and jump in on these points.
Yeah, without having the end in mind, there's really zero or weak call to action, and that's not what we wanted to have, right? You're gonna kill your brand if in the first place you don't know what you're talking about, if you don't know what response you want from the audience. Is it to give you a call or your team a call? Is it to email you, or is it to join the movement?
Of course, speaker should keep in mind his final idea, because sometimes people look and speaker, guys, what are you talking about? 7 mistakes, we just want to have a coffee. I hope that you have had enough time for your coffee. But you should remember one very interesting issue. I have seen a very cool presentation that normal people can keep in mind only 7 main facts. So speaker should be sure that people will understand his main idea and his core facts. I can tell one very cool story. I have more than 70 presentations every year in 12 countries in 4 languages. and I always have to adapt my content to every new country. And presentations and conferences is my main sales channel. I have more than 200 employees, so I have to pay them their salary, so I have to be sure that my presentations are the best. But you have already heard that I do online interpretation. But most of you remember only one fact: this guy can delete YouTube videos. But actually, we all have told you some interesting facts. But which will you remember? Delete information. Nikita, call me today evening, okay? So, what should we do? First of all, we have to create some kind of audit of this audience. Have you all have your lunch? Yep. Okay, guys, and please now raise your hands. Who enjoys this conference? Come on, come on, come on. Oh,
yeah, okay, we do. Yeah,
you. Why do you? Yes, yes, you. Why do you enjoy this conference? Tell something. Don't worry. Food. Okay, food. Very cool. Thank
food.
you.
Oh my goodness.
Thank you.
You made her say that.
Yes. Thank you.
She's honest.
She enjoys food. For example, some guy enjoys a presentation. I hope that, for example, you enjoy this guy and this guy. But you all will remember one interesting issue. And in any way, in any crisis situation, all of you will find something main and something important on this conference. But what will it be? For example, food. For example, coffee. And if speaker don't care about this interesting fact, you will remember food or something like that. So guys, let's try to persuade people that we have some interesting facts and be sure that they will remember interesting facts.
Absolutely.
And
So,
coffee, yes.
On that note, I think the next big thing is not knowing who you're actually giving that presentation to, right? And as important as it is to set out with the objective in mind, you also need to know that there are these bunch of people that you're going to be presenting to. And if you don't connect with them, then that's going to be an issue in itself, right? So, yep, Nikita. Or Kevin was.
Yeah, talk about relatability, right? We were talking about relatability with a beautiful lady in there on our right? And then it's not, the idea that we have like 10 years ago might not be the same and might not work for the younger generations who are here. Are Gen Zs. Come on, raise your hands. Gen Zs. Oh, only me? 1, 2, 3. Okay.
I'm mentally there.
Oh my gosh. All right, so we talk differently, right? And so if you're faced with older generations, you got to adapt to their language, to how they speak, even to the colors that they use in their presentations. I used to work in the corporate setting, and then one of my boss is a, let's say, a 57-year-old female, and then she likes solid colors. Knowing that she is one of my approver for that particular project, I had to use solid colors. Why? Because that's one of her strong approval points, so to speak, psychologically. Subconsciously.
Yep. First of all, speaker should know the main target of his presentation. But it is uneasy to understand what is the target of you guys. Why are you here and what are you going to get from us? That is why we have, as I have already said, we have to create an audit of audience. Every time when you are going to present something, you should create an audit, a survey about the audience. So look at each other. There are 50 people or something like that. Most of you wear very expensive suits. I'm glad for you guys. We speak different languages. We prefer very cool food. And let's try to understand what can we present to you and how can we present for you. That way we will sell you everything. First of all, how can we present our information? Looks like, Kevin, we don't have presentation. Yeah. Sorry, we can, or why don't we have presentation? Very cool issue. So we can only talk. For how long can we talk? We have 40 minutes. You don't see it, but I see that we have 40 minutes. Then we can try to understand who are we? We are marketers. I hope it's marketing conference, right? Yep. Okay, thank you. I haven't missed my room. So we can talk about marketing and something about marketing. But what we don't know your positions. Are you bosses? Are you co-founders? Are you PR guys? And actually we can check your level of English. We speak English, but maybe they don't understand us. Do you understand us? Oh, very cool.
I see some nods.
Yes, it's great. Why I'm speaking about it, as I have already told, I have visited more than 12 countries this year, and I hope that you have ever been in Europe. If you haven't ever been in Europe, you should understand one fact. There are several countries in Europe where most people don't know English. And you can get in troubles if you are going to prepare your presentation in English. You can check. I like chats. You have to believe me. And I always have very, very long correspondence and long chats with all hosts of events. Do people know English? Are you sure? Right? Will I have presentation? No. Why? And I have my checklist, 25 questions to hosts. Some hosts hate me because of it, but this way I'm making myself sure that you will understand me. So if you are still looking for main idea from this conversation, I can offer you very cool idea. Make an audit, make a survey about your listeners, because maybe your audience will be much more complicated than you expect. Yeah.
Logical, right? Thank you for mentioning that, Nikita. So that's the second mistake that anyone can make, even a marketer can make, even a best sales agent can make, that is killing his or her brand. Now, what's the third one that is killing your brand? It's disregarding visual design consistency. Now, what does visual design consistency means? Now, every one of you, I'm sure she knows who Nancy Duarte is. So she's one of the, do you know her by chance? Nancy Duarte. All right. So she's one of the biggest presentation consultant in the US, and there are 3 things that she preaches about that makes a persuasive presentation. The first one is story. The second one is visual, and the next one is delivery. Now, for Kinetic Slides, we design presentations for real estate companies in the US who wanted to raise millions of dollars for their real estate developments, and that what makes one of the mistakes that we see from their slides is that it's different. The look and feel is different from their website, from their social media, and that is hurting their brand. In what way? You know, brand awareness. So even color is a very important visual element that we know when we see, it is somewhat attached or linked to a particular brand. So if you continue to use the color on your website, on your social media, even in your outfit, to your presentation deck, you are much more to be known by the audience.
No, thanks, Kevin. I think that is absolutely critical today, and how you sort of appear to the audience that you've targeted is important, right? So actually, visual cues speak a lot more than text. You might have odes and odes of data, and you would have probably done a lot of research and crammed in a lot of stats that you want to tell the client. But if you just put that in probably a presentation that has just text out there, I don't know how well that's going to be received. The other thing is that you want to get your brand out there when you're talking, right? And that sort of needs to have consistency. So it can't appear like a random bunch of slides have been strung together. And that's really what I think Kevin's talking about, right? So the idea here is to be consistent in pretty much everything that you do as a business. Yeah. And the presentation is the best way that you could probably demonstrate that, right?
The last thing that you want your audience to perceive you is that you're a scam. You know, when you receive a fishy email that has like pixelated images and that's not the same color as the Bank of America or stuff like that, you would automatically know that it is a scam. And similarly, if you use these elements wrongly, you would be perceived as a scam too.
Yeah. I have just understood that we have already business. Creation of information, delivery of information,
deletion of information. Yeah.
You can hire us. We will do everything for you. But speaking about visual, you should understand that different countries prefer different visual. For example, if you are going to have presentation for Eastern Europe, I'm from Eastern Europe, you should understand that Eastern European people prefer pictures, bright designs. And last year I have presentation in one of the best American business schools. I sent them my presentation and they sent me a reply, Nikita, very cool, you should keep only text. And what about design? Deleted text. White slides with black text? Yes, it's okay. And what about design? Oh, we don't need design, we need just a content. So maybe you will face such international client who will delete all your design. That is why before every my event, I always check a website of event, and then I check presentation from the previous year, because this way I will get information which design was okay last year, and I always use this way of design. So maybe it can be very cool strategy for you. Check websites of conferences, check websites of company, check social networks of bosses of your clients, because it can be a source of free information for you. But maybe you will make next mistake. Maybe you will try to add too much information and too much text to your content.
Come on.
Yeah, okay, so coming to that next bit, right? Too much of information. I mean, how many of you here, please raise your hands, have seen a presentation that's more than 50 slides? Great, right?
I've
so
seen a lot.
What did you take out of that presentation? What did you learn at the end of it, right? So I'm sure everyone, by show of hands, hasn't really taken anything substantial out of those 50 slides. So it's not about the length of, or the duration of this presentation. We're probably speaking for another 10 minutes more, but at the end of the day, after this, if you took out even 2 things that we wanted you to, I think this was a good job, right? But coming back to why you shouldn't confuse your audience with too much of data, right? So you've got to keep it really, really simple. I think simple is the word there. I think it's substance over quantity. And that's really what drives a presentation today. I mean, yeah, and do you have any instances where
Yes, I
you've come
have
across
already
something
told
like
you
that?
that I have seen very cool presentations that people can keep in mind only 7 facts. But we have 7 mistakes of presentation, we have 3 speakers, so we have 21 main ideas for you. You won't remember them, you will remember 7 ideas. That is why I like notes. I use notes always. I see you make notes, you make notes. Guys who don't make notes, please do it for me. Because maybe tomorrow I will ask you, Nick, guys, what do you remember about our presentation? Some of you will tell us there were 3 guys, Kevin and 2 his
I
friends.
was after lunch.
Yes.
Exactly.
And
At
that's
least they
all.
remember us.
Tortured us for 40
Yes.
minutes. Yeah.
And I can offer you one more idea. Unfortunately, I don't have my solo presentation here, but I always use infographics in my presentations because people like to make photos on infographics. Sometimes I see my infographics in presentations of other speakers, but okay, it's normal. But infographics can be your cool way to deliver very complicated information.
Just think it this way. An effective pitch deck, a startup pitch deck, is usually somewhere around 12 to 13 slides only. Anything more than that, it's going to be boring for your audience.
Okay, moving on to then, well.
Yep. Okay, I can offer you
context.
Yes, context. My friends are sure that setting up of context, it can be a very huge problem for speaker, because we are 3 speakers, and maybe you still don't understand 2 questions. Why are you here, and why are you listening for us? If you still don't understand it, that it means that we 3 are very bad speakers. So it is about the context of presentation. But let's talk about context. What is context? Context of presentation is like a big data. We all know, oh yes, context, Nikita, context is very important. But most of us can't explain context. What is it? Look at your neighbor right now. Look. It's very, your neighbor is context. This venue is context. Your beautiful lunch is context. I have heard a very cool idea on European conference last week that our home, our office, our staff, our friends, they all are our context. And our context set up our behavior. If you don't have cool business, if you don't have huge sales, maybe you have bad friends and maybe you have cool employees. So please set up context for every your presentation. Tell people what you're going to tell. Tell people why are you going to tell this thanks to our moderator. She has to do it for us. But, for example, Kevin works on pitch decks, speaking about pitch decks and investments. If you are going to attract some investments, if you are going to ask for investments, please do it in the best meeting room, in the best office building, because this way you will set very cool context to your future investors. And Kevin will give you a pitch deck. Yep.
You know the guy.
So add-on to context is basically storytelling, right? So if you don't have a story that leads on to something that's going to be what your presentation talks about, then there's no point, right? It's like saying, okay, you know what? Here's the slide, buy my product. That's it, right? It's done. But you're going to end up having your audience ask you, why should I buy this product? And if you've not answered that, then the whole idea of having a presentation was futile, is what I'd feel, right? You guys agree?
Agree. I feel like at the end of each presentation, you should give a hint to what's in it for the audience.
Yes, and speaking about context, you should feel yourself free to offer almost everything what you are going to add to this presentation. I hope that most of you are going to get higher sales and much more income this year. But are you sure that you have asked all your clients to increase payments? Are you sure that you have already contacted all leads which you have faced? Why do I do such a huge quantity of presentation every year? Because in some countries, people haven't even heard about online reputation management. That is why I tell people about online reputation management. That is why I always offer people free audit of their reputation online, and I feel free about it. And people see very cool context. Oh, this guy can do very good online audit, online reputation online. It is context too. If you are going to set up your own context, please, first of all, note what are you going to offer people. Every presentation should contain call to action. Free audit, call me, add me on LinkedIn, tweet me, send me likes on Instagram. It's okay. It's also about context.
I think what's the next biggest mistake that you can do? Personally, I think we've sort of crossed 5 mistakes now.
Yeah.
Can we ask you guys, what is it that you think are mistakes that would destroy your presentation, your brand, right? Apart from what we've just spoken right now, do you feel that something else is missing from the way that you deliver your presentations? Is it okay if we can ask someone to probably answer for us? Yeah. If anyone of you have, talking too much about yourself. And that's amazing because that's exactly what we're going to talk about right now, right? So, the biggest mistake that you can do is be brand-centric versus being audience-centric. So you need to understand that the presentation that you've making is for the audience, right? It may be about your brand, but it is for the audience. So I think the idea here is to not talk too much about yourself in that presentation. And even if you do, it has to be in a way where it is, like he said earlier, contextual to the life of the person that you're giving this presentation to. And that brings us to this last point being,
the last point would be to have claims that are not backed up by data. Do you know Damon John? Damon John by the shark, one of the shark in Shark Tank, right? One of the things that automatically tags a pitch as a big no is saying that there is no competition. The reason to that is that there is always a competition. It may not be directly a competition, but is an alternative to what you are offering. So never ever say that you don't have competition. So you gotta make sure that when you say no competition, did you search? Did you go to other states? Are they offering something that is kind of similar or an alternative to what you're offering? Because if not, then at least to Dwayne, you're gonna be a no.
I suppose that all these issues are very connected. If people use information which are not backed up by any service, it is still about brand-centric. It is about a question from our guest. First of all, why we should keep balance between brand-centric and between interests of our clients. If we don't try to speak about ourselves, then people will never get information about ourselves. But first of all, we should understand that we do this mistake not only in presentation. If we do the same mistake in our LinkedIn, in our Instagram, in our Twitter, actually we do this mistake every day. I was going to use a very bad word, but I have to stop myself. So, think about yourself. Who is your most beloved person? whom you love most of all. Please don't tell me that it's your mom. It's yourself. Most of all, we love ourselves. So, what are we going to get? We are going to get information which will back up our love to ourselves. Maybe that is why most of us are not great influencers. Who are great influencers? They are not people who show their superpower, who show that they are very beautiful. They have find the way how to create content which will be useful to their subscribers, to their guests. So, of course, every presentation must be started with information about yourself. My friend, and myself. And today we are going to tell about 7 mistakes. But after that, we are trying to give you useful information for you. Of course, we have 24 minutes more, and we can tell you, well, buy something from Kevin, buy something from me, because we are cool guys. But it won't be interesting for you, because you will remember the one thing that 3 salespersons go on stage.
We're practicing what we preach. The idea is to keep it short. We've got those 7 points out, and I think it's time to open up for questions, I guess.
I agree. I mean, if the audience wants some Q&A, then let's do it. Do you guys want Q&A? Oh. Exactly, totally agree about that. We want to make it simple and not complicated, less distracting.
Yeah, I think the simpler it is, and the way that you're able to put your point across, that is what really matters. So, yeah.
I agree with you, my friend. There are 2 cool ways of make any difficult content very simple. First of all, infographic, and second, ratings, top 10, less 10, and something like that. 1 year ago, we created a huge presentation about real estate market in Dubai. And there we have researched more than 12,000 real estate agencies in United Arab Emirates. And there was only one slide, top 10 real estate agencies in Dubai. And all mass media which were on the venue used only this one slide, because it was very simple. Top 10, buy something from them. So I agree with you that we should try to do all things simpler.
Okay. Yep. Okay, as long as they're asleep, it's okay.
Problem for me. So, is this working now? So I got a curveball question for you. I know the answer to this one because I do it. What if you don't have a presentation? Something goes wrong. Your slides fail, PowerPoint's down. What are you gonna do?
Improvise.
But what is, okay, do you guys mind if this is Ems giving you some added value because I coach this. Yes. I've just traveled all the way around the world coaching people how to be public speakers. What do you think the most important tool in your presentation toolbox is?
Voice.
Your voice. We say speaker, talker, explain. And I use an analogy that another coaching friend of mine does. You're in the medical profession, someone has a flat line. What happens when someone flatlines? They're dead. So you have someone on stage and it's really monotone and it's awful to listen to. What happens to your audience? They flatline. So your voice is the thing that is so powerful. Think of people like David Attenborough or Morgan Freeman. They could literally read the ingredients off the back of a cereal box and make it interesting because they have these beautiful voices. So the voice is something that so many people don't work on and is such a powerful thing. I went and did one of these presentations in Bangkok, and I knew that because people had come in from Indonesia, from Vietnam, that part of the world, they were much more reserved not willing to put themselves out there. So I threw a curveball at them. I walked on stage and I said, you guys have got choices. I can give you the presentation that I planned, which had a beautiful PowerPoint, and it was amazing and fantastic, and I'd used it before. Or I can go off the cuff and do something crazy. Of course, they picked the latter. So the first thing I did was shut my PowerPoint down. She's not using a PowerPoint! What's happening? Literally the horror on their faces. And they were astounded to see someone walk around the stage, no PowerPoint, no notes, nothing, just completely off the cuff. And I think that's one of the keys to really good speaking, is knowing what you're going to talk about so well. If things go wrong, you can just do it. You can just carry on. Anyway, voice is my jam. I love it. So.
Yeah, I want to add to that. I think it boils down to a structured message, which is simplified in a way that would be understood by any of your audience, right? So even if we are a presentation design agency, it's not all the time that we advise people to have a pitch deck with them. Why? I mean, just take a look at Shark Tank, right? When you watch Shark Tank, there are a bunch of people who come in without a pitch deck. But what do they know? They have the main idea set in here. It's automatic. Even if they close their eyes, they know what they're talking about, right? So even if there's a presentation or not, it's going to be, the pitch is going to be successful.
I would like to add you one very distinct idea. It's connected with broken PowerPoint and pitch deck. More than 90% of people are afraid of being here on a stage. I can try to invite some of you and you will refuse. Oh, stage, microphone, it's something bad, something crucial. 10 years ago, I had my first presentation and it was a tragedy for me. Conference invitation, oh. But it was an invitation for my clients. That is why I decided, yes, let's try. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, every year I have more than 90 presentations in different countries. Nothing bad can happen with you here. Just believe me, nothing bad will ever happen here. Maybe you will have a bad presentation. It's not the end of your life. You will get experience. Right. Yes, even your ex-relation, ex-husband, ex-wife, it's all experience. You should enjoy our experience. I am twice divorced, so I'm very experienced guy, believe me. So try to take part in every conferences, in every webinars, and on every lunch, every dinner, every party, try to say at least very short speech. Let's congratulate today, for example, our moderator. People will remember, this guy or this lady can speak something interesting. Maybe people won't remember what we're talking about, but he told something, he's cool. So sometimes it's very important just to say something. I have a broadcast in the news channel several years ago, and I was supposed to have two minutes of speech, but during the second minutes, operator told me, Nikita, beautiful, 5 minutes more. Okay, I was supposed to tell something about what? About marketing, something about marketing. Actually, it was a very good experience. Just believe me, nothing bad will even happen without you. Do presentation when you can do it. Have fun. Yep. Oh yeah, I enjoy this moment.
And it's like that old saying, you're only ever as good as the last thing you did, right? The last presentation you gave was what people remember you for. So the last thing you did, you never stop there. You always want to see, okay, how do I improve the next one? How do I get better the next time? What can I do differently? How can I challenge myself and push myself out of the box?
Well, I completely agree. I think that's what we take as a benchmark. I think what the last website we made, the only agenda is to make the next website better than that, right? And it's the same with presentation. It's the same with pretty much everything that we do. So, yep.
I have one very distinct cheat for you. It's my own cheat, but you can use it too. Unfortunately, I have found it not long ago, but if you are going to take part in such panel discussion, fire chat, it doesn't matter. Actually, it is a very complicated format. Without presentation, we know each other for several hours, maybe several days. But first of all, I can tell them about it. We discussed before. What are we going to discuss? That is why we know main ideas of each other. That is why we can play with each other. And if you have choice, please take the first place, first speaker, or the last speaker. Because most of all, people will remember first speaker and last speaker. And it is very tough to be second, third, fourth, and fifth speaker if there are 20 speakers. Sometimes people are afraid to being first. Oh, I don't know them.
I also want to add one thing. It's also very, very important to not talk after lunch.
Yes.
Is what I realize.
Right, so Nikita's in the next panel. Make Nikita in the middle.
Yes.
You just completely did
I
yourself
can tell you
out of that
one very interesting thing. Actually, next panel will be about ethical business. And I delete information. And when host of this event know, Nikita, you delete information, you are invited to panel discussion about ethical business. Welcome, Nikita. So, don't afraid to be the first speaker. Yes, it is challenging. Maybe you are afraid of being first, but people will remember you anyway because this guy was a hero. He was first speaker after the lunch. You can have 40 seconds of presentation, but you will be hero for these people. So try to be the first or the last.
So do you guys have any questions? This is like free advice up here. Take it while you can. Do you want to come up to the microphone in the middle so that everyone can hear you? Yeah.
Oh, 1 second. This guy is very cool because you will remember him anyway because he's going to tell you something. Do the same. Now you can try to sell something.
I'd like to believe that people remember me for not just coming and adding a point, but adding some value. So whenever there's a sales presentation, one thing that has worked for us, I'd like to share that. Always in a sales presentation, the client is very happy when you tell them what the competitors are doing. So what we do in the sales presentation is have 1 or 2 slides which talks about the SWOT analysis. We talk about the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats around the client that we're presenting, and that always adds value in the presentation. So on sales presentation, adding a SWOT analysis helps. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. I think that kind of depends on what you're going to talk about, right? Like, what specific industry are you in, brother? Advertising. Yeah. Exactly. But for real estate, you don't usually talk about SWOT analysis, right? I see a nod there. Yeah. So it kind of depends on the niche or the market.
Yes, and I have one very interesting idea from my teacher of public speeches. And our moderator has told us the same, to make difficult things as simple as it is real. Because one very challenging problem is difficult and unknown words for your clients and for your listeners. Because for example, our listener doesn't know anything about SWOT analysis. So this person becomes switched off until the end of this day. Because during the end of the day, this virtual will think, SWOT analysis, it's S-W-O-T, he will Google this word, maybe he will Google something else, not SWOT, but SWOT analysis, I don't know, there is SWOT analysis. So if you see strange word in your presentation, delete it, delete it, delete it, delete it. So no strange words, everything simple, everything clear. I have told you about 7 main ideas that you keep in mind on 7 main ideas. Actually, our moderator told us about 3 main ideas. And you told us about Steve Jobs. iPad, iPhone, and something else. I have Android, sorry for it. But 3 products, it's clear. Buy iPhone, buy iPad, and AirPods, which I'm Mac, yes. Sorry, I'm Windows user. Sorry, guys. But 7 on 3 main ideas, not 20, not 30. I'm sure that you all are great speakers, you all are great businessmen, but if you are going to tell something long and something difficult, just show QR code or your content. Guys, feel free to email me, I will send you all presentation and all explanation, because maybe this way you will get extra content and you will make people feel very happy. Oh, he will offer some gifts or something like that. So send gifts to your clients. Yeah.
What's your gift budget?
I can send you
Kevin
presentation.
Yeah, come on, dude. He just.
Do you want to come up to the microphone? Did you want to come up and ask a question? Because we have got some questions, so let's get through these. Hi.
Hi, everyone.
I'd like to ask, what is the most challenging, let's say, thing that startups actually have when they prepare presentations? From your point of view as experts, what are the most challenging aspects? Thanks.
So I think as a startup, it's all about beating the inertia, right? I mean, there's a lot of things holding you back. A lot of places your mind's going to be running at because you need to worry about where you're getting funded from, are these employees going to leave me right now, etc., etc., etc. But I think at the core of it, to start off, you need to tell your audience who you really are, right, and what your strengths are. So these two things put together with what is it that they can get out of you has to be critically defined in your presentation, is what I feel.
This is not exactly what I'm asking. Actually, I'm asking you as an agency, when they come and talk to you, what would be the first thing that you really
so we
face
have a
lots
framework.
of challenges
So we have a framework, right? So typically the framework is to tell them what, okay, so we set the context up for them, we do a research, understand who their audiences are, right? Go back to them with a business opportunity, tell them that, you know what, because these are your audiences, this is how they behave. What we feel is a percentage of them may actually convert to clients for you. Then go back to them with a consolidated approach. I don't know if that was what you were looking for, but yeah, sort of, right?
I'm gonna talk about my portion of my experience, at least working with the real estate people, right? So we usually work with people, multifamily syndicators. So what they do is they wanted to raise millions of dollars to be able to buy apartment complex and then, you know, renovate it and then lease it and then give their investors the return that they promise, right? So we help them to create the pitch deck. And so there are a bunch of multifamily syndicators in the US, not just hundreds, but even thousands of LLCs, right? And one of the biggest thing that I notice every time that one prospect jumps on a call with me is that they don't have any idea of how to connect to their audience from a branding perspective. Like, what does it separate them from the thousands of multifamily syndicators out there? They can't even tell. So that's one of the biggest thing that's kind of, you know, pain in the ass for them.
I can share my story with you. My biggest challenge in presentation was not on meeting with my clients. My biggest challenging, like a speaker and presentation, was on conference 2 years ago. It happened in China, and the venue was not as small as this one. It was a kind of hockey arena, and there were 2,000 people. And I was frustrated. Oh, 2,000 people, I have 30 minutes to tell them something. But sorry, when I enter the stage, I understand that actually we have very cool lights here. There was a kind of laser show. There were very bright projectors, very bright lights. So on the 5th or 6th minutes of my presentation, all these lights and all lasers was targeted at me, at my face. So in 10 minutes, I suppose that, okay, I become blind right now because I didn't see anything. I was talking with gray area around me, and I was trying to understand where is the edge of the stage. And sometimes when I made 10 steps left, I see a voice, stop, nope, nope, don't do it. Okay, 10 steps for right, 10 steps left. I didn't see anything. And I just raised my hand, look at my presentation. I suppose it's here, maybe it's here, but it doesn't matter. It was a part of your question, actually. I didn't try to work with my presentation because I didn't see my presentation because I was blind thanks to lasers and thanks to lights. But it was still great presentation because I worked with my voice by heart. I was trying to do everything possible with my voice because I have a presenter clicker, but I don't know second slide, third slide, which slide actually? Guys, look at this information, and they tell something, tell something, tell something, tell something. Sometimes you can get into troubles not because of strange clients, not because of broken PowerPoint. Sometimes maybe you will get into troubles thanks to venue and to areas. That is why, please, always come to venue, to meeting room before your clients and before your guests, because this way you will get extra information. Chair, is it okay? Water. Is there any water? Maybe our guests have already stolen all water from speakers. And sometimes I arrive to meeting room in 1 hour or in 2 hours before my clients, because maybe I will have enough time to order another meeting room with good air conditioner and with some other advantages. Sometimes placing of presentation is much better than your content. Because remember about context. We still don't know what is context, but we will try to set up our context.
Yeah, I think we still have 5 minutes, so I think that's enough to accommodate one or two more questions.
Anyone else want to ask? Yeah. Would you like to come up to the microphone? Tell everybody who you are.
Pleasure to meet you guys. First of all, thank you so much for the insightful information you're giving us. If you allow me, I'm gonna milk my opportunity. I'm gonna ask you 2 questions, please. You know, in the thousands of clients that you've worked with, all of you, of course you've met the good, the bad, and the ugly. So like, my first question is, how do you deal with the ugly part of your clients? For example, you're inside a meeting, you're going full speed ahead, then there's one funny guy, wants to prove to his manager that he's blah, 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 blah. That's question number 1. Question number 2 is that how do you deal, in your perspective, with technologically inferior clients? Like clients who don't know anything, in which language do you talk with them so that you don't make them look stupid?
Very tactfully put.
Yes.
So you want to go about the ugly clients first?
I just would like to thank our guest, and please pay attention to him. You all will remember him. That was I was talking about. 2 questions, a last questionnaire, and very tactical put of questions. We have 3 minutes, but it's enough for us. First of all, speaking about ugly and bad clients, next panel discussion will be about ethical business. You're welcome. So, and sometimes, yes, we face clients who don't understand anything in technological, and sometimes we meet clients who are much smarter than my own team. If you suppose that maybe your client won't understand anything, prepare infographic for him, and please pay attention to format of your emails. My emails is like a Wikipedia and other websites. First, second, so bullets, numbers, and then I put the comments. And please remember this, and this emoji down, something in a bold. And sometimes I got replies, Nikita, still nothing clear, but I see that you try to take care about us. Thank you for that. So try to do the same.
No, I think there was this one instance where I've made 99 iterations of a presentation and the client was a complete nightmare, right, initially, but I think the persistence, right, that's really what pushed the game around, and I think today she's a good friend. So, I mean, things happen, bro. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're in the service industry, it is a thankless job, right? And I don't think looking at a client in that manner should even be entertained in the first place. I mean, at the end of the day, they're the ones because of which we're here, and I feel that that's important. To answer the other question, what was the other question?
What do you do to not make a less inferior prospect?
Technology, right? Again, so see, digital's evolving almost every day. Today, there was something which probably will evolve tomorrow, and it's important for you to do your research, but yeah, I mean, some people don't get it, right? I mean, it's like explaining to your dad how to basically, delete these messages of WhatsApp, or I don't know if you get that, right? Because, so yeah, it's not like I look at the client like he's my dad and explain to him, but I'm just being fair with them. I understand that people are at different levels of understanding technology and their comfort with the device is different. So, like she said earlier, make it easy. Bring it down to that last common denominator where you could probably have a rational conversation with them. Because there's no point losing your cool. At the end of the day, you have a life. You want to go back to your family, have fun, and don't take that stress back, is what I would say.
From an agency perspective, what we do is we set boundaries to, we have a criteria of the clients that we only want to work for. So on discovery calls, we kind of ask them what their expectations are, and if it's way beyond what we can offer, it's a no for us, from us already. Now, if it's something that we feel like they are not capable to produce a draft, that is something that we need to, kind of kickstart the project, we would give them like a template of, hey, you need to provide us this, at least minimum, and even the brand guide, like your brand guide, like your logos and color palettes, so that it would be easy for us to, do our job as presentation design. So even if they are inferior in terms of, the requirements to kind of like enter to our client pool, we still give them assistance in order for them to meet the minimum expectation.
And I would like to end up with an expected answer. Maybe clients shouldn't understand you. Just sell them cool feeling of confidence that you will do everything for them. Maybe it will be enough. I believe in you.
Thank you so much. Do you see what he did there? Do you see what he did there?
Yes, I
Make
did.
Sure, he had the last word. Gentlemen, thank you so much for this fascinating discussion.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You know you're on my radar now, right? So Nikita, you stay because you're on our next panel anyway, so you might as well stay. So thank you so much to Kevin and Venkat as well. While you're taking your photograph, I'll introduce our next speakers. So how can we ethically use marketing tactics to build a better world? Well, in the next session, it's a panel discussion on the ethical marketer and how to use manipulation for good. And it'll help you find the answer to this question. We've got a brilliant panel. Nikita's staying there. He's on the panel. But our moderator for the panel is going to be Harshal Patel. He's the CEO and founder at B2B Venture Group. Welcome, Harshal. Nice to see you again, as always. And we'll also welcome our other panelists, Pooja Damani, Client Services Manager at, I can read my paper, Inboundisys Web Galaxy. Please welcome Pooja to the stage. And also Elsa Malok, founder of the Blue Monarch Group. Please give all our panelists a nice round of applause. And your microphone should be there and all on. And Herschel, I shall hand over to you to moderate this session.
So let me just set up a quick introduction. Nikki, actually, by the way, he's the author of 3 best-selling books out there. Give him a round of applause for this.
Yay! Thank you.
And he's the CEO of Reputation House.
Reputation House.
Yes. Elsa is the founder of Blue Monarch, and you're from Chicago, United States.
That's correct.
And sorry, it's me not being able to read my sheet properly. Denise Lau, founder and CEO of Passion Fruit Marketing Collaboration. Denise, if you'd like to come up as well. Apologies, it's me not seeing for looking.
So we have Pooja. So she's looking into the client success at Inboundisys, and she's from Pune. Then we have Denise. And she's the CEO of Passion Fruit, and of course, she's a singer and songwriter out there from Philippines. Yeah. So I think I want Ima to be at ease about the timing, so that we all will be very crisp during this session. And I think the topic is the ethical marketer and how we are going to use the manipulation for good. So let me just set the context. So we will have 6 questions for this panel, and everyone will have 3 minutes for this, so that we all will get different perspectives from different geos out there. So let me start off with this quote. Actually, the best way to manipulate a man is to make him think that he's manipulating you. So, but the basic fundamental of marketing is manipulation, guys. So I think in Darwinism's language, brands are the units of selection, and brands have, brands thrive in the free market because they have many purposes out there. And without the brands, we have no means by which we reward a good service or the purchase. So for example, a brand's reputation gives you enough trust and faith, and supplier can confidently buy it if, there is a right reputation about the brand out there. So while driving these brands, I know a lot of the most successful entrepreneurs who are using, manipulation very consciously. And they are very much aware about how they are using the manipulation in their marketing tactics out there. And they don't feel guilty about doing it, correct? And neither should you. So if the manipulation is done in a correct way, there is certainly a positive impact overall on the business out there. So there is a thin line between the manipulation and the influence out there. So, it is sometimes very clear whether, salespeople are simply opening up their sales psychology bag of tricks to convince the client, or whether they are honestly and fairly, putting their perspectives with the actual needs of the potential customer. I was just doing a search last night that number one marketing agency in Dubai, and I got 23 companies. How can 23 companies could be a number one? So my first question to you guys is, how do you ethically use manipulation in marketing, and where do you find the balance to use the manipulation and the reality? Maybe we'll start off with you.
I was very surprised that I'm invited in this section. Nikita, you delete information, you will take part in ethical section. So, guys, I would like to start with one very interesting question. Yes, we are going to discuss ethic for 46 minutes already. Okay, please raise your hand. Who is ethical person? Come on, come on, come on. Higher. Tap your hands, tell to yourself, I'm cool, I'm very ethical. So, I suppose that some of you hasn't raised your hand. Not ethical, guys, right? Okay, what is ethic? Ethic, it's like a context. We all suppose that we are ethical guys, but we don't know what is ethic. Do you know the word ethic? I will tell you one story. Many years ago, one European king provided his team with special checklists. In this checklist contained information. When you meet other king, when you welcome special guests, you should do this and this and this, and these were the first etiquette in the world. So etiquette. For all of us, ethic, it is a kind of informal rules. So how can we use these rules now in marketing? First of all, how do I use ethic in my in my business? Think about your clients. Are they sure that you are ethical? And think about your business. What is the reputation of your business? Is your reputation good or is your reputation bad? I suppose that any kind of marketing is very ethical because we have to promote our business. We have to support PR of our business because we all, at least we are trying to create cool services and to create a great goods, and we have to promote them. It is very ethical because someday we will face another marketer who has low quality services and he promotes his business, and his low quality services will damage our clients. That is why in any way, every day, we should use all kind of marketing to promote our service and goods. That is why I suppose that any kind of marketing is very ethical because we make livings of our clients better. That's my answer.
Great, thank you. Maybe Elsa, I would love to hear your perspective.
I think that the key to ethical marketing is making sure that the brand has value. And if you truly believe that that brand is bringing value to their customers, then your tactics really follow the same line of thought. It's basically not over-promising and under-delivering into that type of process. My brand does a lot of psychology marketing where we have to tap into consumer information and how do we change perception and manipulate mindsets. But it's within the context of the idea that this is going to help a company or a consumer by purchasing this product. So that's how I back into whether or not what we're doing is ethical. Obviously, there are things like, market manipulation, other pieces that you don't want to get into. But if your brand really actually does what it says it's supposed to do, you should be in a good path, so to speak.
Okay, I totally agree with Harshal when he says that manipulation is actually an integral part of our marketing strategies, okay? But there are certain ethics that you need to follow in that, so I like to list it in points. The first being, try and be as relevant as possible. When you're pitching to the client, don't brag about your features and functions that the product can offer. Talk about the client's perspective. What are the solutions that the client is looking for? What are the pain points that he wants to be addressed? So when you're talking from the point of view of the client, he will be more interested in you. Secondly, I would say is try being omnipresent. The concept that big brands are continuously running campaigns and advertising is that they want to be in the forefront of the minds of the audience. So when you are in the forefront, purchases don't happen over time. Exactly, I'm sure everybody relates to that. So when the client feels the need, the desire for a particular product, it's your brand that will spring up in its mind, and it's your brand that will be the first choice. And that's what big brands are doing nowadays. The third, I would say, is build that trust. Okay, as a marketer, your first duty is to build that trust with your audience, and that you can do by giving them certain informations that they want to hear, and communicate with them in the way that they want to be communicated. The fourth I would address here is emotional and psychological appeal. Well, do not exploit the emotions, but you can ethically use that emotions to connect your brand with the audience. So when you connect emotionally, there are sentiments that get attached, and as a result of which customer loyalty follows. So you see, now for me, for example, I'm a consumer of Colgate, the toothpaste that I've been using since ages, and whenever I think of a toothpaste, the first brand that springs up in my mind is Colgate. Another point that I would like to make here is marketers use these tactics that target FOMO, that is the fear of missing out. And that is a good tactic that you can use, but never overdo it. So for that, you need to keep certain points in mind, that whatever statements you're making are not false. You're not making something that you're not ethically doing. Secondly, don't overdo FOMO, because clients will understand, fine, this offer ends, there'll be another offer that's going to come our way. And third point in FOMO that you need to remember is, don't create that false sense of urgency or scarcity. To give you an example, supposing you're a marketer who is selling properties and you claim that 90% of my property is sold out. What happens? Your prospective buyers are interested in that property now. They would be feeling that sense of urgency, that scarcity, and quick purchase happen. But when you're claiming 90%, be true to that. Don't just say that you've made 10%, but you're claiming 90%. And last point that I would like to put over here is, sometimes brands try to associate success in order to create that desire. Now, to give you an example in context of footwear in sports, like Nike, Reebok, etc. What do? They endorse your products with bringing in celebrities. Celebrities are who? Those are athletes. Okay, so these athletes are the ones who actually perform. And how do they perform? They actually consume those products. They actually wear Nike shoes, Reebok shoes. So align your product with the celebrities. Don't just make false claims, and don't create false association between a product and a desire. Be as natural, as transparent, and as authentic as possible. Thank you.
So much. Yeah. Hi everyone, I'm Denise. As Harshil was able to mention earlier, I'm a singer-songwriter. And the name of my company is Passion Fruit Marketing Collaborations. We are actually a creative content agency. We're a marketing agency, and we make creative content. We think of the different ways we could reach people, the messages of the people. And the reason why I actually chose to be in this panel today is because I want to discuss the power of art. Who here loves art? Can you guys raise your hands? Who here has ever been moved by art? You felt less alone, you felt less tired, you felt happier because of art. And when we talk about manipulation, we talk about drawing out emotion. And from that emotion, it's so powerful that we can draw out more action. Sometimes that action could be purchasing, could be following, could be changing the way we live. And I think art and manipulation goes hand in hand. And how does this relate to marketing? In Passion Fruit, we call marketing business art. We use art to get to our business objectives. And sometimes we misconstrue the concept of manipulation because we feel like it's deception, when in fact it's just really showing a part of a piece of a whole thing. Our consumers know that there are a million facts to everything, like an apple grows from a tree, it's color red, it is healthy, it could change your lives, it could be vinegar, for all we know, right? And it's up to us as marketers, as messengers of the stories, to decide which of that apple do we show today. And how do we use that, and which action are we taking? And so when we go back to ethics, it's also the belief that art could change things. And art creates future realities. And so when we do campaigns for our company, we do not just ask, would the customers be happy? Would this sell? Would this trend? We would ask, how does this contribute to society 5 to 10 years from now? Is this the future I want for my kids? Is this the world where I want to stand in? Remember, when you look at history books, there's always an ad that shows what the times were like back then. And that ad would show the future realities 5 years into the future. So if an ad shows that girls are inferior, then girls will be inferior for the next 5 to 10 years. And as marketers, are we asking ourselves, is it something that we're willing to be accountable for? Is that the reality we want to create? Because while a lot of people think that, you know, marketing is just business, marketing is deception, marketing is, you know, selling, marketing is art. Marketing is even more everywhere than anything else that we see. We see the same message on billboards, on our phones. We see it here. We have logos over here. We have it outside. Go around Dubai, you see every single ad, and it speaks one message. And is that message you? If you see an ad out there, and it's made by you, is that the reality you want to live in, right? And as marketers, are we asking our clients these questions? Because manipulation, when done right, could create better realities. And better realities when we make great demands, when we introduce better lifestyles, a more productive world, happier lives, and our brand is the center of that positive change, then that's the time we could really take pride in our work, right? And that's one of the standards that we have when we choose our clients, when we pitch campaigns. What realities are we making? And are we excited, and are we happy to be part of that history to make change? So for us, at least, that's the reason why I actually started my company, because I wanted to have a say on the future of the world I live in, because I understand the power that I do. I'm sure all of you are confident here with your own skills, right? And if you know how good you are, you know that you could change things, and that's equally dangerous. And that's where ethics comes in, so yeah.
Thank you guys. So I think, recently I have been to one summit, and that summit was about the green energy and sustainability. Surprisingly, entire day we spoke about how we can, save the environment. And surprisingly, on each table, there were the plastic bottles out there. So I think one of the key things that I want to talk about here is, when we are marketer, as a marketer, I think our core values versus what messaging we are giving, both needs to match out there, because there are several ways to use this manipulation through a consumer psychology, as Pooja mentioned, and we need to ethically, legally, and respectfully attract and engage our customers. So we are marketers, we are not the spammers out there, and that's where we need to be very cautious of doing a reputation of this marketing term, because I recently read one survey where if the email is coming out from the VP of marketing, CEO will literally spam it without reading it. So I think in order to protect it, I think we really need to have some of the best practices that we need to play. So my quick question to you is, in your day-to-day life, being a marketer, what are the best practices that you have put in a play actually? So if you can give maybe one example, it will be a good help.
Oh, okay, I can start. I have more than 200 employees in more than 6 countries, and sometimes it's a very complicated task to face and to find an ethical client and to refuse him with our work. But sometimes it is very interesting to understand in reality, is this client really unethical? And do we do really ethical work? First of all, what is reality and what is real? If we believe in something, then it is real. If we don't believe in something, then it is unreal. So if clients don't believe in us, if clients don't believe that our quality is cool, then our quality and our whole business is unreal. So first of all, you should believe that your quality and your business is real. Please pay attention to it. Maybe you don't even believe to your business. And speaking about clients, I have created my own system of reporting, and I get every week I check a list of all new leads, of all new potential clients. And if I see something strange in this list, I really spend my time. I check website of this lead. I check social network of this lead. And I check sometimes even interviews of person, if I suppose that maybe it's something weird, maybe it's something bad. Sometimes it's much better, and in future it will be much cheaper for you to refuse in work and refuse in cooperation with this client, because this way you will save your own reputation. Because in my reality, my business is very ethical and good. Yep.
From my perspective, I really take the approach of understanding what the client really wants and what is their intention with that particular item. Because being a psychology marketing agency, there are plenty of ways that we could manipulate the market, whether you think that's a good connotation or a bad one. And I have to be very careful about the clients that I take on in order to make sure that, you know, a pharmaceutical company is actually going to do good in introducing another insulin option, or a tech company that wants to change the way people build wealth. Those are the things that I look for. It's, you know, there are business related pieces like how much revenue do they have, where do they want to be in 5 years, but then I also look at who is on the board of this executive team. What do they actually want to do? Are they going to be the next Martin Shkreli's of the world, or are they going to be, you know, in the place of good? And those are some of the more emotional things that I look for in a brand, and make sure that I bring in a client, because the worst thing that from my perspective could happen is I bring on a client and they use the tactics that we have for the not so great parts of marketing, where we get a really bad reputation in those spaces. The other part of that I look into is, what are the strategies that I can ethically implement in order to get that brand into the space that they want to be? Because we have a lot of neuroscience research, we do try to shift perception for certain brands if they've gone through some critical downturns or pieces that they want to impact. And we have to kind of say, is that perception really authentic? Is there a change that we have to make internally, a marketing campaign that we have to do internally into the company before we do it externally? Because you can't have that facade. Buyers are intelligent. You can't really just say, oh, we're this great company that has awesome culture and we sell this and this product or service, and then you go back into the client experience team or the operations, and then you see the mess that is kind of back there. So more often than not, we take the kind of inside out approach to helping and making sure that the mantra that the organization or company is living by matches what we hold ourselves to, the values that we created at Blue.
Okay, first of all, how a product is sold can be manipulated, but its sustainability totally depends upon whether it's able to deliver what it promises of, what it boasts of. So to answer Harshal's question about what are the ethics, what are the practices that you can put into place, I would again take it point-wise. I have 4 points here. The first one being, try being as transparent as possible. Today's consumers are very intelligent. They want to know everything. They want to know how your product is produced, where it's produced, what are the resources, what are the materials you're using. So the more the business or the brand is transparent about it, the more impact it will have on the consumer's purchasing power. Secondly, I would say is take precautions with respect to customers' data and privacy. That's one of the biggest concerns that has been raised now, because consumers are anxious and concerned how their data is being used. So as a marketer, you're obliged, you're responsible to make sure that there is no data, you need to take care of the data privacy and security. The third point I would say here is treat your audience as humans. So communicate them in the way that they would like to be communicated. Give them that respect, that dignity that they deserve. Don't just treat them as people whom you are pitching to sell your products. So understand their concerns, understand their point of view. And the last point that I would say over here is try to associate your brand with some causes, because consumers today take pride in being associated with a brand or a business that are giving back to the society. Yes, earning profits of a business is the primary goal, but when you are involved in activities where you are giving back to the society, concerned about the environmental changes, you're using natural products, you're making your packaging totally 100% recyclable, no test on animals, but if you're making such claims, make sure that you have the proper validations and license. And if you are doing it, it's a great cause, because as a business, we are equally responsible in giving back to the society. So, and there are top companies who are actually involved in philanthropic work, environmental change work. So to name a few from India, I would say we have Infosys, Tata, who actually are working on these lines. So as a business, we do have moral and social responsibilities. And when you do that, your business actually develops, actually scales, because your customers become your brand ambassadors.
So I would like to say that I agree with all of you. Those are very, very specific tactical ways of making sure that what we're doing is ethical. So maybe on my end, what I'd like to add that with what we do in my company is we look at the brand's best voice. So what is the strength of the brand that you're handling? In our case, we handle a lot of social media accounts. Some have 1 million followers, others have a few hundreds of thousands, but they get like, 5,000 likes per post? And so you know you're making impact by just merely posting anything, and you have to be very cautious about what you say. And so ask yourself, if you had that much followers on your own page, like your name page, and you could say something good, you could share a good message, you could, influence people to do better, would you not take it? And sometimes we fail to see that the responsibilities we have, what we're paid for to do, is sometimes we're equally paid to do good. These brands that we're handling, for example, on a day-to-day basis, we sometimes have to share news. Is it time to share more uplifting news to elevate society? Is it time to give, specify a post for an artist to be featured because, some of our artists need recognition? Is it time to remind people to drink their water? And these small things, we have a voice as marketers to amplify the best messages that our brands could offer. And I think that's one of the things we always factor in when we make our content pillars, when we make our pitches to our clients. What is your sales objective? Okay, let's post the products. Okay, how do you want it shared? Okay, we'll listen to you. However, we always include how does it help society? How could you take part in a better message that everyone could echo, that everyone could share? And that's something we always study. We factor it in. So if it's a lifestyle brand or an estate brand, we look at the best corners to inspire people. If it's a supplement or if it's food, what's the best part of it? Or if it's a show, a podcast, what are the best quotes and messages that people could learn from? And so I think that's one of the things that we could also maximize as marketers, looking at it ethically beyond partnering with orgs that are equally great. Sometimes we should just really use the nicer voice in some of the communication platforms that we have so that people could connect more with your brands.
Absolutely. So let me just spice up the environment a bit over here with the one controversial question that I want to ask. So I'll not name the person, but in the US there are a lot of shady operators out there who are manipulating the markets with the manipulation tactics. So my question is, if an influential person or an influence were to tweet about a stock resulting in a significant price change, would that be considered as ethical manipulation?
Can I start?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I suppose that it is not manipulation. Yes, maybe he manipulates, but is it really manipulation? If we have mentioned reality, reality is something in what we believe. If you believe to this person, he is real for you. But guys, think about your social network. Why do you have the social network? I suppose that almost all here have at least Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. If you have at least one social network, please raise your hand. Really, it's important. Okay, almost all of you have at least one social network. Because if there is a person who don't have social network, now he looks at our moderator, what is he talking about? But now please answer to yourself, why do you follow influencers? Not because they provide us with stock forecasts and stuff like that. We follow them because they create a kind of reality show for us. They show their life, they show their forecasts, they show their ideas about pricing in future. It is still reality show. So if you are going to attract much more subscribers, create reality show to your subscribers. And we hope that these people will still add some more information about pricing forecasts in future. Maybe it is a manipulation, yes, but it is very good manipulation because we believe to these people and we thank them even if this forecast won't work, will never work. First of all, social network. Of course, it is the main channel of manipulation, especially from influencers. But there is a second continent, second channel of manipulation. It's Google, Yahoo, and all other search engines. We all try to find reviews, how many stars on Booking, how many stars on Google Maps. But have you ever thought, are these ratings real? Who created these ratings? It is still manipulation. And you say, oh, this guy, influencer, he's manipulator. And Google Maps, it's something bright, it's something brilliant. It will always be very accurate. So always remember, two channels of manipulation, social network and search engine result pages. Why I'm talking about search engine result pages? Because this channel of manipulation works much better than social network. Because we all know that they're influencers, they're manipulators. And Google, it's something brilliant. Speaking about an artist who has deleted all the results, I see that there were several guys, what she's talking about? Artist, why has he erased or damaged? I don't understand what he has done, but they will open Google and they will put an inquiry, all these colleagues. Artist has destroyed his paintings, right? Or, are you sure that you will find real results? What is reality? Maybe he hasn't destroyed, maybe he has hidden it somewhere. So please pay attention today. For example, if I put in Google search inquiry, for example, name of our moderator or name of our colleague, what will I find? Will it be manipulation? Maybe they don't do anything with their search engine result pages. Maybe they use SERM, search engine reputation management. It is the main part of online reputation. And search engine result management, it is about suppressing all bad information out of top 10 results and promoting positive information to top 10 results. Will it be reality? Yes, it will be real information, real good information. Will it be manipulation? Yes, but people will believe in Google results much better than to search engine. That is why, if I will ever be a stock market influencer, I will pay attention not to Twitter. I will fill Google with good forecasts and will sell it. Yep.
The reason why I'm asking this question is I think the Bitcoin was one of the biggest manipulation that we have ever seen so far. 3 years back, one guy tweeted, people started buying Bitcoins at a heavy margins. And today you see the real condition out there. So maybe, I don't know whether it was maybe the government regulations or whether that tweet have made people buy Bitcoin. But I think, yes, I think as you said, the influencer people are, ensuring that people money goes to a toss, for sure.
I think we all have to kind of come to the reality that everything is hackable. Reality is hackable. Your mindset is hackable. Whether that means you saw a picture and it sparked something in you, or you walked past a bakery and then you remembered your grandma's house when you were making cookies with her. All of those things are a form of manipulation. Now, there are some that, through good intentions or bad ones, use that form of hype as a reputation builder. And this is where you get into the problem where you don't have enough evidence to back that type of investment or that type of product. And to Nikita's point, if you can hack the search engine, you can probably hack the evidence as well. So you really have to do your due diligence and research and figure out if that is best for your business or best for the consumer. Because we all fall into this hype of, oh my God, did you see what so-and-so did? We should all jump on that bandwagon. But my personal take is if everybody's doing it, it's probably oversaturated at that point. If everybody in the world has heard about something, it's probably saturated at that point. It's why social media results, even ads and organic, are generating less and less results year over year. It's why in 3 weeks now you can manipulate SEO versus what it used to take before, because algorithms are shifting. Those are the things that you just have to kind of take a step back and say, what is actually going on and how are things shifting, and is there a pattern? And more often than not, there usually is. With a lot of brands that are looking to get rich quick or whatever scheme they're playing into, you'll notice they don't have a 3-year plan because they're not going to be there in 3 years. Their goal is to be there for 18 months, maximize their profits as quickly as possible, and then check out. Most businesses that have smart CEOs, and it's hard for us to be kind of in the marketing agency end because we don't sometimes control the CEOs, but we do give them the right tools to say, here's the gray area that you're living in, here's where you kind of move past the line of ethics. There's certain things that are definitely legal, but they're not ethical, and we just have to point out that line, and how they behave is how you should watch if they are in that period. Particularly heavily invested brands will have some kind of board or executive suite, and depending on if they have a 5-year plan or a 3-year plan, that will tell you how far they've thought this idea. Most investors think about a way out before they put their money in.
Okay, I would like to all of you to just remember one incident. I hope you remember Ronaldo. What he did was he just removed the cola bottles and replaced it with the Bisleri bottles. So what happened next day? The stock prices of Coca-Cola came crashing. Yes, let me tell you, that was not the only reason that the prices came dropping, and that was not his intent. But what I'm trying to put over here is, as a celebrity, as an influencer, as a position, as a person in a position where you can influence people, you need to act responsibly. Because every action, every reaction, every word that you say has its impact on the global audience. So I agree with the fact that if a celebrity, if an influential person is tweeting about certain stocks and that causes certain significant changes about it, then it is an unethical manipulation. Because remember the Spider-Man dialogue, with great power comes great responsibility. So you are in that position wherein you have to act responsibly. You cannot just tweet something and the layman, he's just simply following you. He will do whatever you tell him to do. Maybe your intent was not that, but then people don't understand that. People blindly follow you. And that's the reason why brands have celebrities coming in and endorsing their products, because they expect people to follow them to buy the products. The same applies for the marketplace as well. When a celebrity tweets something, it causes a lot of uncertainties in the market. And yes, Harshal, I would like to take the name, the celebrity that you were talking about. Everybody here is aware about Elon Musk. So yes, he has got into troubles with respect to the speculations that he has created in the marketplace. So what I feel is, as a celebrity, act responsibly, because whatever you say or do has its implications on the rest of the world.
Hello. Okay. So this is a hard question because I feel like personally, I'm a recipient of the news of these stock things, but I'm not fully aware yet of the general impacts of stocks. But from a far off perspective, number one, I think it is a form of manipulation. Number two, it goes back to the first point I was sharing earlier. What was the intent? What was the tweet? Was it done in good intention? Was the tweet based on facts? Was the tweet true? And if it's true, and it affects the stock market, I think the stock market reacts to what's happening to the world today, then now we're creating new realities, which what I go back to, like in everything we do, it's a cause and effect thing. So whether it is ethical or not, it depends on what the person said, what contracts they're breaking. It also depends on like legally unethical, or is it really a societal sense of responsibility kind? Is it selfishness that drove them to tweet that? Or is it just merely, you know, FOMO and, you know, having fun, and I don't realize the power that I hold? And so yes, it is manipulation. Whether it is ethical or not, I think we need more context on like which specific examples are we assessing. So yeah.
Let me just ask one public question, and then I'll ask you the question. So what is the one thing that you feel due to which the reputation of marketer is always at stake? Maybe just quick answers. One thing due to which, you know, the reputation of marketers are going down. Spamming is one of the thing, right? Network marketing is also one of the darkest side of it. So my question to you is, you know, a few years ago, I noticed, you know, random people posting and tagging me on my Facebook page without my consent. Okay, and then I was really surprised due to that, because they were asking bonus and commissions from my side by giving my references to the other people. So in network marketing, there is this dark side out there. You know, there are paid commissions, bonuses, discounts, dividends, and other forms of consideration in return actually. So my question to you is network marketing really an ethical business?
From my perspective, network marketing really depends on the application. There's the affiliate side where you have the bonuses and commissions and kickbacks and everything. Those are a really fine line, because if you both offer value, then you have to just ethically be transparent about the partnership. But there's the other side of network marketing, like everybody that's doing right here, where they're trying to get to know everybody and potentially gain business. I think that's a different type of network marketing. It is naturally a human element to connect and form bonds and help each other out in things that we notice, because I know you, I don't know the other person that I might give a certain business to. And that is a different element, and I think wherever you go, there's always gonna be that, oh, that person got the business because we got a token bid, or because they're a friend of a friend. And those are the darker sides, because you don't get the opportunity. But on the affiliate side is where things get really, really gray. And without the lack of transparency, your consumer or your client then has to deal with all the repercussions. It's why we talk about third-party data being kind of phased away, and first-party data is where you're really going to have. Making sure you have a sustainable marketing practice and your client agrees to those practices are key pillars of what I think is marketing agency success. If you're not aligned to how they're going to acquire certain data or grow their business, then they're not a good client for you. They are going to continue to do that and potentially hurt your reputation in the end, and mark you as spammers and mark you as those in those fake actor environments. So you have to do the due diligence, and I do a lot of research around like, where are they coming from? Why are they coming to my agency today? What changed in the marketplace that invoked that response to come to an agency that changes people's minds?
Okay, network marketing is all about people. It's totally dependent on the quality of the people, and it's about people and relations. What you do, individuals utilize their personal contacts, build more contacts in that, and sell the product or service. So network marketing usually works on tiers of salespeople. You have a certain tier, and these tier of salespeople are asked to encourage to appoint other salespeople. So you have a pyramid-like scheme, but it's not actually a pyramid scheme. In here, you're actually selling products or services and gaining sales on that. But the point they make over here is that the top and the middle tier salespeople get leverage, get advantage of the commission that the lower salespeople is making. But my question here is, any business, any job does not have the same pay scale or the pay package. So if you're working in a business, a chairperson's salary is obviously not the same as a salesperson. So why target network marketing? And the other way talking about is, it's all about people spamming you, talking about their products. That same thing happens with marketers as well. As Harshal put it, most of the times, marketers do that. They spam random emails with their unwanted, undesired product information. But here in network marketing, you actually connect with the audience first, and then you offer the product or services. And what happens is, just because of a handful of people who actually are not following entrepreneurial ethics, you cannot make the entire networking marketing in itself as unethical. That can happen in any business, any job. You will have those handful employees who will make their job look bad. But that does not mean that the whole business in itself is unethical. You have some big brands like Amway, Oriflame, Avon that are part of a network marketing model. So what my opinion over here is that, yes, it's ethical, but yes, it may be comprised of certain individuals that follow unethical practices. But that's the thing that's happening everywhere. You cannot control that.
I would like to add my ideas to comments of previous speakers. First of all, network marketing and network business was created many years ago in medieval era, several centuries ago. And it was the most ethical business because people sold their goods and their services to their relatives, to their friends. It was based on human-to-human communication. That is why people had to be very ethical. But as our art colleague has already said, people do the only thing. People do what you tell them to do. And if your friends tell you, buy this, it is very cool, it's good applications, good service, it's good food, it is great, you will do it, because it's your friend, he will never lie to you. But maybe, the reality is that somebody has lied to your friend before. When next time you will assume that network business is not ethical, please pay attention. Maybe the business is ethical, but there is one very unethical dude in this business. Business is not problem. Sometimes people are problem. So,
I think maybe a question we should be asking is, what practices make network marketing seem unethical when it isn't unethical? And maybe those are the things that, you know, as marketers could really define to also protect our consumers, to understand that, hey, is this network marketing I'm experiencing safe? Is this network marketing fair? I think that's one of the things that we could also in the future maybe have a more extensive discussion on, like the bad practices, the deception that's very rampant. What are the trends that people should watch out for? What are the messages that are being said now that we should easily spot, you know, and help our consumers see that, hey, open your eyes, you know, this isn't safe anymore. So yeah, I think, you know, that's my
Absolutely.
take.
So I think in a conclusion, you know, there are three key takeaways. The first one is the relevance, second one is the omnipresence, and third one is the intimacy. So, you know, being a, you know, ethical marketer, I think we should not sell anything. Rather, we should give a collateral value. Be relevant, and we need to give them what they really need. Omnipresence means we need to become top on their mind because they won't figure it out overnight. And of course, intimacy. We need to build their trust, be real with them, be human with them, as you mentioned, and continue to help them with a value. Now, we will just have a quick question and answer, and then maybe Ima will take it on.
Do you have any questions from the audience?
Ethical questions, very ethical.
So I think this week, in the last few days, we saw one of the biggest ethical and moral PR marketing fails in the entertainment industry. Does anybody know what it was? The premiere of Avatar 2, The Way of Water in Japan. Context: James Cameron is a vegan. He's been vegan for 10 years. The Avatar movies are about protecting the environment, the planet, species. In the first movie, the mineral they were after was called unobtainium, for great reason. The latest movie, Way of Water, is about protecting the oceans, saving the species. Where did they hold the premiere movie showing, the launch of it? At a dolphinarium with performing dolphins. Is that not completely against everything he stands for, the movies stand for? They had a golden opportunity to send a brilliant ethical and moral message, and it failed and ended up in international condemnation instead. So that's, Pooja, exactly what you've been saying, a massive, massive fail. Now, as you guys, as marketers, how would you then clean up from that? What do you do? Is it recoverable from that?
Actually, I haven't seen this news, but if I was James Cameron, I will tell people very ethical story, because there is one unknown fact. Why are these dolphins in this dolphinarium? Maybe many years ago, all these dolphins were baby dolphins who were sick, who were ill. I don't know the reality, but I suppose that these dolphins had found their way in this dolphinarium for some reason. Maybe it is their shelter, maybe it's their heaven, maybe these people saved them before. I don't know the story, but in my reality, will be a good ending for the story.
I'm actually surprised the PR team let that go through.
Me too. I'm surprised he didn't, when he saw the venue, went, I'm not doing it. What was going through his... But this is the point, as someone that works in the entertainment industry, and I see it day in, day out, this is where money, ethics and morals go out the window when money becomes involved. And it happens every time.
I think the trick, and I've done a couple of PR crises, usually long after the crises has occurred and they realize the brand damage they've caused. But the trick there is kind of doing a cost analysis of post. I routinely do of like, if your brand goes downhill because of this critical issue, this is how much it's gonna cost you to fix it. And by the way, this is how much time it's gonna cost you to fix it. I try to always make sure it hurts the investors, because those are usually the people that are making the decisions. And then they tend to reroute, usually. In that case where you probably come in and they just hire a crisis management team, you basically have to buy your way back into the good graces of either donating or doing something to make up for it, and then really work diligently with making sure you're holding a very authentic brand. I will say James Cameron has kind of a habit of doing that kind of thing, though.
Plus it's Disney, they'll go, we'll just make another Marvel movie, it's fine.
Exactly.
In some cases, controversy might attract more tickets to him. If the controversy is involved, I think business will be more in some cases, not in this particular case.
Yeah. It's a tricky one though, isn't it? But it still happens every day. So, as marketers, there's so many boxes to check, and it's been a fantastic and interesting discussion, and I thank you all. It's been amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Really good discussion. Really good discussion. I like that a lot. Did you want a group photo? Where's my photo? Can I get a nice group photo of you guys on the front of stage? We've got we're panel after panel after panel today. It's fantastic. We've got some great topics. That was a really good one. I enjoyed that. Thanks, ladies and gents. Thank you so much. That was amazing. And up next, it's time to switch our attention to our upcoming fireside chat, which will be on email marketing in 2022, customer-centric campaigns, market trends, and what is next. Professionals frequently discuss how email marketing has lost its relevance in the constantly evolving marketing field. To be honest with you, I just have to go to my junk folder because everything ends up in there. Nevertheless, it continues to persist, especially in light of the yearly introduction of new trends. Email marketers can get an advantage over rivals by anticipating changes in consumer preferences, which is why this conversation is going to help us learn more about what's coming up in this field. And I would like to welcome up to the stage our first speaker, Leela Shankar Mulam. She is an international growth hacker and marketing expert. I'm so sorry, Leela. Sorry, apologies. Hello, how are you? You're an international growth hacker and marketing expert. And Ajay Rai, CEO of Upcoach.ai, CEO and founder of Upcoach.ai. Gentlemen, welcome to the stage, and I'm going to let you carry on with this fireside chat. Interesting to see what you're coming up with in email trends and marketing trends. Are your mics on?
Hello everyone, so I am Ajay Rai and I am the founder of UpCoach. I run a digital marketing agency exclusively for coaches who are into coaching industry. And today we will be discussing about what are the trends of email marketing in 2023.
Hi guys, I'm Leela Shankar. I'm an international growth hacker. For those of you people who don't know what growth hacking is, it's marketing on steroids with the help of technology and psychology tricks. Right? So the room is pretty empty right now, and I'm really sad for other people who are actually missing, because this session I'll be actually giving you the most actionable steps so that you can directly apply right now. So just to give you a context for you guys, so that you guys don't go back to looking at your phones and other thing, right? I'm gonna reveal all the tactics and all the frameworks which I personally use for emails that actually can skyrocket your open rates and CTRs. Just to give an example in terms of actual result. There's a US client of mine. His name is Steve, and he was getting around 12% open rate and 2% click-through rate in his emails. And it's a medical company, he can't actually change the email copy. So he just came to me and he asked me how to improve it, because it's a promotional email. So I just worked around on the technical stack and a few optimizations, and from 12% open rate, we actually got him 58% open rate, and from 2% CTR, it went to 27% CTR without even changing the email content. Right? So if you want these kind of results, stay here and listen to the entire session, or else it's you guys, Anyway, so let me start with the first question. Is email marketing relevant in 2023?
I think, of course, it is relevant. Why? Because whenever you are marketing on any social media platforms, let's say it's Facebook, YouTube, Google, you don't own the platform. We have been running ads for many of our clients, and sometimes we get ad account bans. Sometimes their even pages are banned. So let's say you have a grown up page and then you just lose the page. But when you have the email, you have that lead every time. So email marketing is most important aspect when it comes to marketing, because once you have that person data into your funnel, you can just keep on selling them and make them buy again and again. So I think email marketing is one of the most important aspects when it comes to marketing.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. You might have 1 million followers on Instagram or Facebook or on LinkedIn, but at the end of the day, those are LinkedIn's audience, those are Instagram's audience, right? They're not your audience. And obviously, there's a saying that goes around, right? For every single person in your email list, you'll make actually $1 at least in the long term. Right? That's how the catchphrase is. So email marketing is the most important one. You might think that it's only relevant for B2B and not B2C, but at the end of the day, if you remember, right, if you want to sign up for any platform, if you want to sign up on Facebook, you need an email ID. If you want to sign up for Google, you want an email. If you want to sign up for other services of Google, you need Gmail and everything else, right? So email ID is compulsory in this day and age, and obviously email marketing will actually still work, because I'm actually using email marketing and generating more leads in terms of B2B, or generating more customers in terms of B2C companies, right? So going to my second question. So what do you think are the types of email marketing we have?
So basically there are two types of email marketing that we often do. Like one is cold email marketing, where we send people relevant offers according to the niche they are operating in. And second is like warm email marketing, basis what they are like into our funnel, and then basis we personalize our emails and send them offers according to that are relevant to them. So these are the two aspects of email marketing that we often do.
Exactly. So we have two types of email marketing: cold email marketing, where the audience is cold. So the audience or the person who's actually receiving your email doesn't know that you're actually sending an email, right? And also there's normal marketing, where you're actually sending it to your opt-in customers, opt-in or double opt-in customers who actually signed up to maybe download your lead magnet, or they're your customers signed up on your platform or something like that. But the problem over here is that if you're sending cold emails out there, right, the person doesn't know that they're actually getting an email, and since it's a promotional email, they consider it as spam, and you barely get more than 10% open rate or 2% CTR or anything else. And again, give you a small result over here. I did B2B cold email lead gen for a client last year. It's a complete B2B SaaS with an average ticket size of $5,000. And my open rates were around 80% and CTRs are 30% for Calendly booking links, right? So it doesn't matter whether email, it's a cold email or normal emails. You have to follow a particular framework and how to actually get people to actually open and interact with the emails. So most people say that, you know, cold emails, you won't get proper open rates, excuse me. And normal emails, promotional email, you'll get more open rates. It doesn't matter, it all depends on how and what you actually use and how you send emails, right?
So basically, I want to ask what you think about a subject line when it comes to email marketing. What is the importance of a subject line and how it impacts your whole email marketing campaign? And also, what are the steps that we can use to optimize our email campaigns to get more better open rates as well as more CTR?
Awesome. So now we are actually going into the juicy details, right? Subject line. The first thing is that everyone thinks we have to use personalization in the subject line, right? First name, hi, first name, here is the biggest offer of the year or something like that. But the sad part is we only stop there in terms of personalization, in terms of subject line. There are actually tools out there where you can actually visualize whether how does the subject line look, how much the subject line will look on the mobile device, whether it's using an Android phone or an iPhone and everything else. Because the thing over here is that your subject line can be long, it can be a pretty kick-ass subject line, but at the end of the day, if the person is not able to read the entire subject line, so what's in it for them? So you have to, I'm not saying you have to have only shorter subject lines, I'm not saying you have to have longer subject lines. Whatever subject lines you have, right, there are tools out there where you can actually go out and Google and say subject line visualizer, where most of the people check their emails in mobile phones right now. They don't actually go on desktop unless and until they're a core business owner, unless they're entrepreneurs and stuff. Most of our employees also use their phones for, you know, communications and everything else. So you have to use these tools called subject line visualizers, where you can actually go ahead and type in your subject line in the website. It'll show you how exactly it will look on a mobile phone, an Android phone, an Android Gmail app, and an iOS Gmail app, and you have to optimize for that. And apart from that, if you have the subject line for yourself, you won't actually get more open rates. I might have 100% sale going on, but if I say the biggest launch offer of the year, no one is going to actually open the email. Instead of that, you have to have the subject line for the customer. Like, again, in terms of cold prospecting or in terms of other prospects, right? I'm giving away one of my best performing subject lines. You can note it down. My best subject line is, hi, first name, is this you? Simple. Just imagine, right? My name is Leela. If I'm getting a subject line or an email saying that, Leela, is this you? Or is this, comma, Leela, or the first name? So I'll be interested, who is this person who's trying to contact? If you're trying to actually do B2B cold emailing, right? You can use this subject line because they will open it up. And also because it also shows that you're kind of unsure and you want to contact that other person. So that person will be more interested to open the email rather than, you know, I can just say, Leela, he's the best offer. Leela, we actually skyrocket your business. These are all marketing and salesy things. And apart from that, the other most famous subject line is that first name, quick question. Right? It's a pretty famous if you're into B2B cold emailing, right? It's kind of overused right now. But my two best sellers are first name, is this your first name? And first name, nice to meet you. The person is like, who's this person sending me that nice to meet you? So if they actually open the email, I'll be like, I actually came across your LinkedIn profile. It's pretty impressive. I thought of reaching out directly. That's my first line of introduction, where it actually creates some kind of context. So you have to actually keep in mind that the subject line should make relevance. You don't do clickbaity subject lines. And also, once you open the subject line, it has to be some common relevant line that actually attaches the email to that particular subject line. And apart from that, we also have something called as spam words, right? There are a particular few words, if we overuse them, either in subject lines or either in other, in the body of the email, the spam detectors will actually trigger and the email might end up in spam. So these are known as spammable words or spam-free words. You can actually go to tools like AutoClose Spam Checker or other spam checkers and actually input your subject line or email content itself, and it will highlight a few spammy words. And I suggest you to actually reduce the spam words and only use synonyms of the spam words, or use the spam words as less as possible. I mean, free is a spam word, right? But that doesn't mean just because you have one word of free in the email, it will go to spam. But if you have the same word 10 times, then it might end up in spam. So there are a few things you have to actually take care. And apart from subject line, if you're actually sending email to your opt-in customers using MailChimp or SendGrid, other things, there's something called as pre-header, right? A pre-header is nothing but that will come below the subject line. So you have to focus more on the pre-header rather than rather on the subject line in terms of if you're sending your emails to actually your opt-in list, right? So I don't know how many people know this. If you actually get an email, right, next time a professional email from LinkedIn or someone else, you'll have a subject line and below you'll be having a small line. But if you open the email, that line is not visible in the email because that's the pre-header of the email. So you have to optimize your thing again with the pre-header and subject line in mind. So let's say you can't fit the entire subject line because of the restrictions of the mobile phone. You can have half of the subject line and the continuation as a pre-header so that it makes sense to the person who actually reads it. And also on this topic, if you're sending emails, right, make sure the email has an image. Right, if I'm sending you an email, my name is Leela, but it doesn't have any image, that's the first red flag for me. Why would I even open an email, especially if it's cold email? Even though if you're sending it from a business, most businesses doesn't have proper email, images. And if and business who have images have their own logo. But at the end of the day, instead of you sending an email from your business name, it's way better if you can send emails from your own name. Maybe an email from on the name of the CEO, email from the name of the CTO, or whatever the C-suite executives are. You need to have their personal picture and their name instead of the company logo and a company name, unless it's a transactional email like an OTP or something like that. So if you optimize for these things, right, it looks like a real person is emailing me with the proper and the relevant stuff that I want to. So it's all about the customers because we want the customers to open the emails, not about me. So these are the tools. You can go to AutoClose email, AutoClose spam checker to actually check whether your emails are having or subject lines are having spam words. And the best top performing subject lines are easy Stu first name, or first name nice to meet you, or first name quick question. These are top performing for me. And apart from that, you can go to Google and search subject line visualizers and actually optimize your subject lines for Android and iPhone Gmail apps and Outlook apps.
So I will tell you a very cool case study of email marketing. So basically, this year my company have sold courses worth 20 million USD, and we have worked with some of the biggest names in coaching industry. So I had a client and she was selling a ebook just for 4.99, and we were selling the ebook, let's say we were getting 100, 200 sales every day. So it was our introductory offer just for 4.99 because we want our client to get introduced to audience and we want as much as people to join her email list. And when we were doing this, she had the signature program was for 5,000 USD. But sometimes people think that if someone has bought 4.99 ebook, they may not end up buying 5,000 product or 6,000 product because there is a big difference. But when you do the things in volume, like if you are selling something for 4.99, you will get more people to get into your list. And the more people you have into your list, the more likely you are to make money. So when we analyze our data for the whole year, she made over more than alone 3 million from the people who bought her ebook just for 4.99. So this is the power of email marketing. Once the people are into your funnel and you are sending them personalized email basis, what are their pain points, you are like connecting to them at a personal level, they will end up buying. Not everyone will end up buying, but even if you convert 30%, 20% of people for 5,000 offer, this is a great marketing chunk.
Awesome, man. That's pretty great results. So in terms of email copy and email length, what do you think is the best?
I think like as far as I have seen, for me, short emails works better because no one is going to read a 2,000 words email. It's better to send them short and sweet email, just directly to the point, and it works better for me.
Awesome, man. And again, it also depends on the context where we actually send out emails. Whether you want a 4-liner email or a 4,000 words email, it all depends on the kind of email you're actually sending and whether it's an opt-in email or a cold email. In terms of cold outreach, if you're doing B2B cold outreach using emails, the shorter the best. My best performing cold emails were only 4 lines long. right? Still to this date, it's only 4 lines long, and also at the same time, it's actually relevant to them. I'll be like, hey, I just found you on LinkedIn, and I thought of reaching out directly because your profile is impressive. Are you interested in this? Because we're actually doing this. If you're interested, you can just reply, or else you won't, right? So this is the best 4-liners you can actually use for your own B2B marketing, and you can actually expect results over here. And in terms of emails for opt-in customers, right? And again, the 2 kind of emails. Inside email, you can actually have a text-based email or an HTML email. HTML email is the email that we'll actually receive from e-com stores and from other places where there's a lot of images, there's a lot of text in the email, and it looks like a small web page, right? You can use that, but at the same time, what happens is that the more HTML your email has, the more probability that it will go to personalized folder or spam folder. Because at the end of the day, AI is getting better and better, and these emails are easily categorized into personal emails or personalized emails, or spam emails or promotions emails or update emails. So you are creating only one email, but Google is automatically creating you 4 or 5 different inboxes for you. There's a primary inbox, there's a promotions inbox, there's a spam inbox, there's an update inbox, right? So you have to make sure that you have to land in at least the primary or promotional inbox. The more number of links, the more number of URLs you have in your email, the more number of images, the more number of HTML code you have in the emails, the more chances of it to land in the promotional inbox, right? And if you have less number of text and less number of links at least, then it can actually lead into landing in primary inbox. Because at the end of the day, it's pretty simple logic, right? An email before showing it to the customer is read by an AI. And if that AI detects a lot of URLs and that to different platforms, then it will think it's a promotional inbox, right? Promotional email. So I'll give you a very small example, right? We all actually have our own email signatures, right? It's like Leela Shankar, follow me on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram. The email might not have 10 different URLs, but my signature only has 3 different URLs. My email is coming from leelashankar.com. That's the domain from which my email is going out. But let's say I send it to Ajay over here, right? But in Ajay's Gmail AI will go through my email saying that, wait a second, the email is from leelashankar.com, but the email has 3 links to 3 different websites. It has a Instagram.com link, it has a LinkedIn.com link, it has Twitter.com links. So this might be a promotional email. Then it'll go to promotional inbox, and you know how often you check your promotional inboxes. So if you want your email to actually land in the primary inbox, I don't need any signature, right? If I want Ajay to follow me on Instagram, I'll just write it on my email itself. Hey, do you mind following me on Instagram or something like that, right? So just because you're using a signature as well, the deliverability of your email will impact a lot. Do you want your prospects to follow you on Instagram, or do you want to get business from them? You have to have priorities, right? So I don't need followers, I need money. Exactly. I think everyone needs money first and then followers second, maybe, right? So that's the thing. It all depends on what exactly you put in your emails and everything else.
So what do you think of dark mode when it comes to email marketing? Because many of the people must be doing email marketing, but I'm not sure how many of you have dark mode enabled in your email marketing. Do you guys, what do you think?
Exactly. See, the thing is that the emails that you saw were normal emails with white text, but your phone tried to make it dark mode. That's where it broke it. But you're a technically aware customer, that's why you know the fact. If I'm a newbie, I'll be like, why the hell is company send me a broken email? So it directly affects my branding and credibility, right? So as Ajay said, right, if you're actually using any HTML in your email, make sure it's actually optimized for dark mode as well. Right, it has a proper black background and that kind of fonts and everything with your designer before it actually rolls out. You can directly send all your emails in dark mode itself, because a person can look at an email in white mode, but if the dark mode is actually breaking, it doesn't make any sense. But if you send an email from dark mode from yours end only, the person doesn't mind because the email doesn't break at his hand.
Exactly. What do you think of role of AI when it comes to email marketing in 2023? Like, what are the trends and how we can utilize AI in making our email marketing more better, get more better engagement, get more better open rates, clicks?
Yeah. So the role of AI is increasing in every aspect of our lives, right? Especially in email marketing. Because again, it's really closely related to personalization of emails as well. If you actually think of AI, right, in terms of AI is working both in favor and against of us. Because if you see Gmail and Outlook and all these email service providers, right, their AI is getting smarter and smarter to detect which is a spam email or promotional email and everything else. So you have to always, it's a catch and mouse game. They will detect something else and will come up with a new thing where, our email will land in the primary inbox and everything else. But on the other side, the best way to actually use AI in email marketing is to actually use personalization, right? Of course, we have a question on personalization, but I would like to also answer it over here, saying that traditionally what happens is that, especially if you're doing B2C or B2B, the email is one for everyone. The only variable that are available for you is like first name, last name, company name.
That's it.
How many times will you use that?
Yeah.
First name, how are you? How are you, first name?
Exactly.
Right. But using AI right now, what you can do is that there's something called as an image personalization. There's text personalization, which is first name, last name, company name, location, whatever you want, whatever is there on the Excel sheet. Or else there's an image personalization as well, where I can send a standard image. Let's say I'm just holding a play card saying that hello is written on the play card, and below there's a variable. So for each and every person who's actually receiving the email, if I'm opening it up, it will be hello Leela. If this guy is opening up, it's like hello Ajay. The AI is there to actually, whenever they open the email, that's going triggering the server, and the image is generated instantly depending on the first name of the particular person. Right? There's something called as an image personalization. If you remember, I just told you, right, I was doing this B2B prospecting for a SaaS client, and I got around 30% CTR and 80% open rate. This is what I did for them, right? So the subject line was first name, nice to meet you. And inside the subject line, I was like, hey, I just went to your LinkedIn profile. It's really impressive. I thought of reaching out to you directly. And then I have an image where I'll be holding, where I'll be pointing to a whiteboard on which we have hello, and the first name is nothing but each person, whoever opens that, according to their first name, there'll be an image. So just imagine what is the impact of the other person opening it up. So the consumer or customer is not aware of this kind of technology. The moment I open it up, it's like, hey man, this guy made an image only for me. Right? The effort actually puts out there. And when they click in that, I'll be redirecting them to a landing page or a small website where it is also optimized. Right? Let's say I send it to Ajay, right? Ajay will get an email saying that, hi Ajay, and he'll be seeing an image, me holding a whiteboard marker, and in the whiteboard he'll be like, hello Ajay. And when they click on that, he'll go to a landing page saying that, thank you Ajay for clicking on the landing page, here's a small video I made for you. And there'll be a small video embed where I'll be actually talking, and below the video embed, there's a currently booking link. Right? So just imagine the impact this will have, especially if you're targeting B2B marketing, that to founders and CEOs and these kind of people. Right? The moment they open, they'll be impressed, and again they click on a landing page. The landing page is also personalized, and then directly they can book a call over there as well. Right? Instead of just normally sending a normal 4-liner or a lengthy email. Right? So these kind of personalizations are also available. So there's text personalization, there's image personalization, there are landing page personalization, and recently there are deepfake and AI fusion technologies. We can actually optimize their entire video saying that. So since I'm a member of International Growth Hacker community and everything else, I'll get access to these tools pretty early. So I'm actually testing out a few tools where the AI avatar will actually adopt to the naming and all the other details of the candidate. So instead of me recording a video, every time I send out an email, let's say to Ajay again, the AI avatar goes there and say, hi Ajay, how are you? I know you're from this company, and it will give you a customized thing for this guy. And if it's going to, let's say, someone else, it'll go to someone else. Right? So this is how you can use actually AI in terms of personalizing. And you don't have to go that far as well. Especially with OpenAI's GPT-3, which is an algorithm that can render English and other languages. There are personalized first-liners. Right? Let's say you want to actually include a first liner or something, a personalized text for a prospect if you're doing B2B prospecting. So traditionally we actually hire VAs from Philippines or VAs from India, and they'll actually go to the LinkedIn profile and the website of a particular client, and they'll write a personalized text. But instead of that, we have AI now. You can just upload the CSV to the AI. In 10 minutes, you'll get all the personalized lines for each and every one of your prospects. So you can just plug that in your emails and directly send out emails. So without actually having a team, you can actually personalize the text, you can personalize an image, you can personalize a video on a landing page. And if you can combine all these things with your prospecting or with your customers as well. In terms of B2C e-com, right? E-com brands send a lot of emails, and let's say you want you to buy shoes. Instead of just sending, hey Ajay, just buy shoes, I'll just have Ajay's logo, Ajay's face, and say, hey Ajay on the image itself, and here's a special offer for you, and I'll give you a coupon code. That will be more personalized. And I don't want my developers or designers to do it for my 1 lakh customers or 100,000 customers. It's an AI that's doing that, right? So if you're interested in these tools, I'll be naming a couple of tools. You can write it down right now, right? There is Synthesia, which is an AI tool, AI video tool. There is NextView and Hyperize, which are image personalization tools. There are, for first liners, there are too many tools in as of now on the internet. You can you can obviously get an idea of that. Quicklines is one of the startups like that, and you can actually do. You can pretty much you can actually Google and find other things. These are the things which I personally use.
These are really cool hacks that you shared. I totally love them. So do tell, like, if someone wants to generate cold leads by doing cold email marketing, what are the best ways? Because most of the time we are doing this, we are facing issues like our emails lands to promotions or even spam. So what are the steps that we can use that will make sure that our emails are landing into like primary tab of the Gmail, and they are not landing in spam, and we should get good open rates. So what are the steps that you think that we can implement to get these things done?
It's a pretty vast topic, and it will get slightly technical for you guys, but bear with me, it's really easy to understand. The thing is that the moment you send an email to your customer, the customer's inbox and AI will actually analyze where should I place this email, in primary inbox, promotions inbox, updates, or spam folder, right? And what are the criteria it actually looks at? First, I already told you it's a number of links and a lot of HTML code and everything else. Apart from that, there are so many other things. Because there's something called as email spoofing. Of course, right now, within 2 minutes, I can send you an email from Elon Musk saying that you got 100,000 rupees lotteries, or 100,000 dinar lotteries. It's called as event spoofing. And that email will automatically go into spam. There are tools to do that. It's pretty simple, but it will go to spam. So the thing is that, let's say I send out an email from my leelashankar.com to Ajay, right? So his inbox will actually go and check what exactly is leelashankar.com. There are a few records or a few processes in place saying that DKIM, SPF, and DMARC. These are very 3 important technical aspects or technical records. It will take 2 minutes for you to set it up. You have to set it up on the domain on which you're sending out emails. So if I'm sending out emails from leelashankar.com, I have to make sure that I have this DKIM, SPF, and DMARC set up. So what does this do? DKIM is domain key authentication, SPF is sender reputation, and all this kind of stuff. So Ajay's email will actually go ahead and see whether Leela Shankar has proper DKIM, DMARC, and SPF records. So SPF record is a record where it will tell that Ajay's email that leelashankar.com is a proper domain, with the domain itself has sent out the email, and no one else has spoofing this email. DKIM will tell the emailing client, Ajay's emailing client, that it's a real email, it's not a fake email ID. So there are particular records where email provider will actually check, right, DKIM, SPF, or DMARC records, and if these 3 records are really good, then it will say that, okay, I can verify leelashankar.com domain has actually sent out this particular email. That is first domain operation, that is first level of verification. The second level of verification is, what is the reputation of leelashankar.com? And again, it is called, all we have IP reputation, domain reputation, and all these kind of fancy words, but at the end of the day, reputation is reputation, right? It's a normal English word. So what is the reputation of leelashankar.com? That is my domain. Let's say I just spam blasted all of you or 1 lakh people, and everyone marks my email as spam. Then that will reduce my domain reputation, right? In the same way, if I send a lot of spammy emails where a lot of people will delete my email to spam, report my email as spam, there's something called as an IP reputation. It's an IP address through which the email is sent out to your customers. So you have to actually think whether your domain reputation is good or IP reputation is good. You have to have your domain reputation in good state. Your IP reputation is also good state. And if you want to check, you can directly Google. You can go to this tool called MX Tools, or you can also have other tools where you actually check your domain reputation and IP reputation through which you're actually sending out emails. So what I would suggest is that if you're actually sending out emails for the first time, or if you want to change your email marketing directly, I suggest you to buy out domains which are similar to your company name. For me, it's Leela Shankar is my name. My primary domain is leelashankar.com, but I don't send emails from leelashankar.com. I will send emails from leelashankar.net, leelashankar.co, leela-shankar.com. You know, I'll buy other domains to actually send out emails, because obviously I'm not saying that I'll be sending spam emails, but let's say 5 years down the road, 6 years down the road, if the IP reputation or domain reputation falls down, I can easily switch up that domain to something else. But if it's my own leelashankar.com domain, and if it goes down as a spam domain, or IP reputation or domain reputation goes down, let's say 5 years down the line, it will also affect my SEO and also affect my SEO and Google rankings and other search engine rankings as well. Right? Most people actually miss this point. They'll be using their primary domain for years and years, and suddenly they're like, my SEO ranking just went to 2nd page, my ranking went to the 3rd page. Because this will happen because Google knows everything. Right? Google is a search engine, it has Gmail, it has YouTube, it has everything, right? And whatever Google does, other search engines follow. Right? So that's the thing. So you have to actually, you should not actually use your main domain. You have to buy your secondary or burner domains like .net, .co, whatever it is, and start emailing from that. And make sure whoever you're actually emailing, they don't mark your email as spam. And how to do that? I already told you SPM, SPIF, DKIM, and all these DMARC records. And apart from that, you have to make sure that email is relevant to the person. You have to avoid spammy words in your email, remove all the excess HTML, make sure to send it as a text email if you want, right? Avoid a lot of hyperlinking, avoid a lot of links that are going to the external domains. You can have links going to, let's say I'm sending out from leelashankar.com, I can have 3 to 4 links from leelashankar.com itself, from the same domain. So avoid having a lot of links from your signatures and something like that. You know, if you optimize all these things, then you actually increase the probability of your email landing in primary inbox. And for you to know whether your email is landing in primary inbox or not, there are tools like inbox placement, deliverability test, or inbox placement test. You can actually go out on Google and search like this. This tool called GMA's inbox placement test, where it will give you a set of 17 to 19 email addresses to which you can send your email that will go into send your customers. And there that tool will tell you where are your emails landing, whether it's spam or primary inbox or something like that. There are also other tools like Lock Apps and other and emailtester.com, which will do the same thing for you. And again, going to primary, going to spam is not a binary thing, right? For suppose Ajay got my email in spam, that doesn't mean 100,000 people who are in my list will get into spam. It's always a ratio. What is the ratio between primary inbox versus spam? Whether it's 10:1 or 5:5. 10:1 means 10 emails are going to primary, 1 email is going to spam. 5:5, 5 emails are going to primary, 5 emails are going to spam. So you have to have this ratio as low as possible so that spam should be as low as possible. But that doesn't mean one person gets your email into spam, then that means every other person will also get into spam. It's always a ratio. You have to keep that ratio really less. Really less. And how do you know this? By doing this inbox placement and deliverability test. So I suggest you to do that every week. So generally in my agency, when I'm actually doing for my clients, I'll be doing it on every Monday. So just to know, and I'll be plotting a graph. What is the IP reputation, domain reputation, what is the spam to primary ratio, and I'll be doing it every Monday. So I actually know whether it's going up or going down or what to do and everything else.
I think questions.
And if you have any questions, you can actually ask. We have all the other topics as well, but yeah.
So there are a lot of IPS tools which are getting very smart day by day, and surprisingly 60% of the audience use Google Workspace across the globe as one of their main engine. And in Google there is primary updates and main inbox out there. And a lot of the companies, they are using the reputed tools and highly expensive tools like Pardot, which is there, or for that matter HubSpot. What is happening is, or for that matter GMAS as you mentioned. But the smart IPS is playing a very big role. Even though if we use these kind of tools, eventually within a day or two, those emails will start reaching to a spam or the updates or the promotions folder. Because of the backend algorithms of IPS, which is the intrusion prevention system that is getting built at the backend. So my question is, do you think that sending manual emails is one of the best options compared to sending it in an automated manner? Because irrespective of, number one tool of, Globe is Pardot, and even though if you are sending emails using Pardot or HubSpot, they are reaching to the updates, promotions, or spam. And Gmail is very cautious about it, because the main reason is Gmail don't want to get spammed with a lot of the emails, because they want to see the relevant emails out there. So what is the technical solution over there? And do you think that AI is anyway in future going to overcome Google on top of it, because Google is massing the market? So what is the use of AI in this particular use case?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So to actually answer that, what you have to understand is that these tools, whether you send a manual email or automated email, at the end of the day, the receiving end doesn't know whether it's an manual email or an automated email, right? Ajay's inbox doesn't know whether it's an automated email or a manual email. It just got an email. So there's something called as an email warm-up feature, right? What is email warm-up? I'll tell you this with a very basic example. Let's say I send out email to my 100th on list, right? And most of them, obviously 90% will be Gmails, right? So whether it's G Suite or Gmail, Google is the parent company behind it, right? So Google knows from leelashankar.com, there are 1 lakh emails sent in, let's say, 10 minutes. Out of these 1 lakh emails, how many people actually opened it up? How many people replied to it? How many people marked it as spam? How many people deleted it? Depending on this user data, it will decide where to paste the email for the remaining people. So it all depends on the level of interaction on your emails. If you're just sending a normal email with where people are not even opening it up, let's say there's something called as an inbox history for each and every person. Right, Ajay will have a separate inbox history. Harsha, you will have a separate inbox history. I will be having a separate inbox history. Right. If I'm sending an email from leelashankar.com to Ajay, where he never received my email in the past, then my filtering will be more, because my thing is a new domain for his inbox history. So let's say Ajay already knows my email ID. I've been emailing him since 1 year. If I send the same email to his inbox, since his inbox already has my emails and interacted with my emails previously, it will directly go to primary inbox. So to actually emulate this is what is called as email warm-up. So you have to do email warm-up where we have AI tools that will gain access to your emails, and it will send emails to other people. Let's say there's a very famous email warm-up tool called Lemlist or Lemwarm. Right? Let's say there are 10,000 people in Lemwarm registered to warm up their emails. If I register my email in that particular tool, after I give the tool access to my email, that tool will send an email from my email address to some other user in that email address. And there, that tool will actually open the email, reply to that email back to my email, and now again the tool will actually, are you getting the point? It will actually interact with the emails of its own users. That is what is called as email warm-up. And obviously, Google doesn't know whether it's automated replies or real replies. So if I start email warm-up right now, generally the technical period for email warm-up is at least 4 weeks, but you can also go around with 2 weeks. So if I sign up for an email warm-up process with a new email ID, the tool will automatically send out emails, natural sounding NLP, natural sounding emails to other of its users, other emails. And there, that tool will also reply back and mark my email as important, mark my email as not spam if my email goes to spam in their inboxes. And if their email are going to spam in my inboxes, it will go out and mark out important, not as spam, and all these things. So these kind of interactions will give Google an idea that this is a real user, and this user's emails are important for the recipients of that particular email. So that is where it's called as email warm-up, and we have these AI tools. So traditionally 5 to 6 years back, we used to have email warm-up agencies, where we used to have 10 people with 100 email accounts, and they used to manually reply to other clients, and they will open that client's email and they'll reply to this email, this kind of stuff. But right now everything is automated, and we have AI that will actually generate text which is natural sounding. So it will actually be done just by purchasing a $10 plan from a proper email warm-up tool.
I have one more solution for this, but it's not related to email. So what we do is we download the whole list, we upload them on Facebook as a custom audience, and same on Google Ads. And we just show a video ad to them that, hey, you subscribe to my list 2 years back by downloading X stuff, and now my emails are going into spam. Could you do a favor? and just whitelist my email by clicking on this link. And then we send them to a double opt-in form where we ask them to like just subscribe to our list and consent to privacy policy. And if they are like our real buyers, or if they are really interested in our product, they will just do this. If they don't want to do this, let them go. Simple.
Yeah, actually that's pretty clever growth hack that we also use, right? If the email is really important, we'll actually send out an email blast. We'll wait for a week, and then for the people who actually didn't open the emails, right? We'll just create a custom audience, a lookalike audience in Facebook by uploading that. Do a branding campaign for a week, and then we'll send a follow-up to the email that we actually sent earlier. Then we can actually expect better open rates, right? So there are particular hacks like that. And also before you actually send out email, there's something called as an email verification or email validation. Not every email that you get is actual email, right? Let's say you're actually selling out your lead magnet, and most people will just abc@mail.com. It's not a real email ID, right? And if you try to send an email to this email, it will directly bounce, right? Because the email doesn't exist. So the more number of bounce you have, the bounce percentage also will impact your domain reputation and IP reputation and all these kind of things. So the more number of emails that you're sending and that are bouncing, Google will realize you bought it somewhere else, and it will restrict your emailing activity, and your email will go to spam. So there are tools like bulk email checker, zero bounce, or zero bounce, bulk email checker, never bounce. You can just directly upload your list of leads to that and regularly clean that list, because a lot of, especially in B2B, people jump companies, and the emails are really, they will be changing very frequently. And if you have normal B2C list as well, some emails are not responsive. Some people will create multiple email IDs and forgot their old email IDs and everything else. So for you to know whether the email ID is valid, inbox is there or not, there's something called as email validation, where you can use tools like clear out, never bounce, and zero bounce, bulk email checker. You can just upload your CSV. It will check and let you know whether it's a good email or not. And you can directly send emails to only the valid emails. That's where your bounce rate will be less. So ideally the bounce rate should be less than 5%, but I generally go to less than 2%. My bounce rate is less than 1 to 2%. That's how you have to actually go about it.
Great. Do you guys have any other questions? No, all good.
The audience?
Thank you.
I think you covered everything, guys. That was amazing. I know.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much to Ajay and Leela. Thank you so much for that.
Sorry. So for all the people over here, right, if you really want to know the exact email marketing framework that I use, and also my growth hacking strategies and everything else, I'm actually, just as a lead magnet and something else, I'm actually giving away a 7-hour growth hacking course, which I actually sell for $2,000. But for all you guys, since I'm coming over here and telling all these things, right, I would like all of you guys to use my growth hacks and grow your own businesses. So I'm actually giving away my 7-hour course, freely for all you guys. If you just want it, you can just hit me up. Thank you.
That's very kind. That's very nice. Awesome. Thank you so much, gentlemen. That's wonderful. So talking of the future, it's nearly impossible not to talk about the digital changes that we're seeing currently, and it's moving at a rate of knots. Do marketers that need to revamp their marketing styles when it comes to social media? Is traditional marketing answer anymore in the first place? To answer such questions, I would like to welcome up to the stage our next panelists, who are going to be talking about marketers. Should you ditch old rule books for the age of Instagram Reels, and help you all to understand the future of marketing, enhance engagement, higher conversion rates, and much more. So our moderator for this session is going to be Her Highness Sadia Tengku Jadiah Abang, CEO and Managing Director of Twin Rams Media Group, OPC. Please come up to the stage. Pleasure to have you here. And our next panelists, we have it's a big group, this one, so it should be a dead interesting discussion. Can't wait for it. Aditya Diwan, founder and creative director of Madhouse Media. Harry Tarbuk, founder and CEO of Servo Creatives. Maha Abdul Rahman Al-Balushi, owner and chief strategist, Key Marketing. Mona Mohammed Abul Hassan, Associate Business Director, Publicis Media, Digitas, and Kamran Khan, COO of Arabian Entertainment Company. If you'd all like to come up to the stage then, please. I'm just going to come and check all your microphones.
Hello. Okay. So I'd just like to welcome everybody for joining us today. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. And for everyone here, actually, that's going to be joining, I believe you guys should probably take a double shot espresso right now because it's going to be a while. But nevertheless, I hope you can stay a little bit longer and learn a thing or two about what we're going to talk about. All right. So basically, at this day and age, social media has been playing a very pivotal role in terms of marketing and how we actually relate our message as marketers ultimately. And the first part of our discussion is just to come up with the definition of what traditional marketing is, right? In the essence of what we're going to be talking about at this point, and also like how do we define them, and what would be like for individuals in here who's joining me as panels, what do you think are those traditional marketing strategies that perhaps may not be relevant at this point or could be still relevant, right? And how it ultimately would help us also, again, in achieving our overall marketing goals. So I just want to ask first, everybody here, before we get started, to introduce themselves. So let's get started with you, Mr.
Hi, my name is Aditya Dewan. I run a creative boutique in India called Madhouse Media. We basically label ourselves as a creative boutique because we do all kinds of creative services out there. With that being said, our strength is content. So,
Hi everyone, my name's Harry. I run a creative agency called Servo. Everything from sort of photography and video related, all throughout sort of social media bits and pieces, and influencer stuff on the side as well. So yeah, a bit of everything really.
Awesome. Yes.
See, before introducing myself, I think the problem with marketeers is always when our tummies are full, we are not good at delivering, and hence you see a very thin attendance here. Regardless, the good side is that the real marketeers are the ones who are actually even performing after having their tummy fulls. Myself, Kamran Khan, I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Arabian Entertainment Company based out of Saudi Arabia. We are into international restaurant franchise. Apart from that, I'm also the founder of Eat and Stays, which is an online hospitality media platform. Thank you.
Amazing, nice to meet you guys. Hi guys, my name is Mona Abul Hassan. I am currently the digital lead for Digitas, a Publicis Group company. As an agency, we're a digital transformation agency that services different pillars to connect everything together. So from digital media, which is my expertise, with different team members across customer experience, strategy, creative, technology.
Hi everyone, my name is Maha Al-Balushi. I am owner and chief strategist of Key Marketing. It's a marketing agency based in Oman, Muscat, where I come from. And I am also a university lecturer in marketing.
All right, so that's a full house in here. All right, so before we get started, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Tengku Hadia Abang. I'm the CEO of Twin Rams Media and also currently the global marketing strategist for Samsung Electronics for their subsidiary Samsung Electromechanics. So overall, I'm in charge of global marketing and have translated all types of marketing campaigns in like 160 plus languages and in any parts of the world. So go figure. Anyway, so let's get this thing started. First, just basically the subject we would be discussing, just to give you a ground base of what we're going to be talking about. The panel discussion is, marketers, should we ditch old rule books for the age of Instagram Reels? So that's basically going to be the subject. And for the first question, going back again, how do you define old marketing rule books? And what are, for you, those old marketing rule books? So I'd like to hear first the gentleman on my left.
I mean, see, for me, I come from a country which is primarily and will always be dependent on the old marketing rule books. And for me, old marketing rule books would be, a strategy where you've got more dependency on television, you've got more dependency on radio, you've got more dependency on newspapers, and such media platforms for your brands and your advertising, rather than having more dependency on social media. So, I mean, for that'll be my dependency.
Anybody else would like to add? Yes?
Yeah, I'll touch on it a little bit. I think especially recently is the whole reason why we're talking about this today is that there wasn't
Absolutely.
a rule book as such. It was, especially with Instagram that we're going to talk a lot more about, there wasn't a rule book as such. It was more a platform where you could just share what you're up to with friends and family and things like that. But only recently, over the past sort of 5 years, it's so important for businesses to be relevant on Instagram.
In essence, it kind of made it, it became a democratized access, right, for everybody. It's not just like filtered through like specific, like a gender or platforms, and if you don't qualify for that, you can't enter. So it removed the barrier for entry for marketing overall. Yes.
See, I think before dwelling any further in the topic, one of the things that we as marketeers, should try to be very clear in our minds is what actually, or how actually do we define that old rule book?
Yes.
That's very critical, I think. When we say, if I have to put things into perspective, and if we say that the old rule books, or giving some examples, putting out, advertisements in newspapers, half page, quarter page, or putting up, having TV commercials, or having a PR out there in the newspapers, if that is considered to be the old rule book, I'm afraid to say that, we are confused and we're mistaken. And unfortunately, a lot of times, a lot of marketers do confuse this. And the reason I'm saying, because the examples that I just gave are merely tools of that rule book. The rule book still remains the same. We have evolved. So giving an example, if I'm sure, most of us remember the old days of pager,
Yes,
where we're
absolutely.
using for different communications. If I ask you a question, is anybody still using a pager? And the answer would be definitely no. But if I have to put it this way, that if you pick up the iPhone or the smartphone that we're using, the purpose that it's delivering is still the same, which is communication. So the tool has changed. It was a pager, and now it has become an iPhone or smartphone, whatever you want to call it. But the objective really remains the same. So the rule book in that sense is still essential, because I think the problem, what happens in recent times, what I've observed in most of the, I've been associated with a lot of consulting industry as well, is that the marketing department in these companies often confuse marketing with advertisement. And that happens a lot, actually. And all these things that we are talking about are very good, essential. So social media and digital media are also a very essential, very important, very energetic tool of marketing. But we can't really define them as the sole marketing. So just to summarize, the old rule book, I think, is still very much valid. It's just that the tools of the rule books have evolved.
Absolutely, it's super interesting to hear the very different points of view based on the industries. I also have a different one from my perception, since, of course, like you highlighted, Reels is a trend. We need to be relevant, yes, but it's one element out of the bigger picture. So from traditional media, there are a lot of brands and advertisers that this is still essential for them. But if I am to classify my perception of the old rule book referred here, it would be traditional digital advertising versus the new trend on digital ecosystems. So there are the tried and tested best practices across YouTube, across social. This is new. How do we tap into it? Does it replace? Does it complement? This is what we'll be discussing today.
Yeah, for me, when I look at it generally, like I look at the rules and I look at the old marketing rules, for example. Like, for example, when we say, one of the rules that comes on top of my head is rule number 7, which says that for a customer to make a purchase, they have to come across your product or your advertisement at least 7 times. So when I try to evaluate that and apply it in today's marketing, or this fast world, I sometimes wonder if really the customer needs to go through these 7 advertisements to make that purchase. And I also think in a world of digital marketing, and taking Instagram as an example specifically, when a customer comes across an ad for the first time, and then he goes to your social media page, so your Instagram page, And there he has like different ideas, material, maybe testimonials, sometimes even public figures talking about that product. So from there, I think he builds quickly that maybe trust, which he needs to maybe have developed before, back in the days during these 7 times. So these rules maybe applies, but differently. And that's what we need to do as marketeers, is to just to understand how to maybe flip, change, or modernize these rules to apply in today's world.
Absolutely. I'd like to add into that, the traditional marketing foundations of like product, pricing, people, the 4 Ps, I forget the last P, but things like that. It's still very relevant to this day and age. And we use that as a framework of our strategies whenever we target, like we just get into a new market, right? And we are still struggling in terms of just fully identifying the target customer of that particular market. Especially on my field, which is a lot more B2B. So chances are we use that as our foundational framework for us to be able to actually like execute that ideas or like series of ideas that we have in mind into a digital campaign. Same thing as like how BAF, the benefits, benefits, features and advantages, right, in terms of product marketing. The same still goes into like your product landing pages. It still reflects in some way in how you arrange your ideas and how your copy will be reflecting that later down the line. So ultimately, I don't necessarily think that it is either or. It could be, a synergy of both, which we would be discussing the second point. Ladies and gentlemen, second point is, can you cite some examples or scenarios where such, aforementioned old rule books are broken to make way for the current trends?
I mean, see, the biggest example which comes to my head is Instagram Reels, for that matter. As soon as Instagram Reels came into picture, a lot of brands started breaking a lot of rules. And a lot of marketers also started using Instagram as a main platform to market their clients. Whereas, see, I understand Instagram is not at all a bad platform. I'm not against that platform. But also, coming back to the question, the point is there are a lot of times you've broken rule books. Not just on Instagram, other social platforms also, YouTube also. You've got YouTube podcasts happening. You've got other ways of, marketing your brand happening, which a lot of times do subside from the old rule books. You come up with new strategies because there is a lot of competition on other socials also. You come up with basic strategies, come up with a lot of strategies for your clients to make them look on top, because your clients also want the same thing. Your clients no longer care about the old rule book as well. So they themselves want to trend on social media, right? So that's why they will come up with their requirements which they would want you to trend on social media. They would want your help to trend them on social media. So I feel in general, not just Instagram or not just any particular platform in general, we've had a lot of rule books being broken because of this.
Any thoughts, Harry?
I think that the main difference with the change of rule books as such is that content nowadays has got to be quick, it's got to be responsive, and it means that there aren't any rules. It almost means as if for a lot of businesses, that a lot of the clients that I have, we've got to be really quick with content. We've got to stay relevant, and we've got to produce content that people want to see quickly. I think with Instagram sort of following in TikTok's guidelines, especially with Reels, things that are recent are the most important. So it's difficult trying to sort of break down that sort of sign-off process with bigger clients. That is really difficult.
Anything else?
So I think, I would agree with one of the statements that you made. The only rule, I think that, there is no rule. Every rule out there, I think, has been broken. So if we just try to go back a little bit, during the days of, Facebook, when Facebook was on fire, and, every marketer used to have, you have to have a Facebook account for your company or for your brand, and, you have to have a strategy for Facebook. And then again, without really discrediting or discounting, Facebook, not dwelling in that subject. But then again, if you see the importance of Facebook today, in the marketing world, it's not that relevant what it used to be. And I think before that, I'm not a very, very tech-savvy person, but you know, if you look before Facebook, platforms like Orkut or all those kind of stuff. So I think, evolving, perhaps if we say, is really the right word. Let me bring in an example of a case study, an actual case study that I was lucky to be a part of that project. We conducted a study on almost 30 to 35 food and beverage companies in Middle East between two countries, Saudi Arabia and UAE. And what we were trying to find out is really this particular subject we're talking about, and this was a few years back, is that those companies who were heavily focused, and remember that I'm talking about food and beverage companies, which is essentially restaurant companies. So those companies that were very heavily focused, or rather only focused around social media or digital media strategy, versus those companies that had proper functioning marketing department, whereby social and digital media were only a platform. What we found out in terms of results, and we measured it in different ways, I'm just trying to summarize here, but what we found out is that 75% of the companies that were rather more focused on the overall marketing were faring much better in terms of performance and sales. If we dig in a little bit more deeper, and I'm particularly talking about, let's say, again, the F&B companies, we talk about, positioning, pricing, customer segmentation, customer satisfaction. Can you really build a strategy or get the desired result by using social or any social or digital media platform? Not that I'm against it, and derive results for any of these components that I just mentioned, be it positioning, pricing, or customer segmentation? The answer is no. But the answer would be yes if we say that we use these platforms as tool very smartly. Then the answer would be, would be a big yes. So again, to your question, I think there have been a lot of instances, where we can prove the case. But I would really go back to the point. And I think it would be a little bit harsh to say, I get a little bit offensive, when somebody says, trashing or ditching away the old rule book. I think the old rule book, there is nothing like old and new. The rule book is the rule book for marketing, for those real marketers who do understand. And if they use the social digital media as tool smartly, I think those companies or those marketers will be the winner.
Mona? Aligned. We're all... Absolutely. I mean, it's not breaking the rules to tap into new territory, right? You just have to test everything from a digital point of view and from a marketeer's point of view, as well as about testing, learning with the right measurement in place that is business-centric. So there are studies that you can attribute to your campaigns to measure actual business outcomes and how they contribute to your business. Yes, they are a tool within the ecosystem, but they contribute to the growth of the business, or they should. If they're not, we're doing something wrong and we need to fix it, right? So that's from brand lift studies that you can do through the key platforms online, or through third-party researchers like Nielsen, like Kantar, that can actually go back into your data and define what ROI those channels are driving. So we need to constantly evolve with the new trends. We need to test. We need to see what works for us as a brand and take it from there. Just one thing before I hand over to you, from Harry, what you said, we have to act fast, yes. This is our industry. We need to cater to the new trends. But it's super important to just consider the communication that we would do from traditional media, from a content versus Reels, has to be catered to the platform. So Instagram as a platform is short-form content, of course, that we all know, but it's also inspiration-led versus a TikTok, which is entertainment-led. Facebook is your close connection. So each platform within the digital ecosystem, communication-wise, or the mindset of the consumer is different when they're on it, and it's super important to factor that in when you're deciding on how to connect with that audience.
Yeah, for me, when I think about the word ditching, I think it's a very big word. Like, I wouldn't use ditching rules at all. I think, as I said previously, is to modernize, to work with my clients in a way where I understand the culture I'm working with, the customer, the type of product, and try to mix the rules with the tools that we have today, taking into consideration all of these different facts. Like, for example, I used to work with, as a client, one of my clients was Awasar. It's a telecom company. And they started back in 2015 in Oman. And they were only with home broadband. And they wanted to position themselves as the fastest internet in Oman. So we remember back in the days, we were having these discussions, and maybe a lot of people would think, well, we're talking about the internet, so it's more like about, it's a serious product. We need to focus on, let's say, maybe oldest people. Whereas the agency and our point of view was completely the opposite. We thought if we're talking about fast internet, we need to focus more into the younger generation, which plays games, because these are the people that needs fast internet. And in today's world, maybe the mother and father isn't really caring that much about which internet they will use, as long as the teenagers are happy. And mostly they're the ones that makes, you know, the such decisions, let's say. So to come up with a new kind of like maybe campaigns, new ideas that doesn't really go with what usually, especially in my country, that telecom companies would do and the way they target certain customers. It's, again, it's a way of modernizing and understanding your product and understanding your customers. I think what we really need to do is just, in a way or another, try to understand that the world now is very fast, but also not to forget the basics where we need to deliver. So, yeah.
Completely agree on that. Just to give you guys a tip, when you're working in a global conglomerate, not a lot of decision makers are, you know, the same age, right? So chances are they're a bit older, they don't really fully understand what are the things that, you know, like teenagers or people, you know, like on a buying age would actually like spend time on. And one of the very important factors for you to be able to reconcile, especially when you're talking to a business strategy, business development team, and you're getting your budgets approved. So one of the very important things is that actually to go back to the traditional rule books. As a point of reference in terms of being able to explain certain concepts or ideas you guys want to pitch. Because ultimately for them, you know, social media platforms, email marketing are all just amplification distribution channels, right? So when those like traditional rule book that we're talking about is explained properly, they would fully support and understand regardless of what is the channel that you're going to be using to make things happen. So it's very important because just recently, like few weeks ago, I started creating the strategy for 2023. And obviously, the CEO is like 65 years old, and I have to like defend what is my program for the upcoming like 2023 campaign. And one of which is like I would start a B2B hybrid website for the company. So that we're not just relying simply for B2B, you know, sales representative, but ultimately right now they can already purchase the product directly, even if it's still B2B in its essence. So what we did is to explain to them why the traditional framework is just going to be expanded and mimicked, you know, in the digital platform through like digital campaigns and whatnot, and therefore it still complements the existing mechanisms they have for their business. It's not really going off the line for that. And I think that's something that we can all agree on. It's very important, especially when we try to relay our ideas to the decision makers and also reconcile that to how we're going to reach individuals on a grassroots level. So third question that I'd like to ask is, do you recall some moments or time in your careers where rule book breaking, this traditional strategies yielded any positive results?
I mean, see, we've had this discussion right now that we've had rules changed. We've ditched old rules. But yes, I would give it to social media and the new tools of marketing that it's become more easier for brands to market themselves. It's become more accessible for brands to market themselves to a larger audience. You have got lesser budgets and you can go and appeal to a master tool of audience. I mean, we primarily have a lot of clients who work with us in India who primarily target on their social medias. and we've handled all of their social channels. So, you know, it's become more easier for us to target a particular geography, to target a particular area in India or outside India, sitting in a particular place. You might not have to spend a larger amount of budgets, you might not have to go overboarded with your pockets, and just the accessibility is higher in such new books. Plus, you've got more brand awareness. You've got more brand awareness, and people tend to rely on social media for brand authentication. So, yeah.
Harry, is there any point in time where you actually, you know, I believe you have, you know, with with the nature of your business, yeah.
I have a particular client that is really tricky with content-wise, and the work that I do with them is to bid on, it's usually video work that is used to bid on work-winning pieces. And every time that we work together, it has to be quite, you know, quite basic and, you know, very simple videos with, you know, talking head interviews and just sort of really boring videos. And we broke the rules with that, and we produced a really nice sort of short form piece of content that was completely the opposite of everything that we'd done previous. And that went on to be one of the biggest project wins that they'd done. It's for a project that I can't really talk about too much, but it's £90 million in the UK. A really, really interesting project that will be coming out next year. And I think that's all testament to just doing something different.
Yeah, so I think, I think we, all of us, you know, as marketeers have experienced, you know, something positive coming out of, again, I wouldn't use the word of, you know, ditching the old rule book, but I think, again, I would say, you know, evolving. And the best case example could be, you know, in the old days where we used to, you know, put an advertisement in a newspaper, or, you know, inserting flyers in the newspapers, and you know, you're, let's say as an example, if you're doing flyers in the newspapers, you're printing, you know, 100,000 or 200,000 depending on the circulation of the newspaper. And the best way that you could measure was only by looking at the spike, you know, in your sales, as an example. You know, if there was an upward spike, or there was, you know, it was a downward fall, then we know what was the effect. And that was, again, you know, best case guess, you know, if you can put it that way. Well, today, the flip side, the good thing, the positive thing is that with things like programmatic ads, you know, you can really pinpoint target, and I would quote an example in a moment, but you can really, you know, in terms of number of clicks and CTR and conversion rate, all those things, every cent, every dollar can be accounted for. And that's really the beauty of it. To an extent, you know, funny enough, I was sitting with a client a couple of weeks back, a friend of mine, as a matter of fact, and they did programmatic ads, and you know, like the old age CEOs, and they were like, you know, you spent almost $20,000, 20 grand in programmatic ads. I haven't seen really our ad on Google or Instagram. I haven't seen, but people are saying it's there. And the marketeer was, you know, my friend was trying to convince that, okay, I'll show you the report. So he communicated this problem back to the agency, and the agency came up with a solution. I think we could have discussed in the, you know, ethical and unethical panel discussion that we're having. So the agency did a very smart thing. I don't know if it's smart or not, but they actually asked the physical address of the office, you know, where that company was based, and said, we're going to do the ads, like, you know, in that particular area, so that your management, your colleagues, your employees actually see the ad, and they did, as a matter of fact. Now, let's forget the debate of being, you know, it being an ethical or unethical practice, but again, the point is really that it is so targeted, so pinpointed, that if you really build the right strategy around it, I think there are a lot of benefits that you could get out of it. But again, the point that I would stress is that do not for a moment think that social or digital marketing is your entire marketing platform, is your entire marketing strategy. That was not the case, that is not the case, and that will never be the case. You have to have, I think one of the panelists in the morning was discussing about, you know, there wasn't sufficient time or thoughts given by marketeers to post-COVID. And that is really a very important point.
Absolutely.
Because consumer behavior, thought process has changed post-COVID. their pattern of buying, their sentiments have changed. So really, a lot of work, onus lies on us marketeers to really dig in again in the consumer behavior and see what's going on, what are the trends, and then build on that. And again, social digital media can be used as tool to, build the strategy from there onwards.
Amazing. I think from what you were highlighting about the current, what we were discussing in the morning post-pandemic and everything, yes, the landscape has changed so much, our behavior has changed so much, and while on top level, we might think that we're connected as ever, but actually it's made us more disconnected than ever. How many of us are sitting at home with our family, but sitting on our phone with friends? Same thing. So it's just made it that much harder also to connect with marketeers, with our consumers in the right way, with the right communication and so on. And with that, things like Instagram Reels and new trends enable us to break into that new space where they're actually still in a leaned-in stage. So the example I'm going to give is actually an Instagram Reel specific test that we did for one of our brands, because part of our partnership with Meta and we have a global learning agenda. This is one of the test topics that we are intended to do. So with that, it's basically a methodology of a study with our campaign. It's a awareness campaign for an FMCG brand, and our usual placements on Meta is automated placement, so that enables better performance across the different feed, allows the platform itself to optimize to the outcome that we set it out to do. In order to test the impact of Reels, the methodology of that test is to do a multi-cell brand lift study, which is essentially an equal split with an exposed and control group being exposed to Reels on one side, and then the business as usual campaign on the other side, to determine the impact from the key metrics, be it media metrics as well as business metrics on ad recall, consideration, and purchase intent. We've done this test twice. The first time we saw slight increases in the brand lift metrics for Reel placements. The second time in a different market, there was no lifts. By no lifts, I mean equal performance between business as usual and Reels. However, from a media metric point of view, the video completion rates and that we saw from Reels was much higher. So the conclusion that we got from this is definitely Reels is a valuable placement to have, but it's not your holistic strategy by any means. It needs to be in the mix, and we need to cater to it right, and yes, it will add value.
So as Mona was saying, with social media, we usually use it to contact our friends, follow people that we know, and see all the updates on their lives. And I think us as a marketeers, one of the things that we always try to do is to get to our customers in their daily routine. So if I know that Mona, for example, works from, let's say, 9 to 5, and then she has that 1 hour break, then I'll try to reach Mona on that 1 hour break, because I know she will be on her social media, she's scrolling, she's having fun, and then that's when I think the new media comes, that we try to attract Mona not in a kind of selling way, but more creative, more kind of getting into her routine, giving her something fun to watch. And also sometimes, let's say, when we get out of these very strict rules, because for me as a university lecturer, I teach my students based on marketing school and based on the books. But when it comes to also trying to mix and trying to reflect the rules on real life, I try to show them, especially on my courses, because I'm very interested in Instagram specifically, and I run a course on how to market on Instagram. I always say that on Instagram, you're building a culture. Because let's say I'm talking about healthy food, and I have 10,000 followers. All of this 10,000 followers actually a culture that loves healthy food, that cares about health. So, and that's something very new that back in the days, we couldn't really do something like that. And because social media and Instagram specifically has different features, so we should treat different feature differently. So when we look at story, for example, that's something will just stay for 24 hours and people can interact with it. So shall we treat it in a very formal way, which I am against? I think we should be very lean. We should be very, let's say, maybe friendly in the way we talk to our consumers when it comes to stories. So maybe ask them about the weather, ask them about the match, and get more like to maybe show people in the company so people kind of get attached to you as an organization. It's not just the product anymore. Because if I want the product, I don't have to follow the company. But following the company, it's more about building that culture around your product and your organization. So I think also when we look at the new features, there is a new feature Instagram just launched, which is leave a note. And a lot of people were making fun, like we're going back to BlackBerry world, like, you know. But I think it's also very nice because we can use it for announcements. When we want to announce something specifically for people that we are follow and they're following us back and we want to just catch their eye on maybe a 24 hours offer or something very instant, or that we have in the next 2 hours there is a free session. So all of these different features, we can really try to tailor them using, again, the rules that we have learned from marketing to deliver the best that we can.
Another question I'd like to follow up, guys, is that there's a lot of individuals still, especially like, you know, global companies who are still a bit apprehensive, right, in terms of like fully investing in digital materials and, you know, like non-traditional models. How do you, as a person who's like running an agency, right, what are the common, you know, like, whatchamacallit, like, what are the common resistance that you guys experience as towards to, like, you know, like people and like traditional guys, you know, investing into digital? I'd like to know that, and perhaps you can share it to everyone. And how do you, you know, like, how do you rebut that? How do you address that and make sure that their investment is actually worthwhile?
I mean, see, it's important for you to, a lot of times when a company goes all out on digital, a lot of times the trend becomes very monotonous. For example, an Instagram reel is going to trend for there's going to be a trend, you're going to have it for a month, you'll have every brand following that. So a lot of times when a lot of brands go all out on digital, there is a very high chance of monotony happening. So as marketers, I feel it's very important for us to understand to strike a balance between the perfect balance between should you go old school or should you go out school. Like I have the statement which I always will believe, just because we have flat screen TVs does not mean we forget the old RGB tube TVs, right? So we all have to realize as marketers that there is a route we start from, there is a place we start from. So if your client wants to go all out, I feel it's very important for us to make him understand the balance between what is going to work for him. If, for example, he's going to enter into a market, for example, if it's an Indian brand, it's going to enter into a market which is more targeted by rural, which is more ruled by rural population. As a result, social media might not work for him. As a result, Instagram or TikTok or whatever might not work for him, but an old school marketing route will. So it's important for us to understand what is the correct TG is going to, what is the audience he's appealing to, and then maybe pitch him a strategy accordingly.
Harry?
Yeah, I think like you said, and we've all said really, it's sort of as and now, you know, it's very important to be investing into digital, I think, especially into social media, but there are lots of other things that you've got to consider as well. And the investment into digital is really difficult. Trying to convince, you know, board members that don't really care about digital and social media as such, and content for digital platforms is really, really tricky. But it's worth it. At the moment, we're seeing a big trend with Reels, obviously on Instagram, but it's always going to be changing. You know, we look back to 2 years ago, 3 years ago, before sort of this short form vertical content was so big, there wasn't anything to be seen in that space. So everything is changing all the time. So it's just important to, I think, invest into digital and invest into good high quality content, and to just see what's happening and try and be relevant at the time.
Cameron? Yeah.
I think, I would say first what we can agree is really the topic of our panel should have been maybe instead of ditching the old rule book, you know,
Yeah.
evolving marketing and still loving the old rule book.
Absolutely.
No, I think, you know, the question that you asked, I think it's very imperative and extremely important that the marketeers in their company also own up the responsibility of educating the importance of social digital media. That's critically important. Number one. Number two, what really are the objectives that that particular company or brand is looking for? Is it engagement? Is it sales? Is it awareness? Is it, what is it? I mean, there could be a set of, you know, different objectives. So it really needs to be defined, because otherwise the first bullet that's going to come and hit the head is why my sales is still the same. And that you would hear from, you know, typically a lot of CEOs or COOs. So when I was heading the marketing department for my company, I used to, you know, get challenged a lot of times, you know, by my CEO and the top management, by the board. So why the sales is not picking up, and you know what's happening. Well, you know, playing a little bit of devil, when I'm on this side of the table, when I'm the CEO, I'm posing the same challenges and question to the marketing department. But again, jokes apart, the fact of the matter is that our objectives should be very, very clear. The strategy should be very, very clear. I think what Harry mentioned, it's very important that yes, we should seriously consider investing in these good tools, but again, we should know why we are investing and where we are investing. That's critically important. And that's the only way I think we can. It's going to take some time. Again, it's a gradual shift that's going to happen. You know, the old guard will understand the relevance of these new tools that we have today, the ever-evolving tools. So every day there is something new, so it's going to take time. But I think it's high time that instead of getting frustrated, marketeers should really own that responsibility and educate. As a part of education, you know, the board, even though it's going to be slightly challenging, or the CEOs, about the relevance, that these are our set of objectives. This is the strategy what we are going to follow. This is how much time, anticipated time, you know, we should, you know, expect, you know, by which, you know, we can see this change. So all these KPIs or deliverables should be crystal clear. Otherwise, you know, we as marketeers will keep going back to that, you know, frustrated corner and you know, trying to, you know, grab a few cents or dollars for the social digital media.
Absolutely, that was right. On point, Cameron. Mona. Say I'm a person who doesn't like social media and whatnot, right? And like, you're convincing me right now, like, why would I invest in socials, something like that?
I mean, look, everything needs to be relevant and suitable to the business goals, and we need to be where our audience is. So to your points, you guys highlighted audiences, you highlighted business goals. If your brand or your market is not fit for digital, then it's not. However, it's important to consider within the digital ecosystem the depth of data that is available. If you just allow, or because I'm going back to the traditional type of mindset from a partner that potentially does not, or is not receptive to digital. So in that case, it's really important to just challenge an agency, challenge anybody within the digital ecosystem to, with your brief, with what you want to achieve, there's a strategy for that. And any whys or hows have responses back with feedback, with data, and it's worth exploring, right? So at the end of the day, if I'm, let's say, a toothpaste brand or a chocolate, if someone is searching for me, I want to be there. And that's a simple example from a data point of view. On a wider scale, there's a lot more from a persona point of view that is only tracked from a digital ecosystem. So we can really, really, really connect with people on another level from there, but it's step by step. It's not an all in or nothing, by no means.
Well, I'm just like thinking now out loud, yeah, because
that's what I've been doing.
Go ahead. Yeah. Like me and you, we had this discussion later over lunch, reflecting on the session about niche. And I was saying, like, I come from Oman and the population is just 5 million. So if I pick a niche, I'll end up with 1 or 2 clients. So I can't really do that. So looking at like the various clients and different industries that I worked with, some of my clients are business to customers. And for business to customers, to me, sometimes it's important to be on social media. And it's really important to, you know, because it's just a small value. It's not really a high value purchase. So customers can make these such decisions really fast. So if he sees an ad of a burger, he can just go and order it on Talabat and it's done. But when I look at business to business, and especially back in the days, we used to think business to business is more about meetings. It's about like pitch. We don't really have to be on social media. But now when I talk to my clients, and correct me if I'm wrong, I usually tell them, no, you need to be on social media. You need to be on LinkedIn, for example. Then they'll be like, why? And for me, I think I'm applying the rule of saying, like, usually as individuals, when we go to buy something, we buy what's most familiar to us. So if today I'm traveling to China, and I've never been to China, and I go to like a store to buy a shampoo, for example, and I'll see different brands, and then I'll see Head and Shoulders, I'll pick the one I know because I know it. And this is what I say to my business-to-business clients. Like, if you are out there, and then we go for a pitch, and the person in front of us saw us before, he will feel familiar. He would want to listen to us more because he has seen us before. It's not his first time. So I think in today's world, we need to have that mix of, first of all, understanding our clients and to know how to deliver, especially in the culture you're living in. But also when I look the other way around, like, do I advise a small restaurant to be on TV? I would say no. So not everyone, I think from my perspective, not every business in today's world, they need to be on the old media, let's say, like TV, radio, newspaper. But I think it's the other way around for most of the businesses. But that's, again, just thinking out loud. Maybe if I go back to and study it further, I'll be like, oh no, I was mistaken. But that's really what I think on spot, yeah.
Awesome. So let's go now to the dark side, right? So we've talked about the benefits of just basically putting forward, ditching the old rule book, and then potentially transitioning to digital, vice versa. On the other side of things, what do you guys, based just in your experience, substantial experience obviously, do you recall some moments or times in your careers where rule book breaking or ditching these traditional strategies have yielded a bit of a, negative result?
I mean, yeah, I particularly do, because a lot of times, when you tell a client to invest on social, a lot of clients have seen, they think that in the next 2 months, they're going to have bonkers amount of sales. The banks are going to be full with money, and they're going to be all out with products. And a lot of times, it's very difficult for us to make them understand that it's going to take time. So a lot of times I've had experiences with one particular client. That client has given us the most difficult times in 3 months. Because every 15 days, I used to get a call from that client saying, I'm not getting more sales, I'm not getting more sales, I'm not getting more sales. So it's very irritating for us, and I mean, it's very hard on agencies to make their clients understand that it's going to take time. It's a slow process. It's not going to shoot overnight. And for example, you give a newspaper ad today, it's not going to give you crores of sales the next day, right? It's going to take time for people to register your brand. So I mean, yeah, this particular example which I've had is, clients think their sales are going to go up, which is not going to happen.
That's the curse of people believing that when you go digital, automatically you'll get viral marketing, right? What about you, Harry?
I have worked with a very tricky brand in the past that was... we did try and change the rules. We did try and change the rule book on some content that was working really, really well. The brand was it was a company that was selling COVID testing kits back in 2020, and we had a really good system with digital ads set up, fresh sort of content coming in every couple of weeks, and the ads that we were running on Facebook at the time and through Instagram as well were brilliant. We were getting a really high return on ad spend over there, and it was really, really good, and the product was great as well, which was the most important thing at the time. And just switching it up didn't work. unfortunately, changing the rule book with that really didn't work, unfortunately. So it is a step-by-step process with changing things up, especially with socials and digital in general. Yeah.
What about you, Kamran?
I'll give a very quick and peculiar example where I think we have, if we have, I think your question was, where we have ditched the rule book and the results were negative, if that's what you asked. A very peculiar example is virtual events. And I think we all got so much in love with the virtual events during the pandemic time. This is the future, this is how it's going to happen, and this is cool, this is lovely. So, thanks to my younger brother, he owns an events management company back in India. And, I got a chance of, seeing what he was doing during the pandemic, of course, trying to survive and, keep his company floated. With all these, there is a virtual reception and there is a virtual registration desk and all those kind of cool things. And everybody thought that, this is the future. This is going to be the future. Well, I think, most of us did not like that idea then. And I think most of us do not like, that idea still. So I think that's a very classic and peculiar example where we try to ditch that. Obviously, it was the outcome of, a situation, or force majeure. But I think that's a very beautiful example of really sticking to. Otherwise, we wouldn't be really sitting here and enjoying each other's company. And I think there is definitely a huge value in some of those. I hate to say it, but again, traditional, if so to say, platforms or whatever you call it. So yeah, that's the example I would give.
Can I give an example, not from my experience, but from my observations?
Absolutely.
You can, because this was not my experience as well. So you can
go. The reason I thought of it is because of what you said. Virtual assistants and AI can be done right. Don't do it if you can't. The examples within banking, within telco, nothing to be named, but I think majority that live in the UAE would relate to this, because to be able to have a problem with your service and not be able to reach a human is beyond frustrating. So that's, technology is there, technology is great, but technology was not applied right, and it does drive customer frustration and it needs to be improved.
That's a recipe for 1 star, right?
Yeah. You literally at times when you're calling a bank, it's just that you want to say that, can I talk to a human being for God's sake? Just keep on taking you to press this and press that.
Absolutely.
So
I'll just give one quick example. I worked back in the days and still as one of my clients, Minister of Tourism in Oman. So when we started working with them, they told us one of the things that they usually use, which is collaborating with travel agencies from different countries. And I was really questioning if it really works until today as like a way of marketing a country. But then looking back and evaluating the numbers, I figured that this is one of the most techniques that really brings people in as tourists to Oman. So I think sometimes we think in the world of technology, we can sometimes, just get over these old ways, although they might be very useful especially if we can combine both, the old techniques and the new techniques.
And that's actually my next question. So if you were about to advise somebody, right, starting off their marketing campaign or just a new brand or whatever, and they're going to be asking you, dude, what am I going to do? What would be my priority right now? How should I get things going, right? Understanding that my point of strategy is going to digital, but then again, I still need to be driven by some sort of a traditional marketing campaign. How would you approach that person and tell that person, this is, this would be your priority, or this is how you're going to reconcile things? And what would be those strategies that you could give them?
See, it's important for them to understand, everybody said this a bunch of times in multiple scenarios and situations, that to strike a balance. Especially in advertising, I feel there is a very big thing called emotion. If you can
I don't feel that, just kidding.
If you can attach an emotion to your campaign or to your strategy, your product is sold. Because there's this advertising person in India, which I'm sure a lot of people know, Piyush Pandey. He said this line that if you have emotions attached to your videos, your products will sell. So it's important for you to understand what problems as businesses and as marketers, it's important for you to understand what product you're marketing. Is it solving a bigger problem? And if it is, then how is it solving a bigger problem? It's always important for us to look at the bigger picture in terms of marketers to understand, and that bigger picture actually helps us understand what to do with this brand. Should we follow the old age marketing route? Should we follow the new age marketing route? Because if it's a product which is related to the Gen Zs, I'm pretty sure you don't have an old book with that. You just have to ditch everything and pick up a new trend every second month, because that's how that sector of the audience works. So I mean, it's important for you to understand what your business and the business what your clients wants to get into. What is he getting into? What does he want? It's important for us to first understand that and then maybe work ahead with a strategy.
Harry?
Yeah, completely agree. I think it's so important to work out actually what it is that the business is looking for or the client is looking for, and then going from there. And just sort of testing, starting and going from a small test where it might be with Reels or something different, and just going from there and learning is the most important thing. Don't just jump in at the deep end and exactly, yeah. just take everything slow and learn, because that's the best way of doing it. That would be my advice, I think.
Kamran?
I think KPI. I think it's very important that you need to define what exactly the outcome that you're expecting. And like you rightly mentioned, I think there needs to be a very fine balance between the different tools and options and strategies available. Extremely critically important. You also mentioned one of the points about emotions, and I think we always wonder whenever you see an advertisement of, let's say, a restaurant or whatever it is, it's easy to buy in. But then again, sometimes I ponder, when you see an advertisement of a perfume, how does it, what kind of or what sort of quality or trait or product feature it can communicate? It's so tricky. And if you see, and if you study, as a matter of fact, it could be a case study by itself, and there has been a lot of studies done on perfume advertising or perfume marketing, if I can put it that way. Emotions play a very big role. So however you advertise or you market a perfume brand, it's very tricky, because it's really, and same thing goes for shoes as well. As a matter of fact, if you're talking about Reebok, Nike, or whatever, they will not be talking about the kind of stuff they're using or the softness or the leather, whatever it is. It's about touching your emotions, and that's why I think even in the morning we're discussing, and we know that endorsing celebrities and all those kind of things. So I think there needs to be a very fine balance. And the second thing, like I said, you clearly need to define the KPI, what you exactly are expecting from a certain campaign.
Mona?
So KPI and call to action as well. So connecting with them on an emotional level is very important to grab their attention. Because of the short attention span on digital, you want them to do something, you gotta tell them. You want them to buy now, you tell them buy now. Yeah. Very simple. But overall, I think every brand is different. Yes, it's absolutely business goal and KPI led that would steer our feedback on what to recommend. Budget limitations make digital the easier go-to, however, not if you're not set up properly from a tech stack and infrastructure point of view. So there is no one-size-fits-all. It's as simple as understanding, doing your research within the brand to recommend what is most suitable for them.
Maha?
I think to research your product, to research the organization, to research the country you're going to market, to understand the culture. So it's a lot of, I think, research that would really define how the strategy can come up with the perfect strategy that would fit. So yeah, research would be my advice.
All right, so that actually wraps up our conversation, our discussion about ditching traditional rule books. If anybody has questions, you can raise it now. Yes, gentleman right there.
Thank you for the great insights. So I think I completely agree with the emotions part, B2C brands. So I own a data analytics company and I run a lot of B2B campaigns. So what's your advice? And because B2B marketing is different. It's not a lot about emotions. It's more about adding business value, right? So what would you recommend? And considering like a startup like mine, with not having a lot of budget for the LinkedIn Legion ads are quite expensive. How would what is your recommendation on working on your organic channels to get those leads coming in?
Anybody would like to start?
I can address a part of it, and if you guys would like to build on it. When it comes to B2B and being on digital, in order to stand out, there needs to be a factor of thought leadership within your content on social media channels. So tap into topics that are within your industry. Create content around it, be it depending on the type of business and the more favorable way of consuming, be it articles or videos or whichever format. Deliver it in that way. Get people to, when they think of this topic, they think of you because you've shared something of value to them.
And I'm also just very quick. I think not every B2B has the same strategy. I think it really depends on what are you offering exactly, because if you're offering a product, it's completely different than if you're offering a service. The way I look at it, like sometimes service requires more trust than a product, because when I want to have a service done, I want to know who is delivering that service to me. So it's the person behind the service. So I think, and that defines really what is the best strategy.
It'll have to be very, very quick, please, because we are well over time. Thank you. Literally, short question, short answer.
Sure.
30 seconds.
So
go.
just a counter question on the B2B marketing. I think you very well said that if you know the client, you can educate them to be there on social media and stuff. But what if a client is not there on social media and you are just establishing that first contact with the client? Right. So what's the best way? Is it the social media marketing or is the traditional marketing which you prefer?
Sorry, so you mean you as an agency, you have a client and the client is not on social media. Is that what you mean?
Right. So we do. I mean, I'm a services company,
okay.
and say I sell data and software services,
okay.
and the client is not there on social media anywhere. So that's the very first contact I have to establish with the client, right? So what do you prefer? The traditional methodology is better or the newer one?
You mean to reach that client?
To reach that client, yes. To engage.
Well, if he's not on social media, the way we do it usually, try to find if anyone on that company is on LinkedIn, for example, and maybe try to reach that person, start a conversation with him, and then try to meet him in person so you know someone. In a country like my country, everyone knows everyone, so we try to get leads from other people that we know. But if you can't do that, I think maybe even stepping to the company and trying to get just a meeting with a person, with the right person. Very quickly, I'll just say, when I started working with the Ministry of Tourism, I didn't know anyone. I had to go every day, literally knock doors. I want to meet someone, I have a proposal. And then that proposal didn't go through, but they gave me another contract. So sometimes you just have to show up, be there on their faces every day.
So you'll say that the traditional methodology would work a little better. Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
All right. So again, I'd like to just give you a quick tip: having a balance of direct marketing, traditional marketing, and that amplified on social media. That's what we did in Samsung. Actually, substantially works. Ultimately, you cannot stop the face-to-face benefits that you get out of transacting individuals directly, rather than just leaving it to AI or digital marketing. And I can give you more tips about that later as we talk. But again, thank you so much for joining us, everyone, and congratulations to everybody in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much for wonderful panelists. And yes, there is a networking session once we finish, so you by all means grab hold of our panelists and have a little chat to them in about 15-20 minutes time, because we will zip through the next bit very, very quickly. But amazing discussion, fantastic stuff. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists. And of course, we have got some recognition awards to give out. Please welcome to the stage our wonderful award giver, Jennifer Williams. She's the CEO of Virtual Career Institute International. Jennifer, please come up to the stage. Thank you for joining us. this evening, and thank you for doing this for us. So up first, we're asking 4 people to come up together because they all work for the same company, and it's fantastic. So our first Outstanding Leadership Awards go to Vikram Shrivastava. We've also got Avik Mitra, Ankit Kathuria, and also Sumit Gupta. If all of you would like to come up, there we go. Thank you. Congratulations. And can we have you all for a group photo, all 4 of you together? That'd be wonderful. Thank you. If any of you want to say a quick something, you can.
Well, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. And I won't take long, no ballets or odysseys on the achievements. All I would say, couple of years back, things were very challenging for every one of us. It was disrupting. We fought our own demons, and yet we had to wear that smile on every Zoom call. So hence, this award goes to everyone, every individual who is in the room, who had won those battles and today emerged victorious and here to be part of this wonderful marketing conference. And also I would like to thank the jury and the wonderful Marketing 2.0 platform for considering us for this prestigious award. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you. And our next awardee for Outstanding Leadership goes to Neha Varma Jain. And Neha did a fantastic moderating job earlier on.
Thank you so much, Marketing 2.0. I would love to dedicate this to my most amazing team, Startup Lux, and my late husband, and who was the founder of Startup Lux. So yes, post-pandemic, I took the reins in my hands and became the CEO of the company. So yeah, I would like to dedicate it to him and my team. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Congratulations. And our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award is Mona Abul Hassan.
I think you guys are sick of me now. Thank you guys very much. And you've heard about what I do, so I'm not going to go into that at this point. But from a leadership point of view, I think aside from trainings and learning and everything that you can go through, a lot of everybody's leadership style ends up being from your personal upbringing and your actual individual experience with your leaders. And that really teaches you the what to do's and what not to do's. And thankfully, for me, it's been a great experience. And I'd like to really thank my team and my previous leaders for where we are today. And on a lighter note, from what not to do on a leadership style, it always reminds me of, if anyone is How I Met Your Mother fan, the Barney Stinson episode where he says the anger ripple effect. You get shouted at, you shout it at the next person, they shout at the next person, and it goes on. So don't do that. Have empathy. Enjoy your time with your team. It's not a professional-only relationship. It's important about being personal, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona. Congratulations. And our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Mujib Al-Ajleen.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Marketing 2.0, for honoring me this award. I would really appreciate it and dedicate this award to my beloved family, my wife, my daughter. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. I hope she got a good video for you. Wonderful. And our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Awards goes to Raad Erakat.
Well, this is a bit of teaser. I will be speaking on the third day of the marketing conference. Thank you for all the people who's been working constantly and chasing us. Like your efforts as well should be recognized during this platform. And I will be definitely dedicating this award for my wife, my team, and the people who supported me throughout my journey. And definitely all of our hard work that gets recognized in the marketing industry. So thank you.
Thank you so much and congratulations. The next winner of our Outstanding Leadership Award is Jeanette Nagy. Jeanette, is she here? Oh, she's over there, hiding in the back.
Thank you very much for this award, and thank you to having me. Thank you also to the wonderful organizers. This is very much an inspiring and very exciting event. And this is so nice because here can good ideas arise and we can networking together, and yeah, it's wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations on your award. And our next winner of the Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Ashmita Zingra.
Thank you, marketing conference, and thanks for the appreciation. This award surely goes across to my wonderful team, my backbone, my business partner, and of course my family who trusted and who actually stayed up all night with me in this 8 years of my journey of being a digital marketer. Thank you so much. And it's a great networking session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashmita. Congratulations once again. And the next awardee for our Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Ajay Rai.
Thank you, everyone. I am truly grateful to my loving team members, my clients who trusted us. Thank you guys for your time. Awesome session.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. And the next winner of our Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Denise Lau.
Hi everyone, congratulations to everyone, and thank you to the lovely organizers for staging this for us. In Passion Fruit, we say that we make passions fruitful through meaningful marketing. And I think, being a leader, this wouldn't have been a very meaningful experience without my equally passionate team. So to my Passion Fruit teammates, Dindi, Kim, Rona, Patricia, everybody, and all the mentors who have, guided me to be a better person. Thank you so much, and of course to my family.
Congratulations, Denise. Thank you. That's a tagline I should be using. Make passion fruitful. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. And next Outstanding Leadership Award goes to Mike Lorenz Sandig. Is Mike here? Doesn't look like Mike has made it this afternoon. So our next award winner then is Shadi Hajar.
Hello, testing. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who's been responsible for this amazing conference, and looking forward for Marketing Conference 3.0, 4.0, and 5.0. And finally, I would like to wish you all pursue your dreams. You're all doing amazing jobs in what you're doing, each and every single one of you. So keep on fighting the good fight, everyone. You're doing great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's lovely. And our last award of the afternoon is our Influence Award, and it goes to Harry Tarbuck.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for putting on the event. It's been a great event to attend. So thank you for having me. This really just goes out to the clients that I get to work with, which has been great, and for trusting me to do all the work that I do. And that's about it. But looking forward to catching up with you all after this.
Thank you so much, Harry. Let's give a nice big round of applause to all our awardees today. Congratulations to you all, and thank you so much to Jennifer for coming and handing them out. Wonderful. Thank you so much. And that then, ladies and gentlemen, it brings us to the end of day one of Marketing 2.0. Have you had a good time today? Yes. Have we done lots of learning? We've had some fantastic discussions. It's been absolutely brilliant. And I really hope you've done lots of networking, got to know each other a little bit better, lots of cooperation and collaboration coming up. Outside at the moment, we're going to invite you to our networking high tea outside so you can continue that networking. Please don't forget, if you have been taking any photos or videos, if you post them on socials, marketing2conf is the hashtag. And that's it for me. My name is Emma, and we'll see you all bright and early again tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening.